Okay, Berto, you said yesterday that you couldn't fathom being as famous as Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
What if your wife was as famous as Ciara, going all these different sort of things that she does?
See, that's just mid-level celebrity. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
guess.
that's not like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're Kelsey, you have to have security because of the chick you're dating, right?
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, you just can't, yeah.
And also, you have to deal with all the people online going, Travis Kelce got his hair moved to the right instead of the left, and there's 5 letters in right. 5 plus 8 is 13, which is Taylor's favorite number. Like the serial killer whack job Taylor fans.
Those people, those ones, those Swiftie people and all, they need to be medicated. That's an obsession over a stranger that you cannot have.
Nah, I mean, but don't people do the same thing with like Bieber and those kind of
I'm saying all of them.
Yeah,
all of them need to be medicated. They have to.
Just a little too obsessive when it comes to those dudes.
Well,
what is wrong with you?
Why are we
like Russell Wilson? Now, Ciara is more famous than Russell Wilson, right?
Yes.
I mean, in our world, it's Russ, but in the normal world, it's...
Yeah, she's in not just music. Like, I don't know if she's super famous for music, but fashion and all the other
just
stuff.
like celebrity in general.
Yeah.
You see her around.
Why are we playing Ciara? I'll tell you why. This from Brian Dable, still somehow Giants head coach. Quote, "These guys will be out here competing, but Russ is our starter."
Ooh.
Said that day one. Day one.
It's spicy.
Sit down, Jameis. Sit down, Jackson.
You ever done anything dangerous?
You know what, Tommy DeVito? We don't even know you. Get out of here. Poor Tommy DeVito is 4th on that depth chart now.
I've always wondered, why?
Why name the starter?
Why right now?
Man, probably to get rid of,
to stop the Jackson Dart questions?
No, to stop Russell Wilson going Russell Wilson. Like, you know what I mean? You need Russ to be... not to be playing reindeer games. You know what I mean? You just be like, Russ, you're our starter, even if you don't really mean it. Like, how about this question?
Oh, so it's to help
the
him,
Giants are coming to Denver this year, right? But that's week 7? Week 7, I think it is. It's like right around Halloween or something. The Giants come to town. Will Russell Wilson still be the starting quarterback of the Giants 7 weeks into the season? Because New York's going to be 1-5. Like, the Giants' schedule is not, hold on. The Giants' schedule is not easy. They go Commanders, Cowboys, Chiefs, Chargers, Saints, Eagles, Broncos. Bro, that might just be one win out of the 7 games.
That's not what he wanted.
Right? You might be able to beat the Saints.
That's at least 4 losses.
Right?
At least.
That's crazy. And yeah, you're just like, all right, Russell, good luck. Because maybe the Giants are already thinking about this. Although, you can't be a head coach of the NFL team and just assume you're going to get mollywopped to start the season.
Well,
but you're not beating Washington or Dallas. They got to go to Washington. They got to go to Dallas and win those games.
Brian Dable better hope that that's not the case because he hung on to his job by about this much last year. If that's the start you're talking about, he's going to be fired before he gets here.
Before we get to week 7. And you got a brand new head coach who's like, let's just go with Jameis or Jackson.
You know, it's just Russell isn't at the point in his career where I think he's day one of camp, you're named the starter guy anymore. Like, I just don't think that's the case. It kind of reminds me when Dion first got here, he had his introductory press conference that everybody was watching, right? Mm-hmm. And all Dion talked about, because Dion he does have this mix of like sort of old school mentality when it comes to how to treat players.
Mm-hmm. Baby, we're coming.
Yeah, look at the head coaches that Dion played for in his career. Yeah. And all those were old school dudes, right?
So he does this whole thing about nobody's given a job, because I think the question was something about, I think, the holdovers from the previous staff compared to the guys you're bringing in. He goes, everybody's competing. Nobody's a starter. We're figured out in camp. You got to earn your way on the field. Yeah. And then like 2 minutes later, he goes, Shador's at the back of the room. And he goes, by the way, that's your starting quarterback over there.
I remember that. And
you just said the thing about we need to practice first. And look, he's not wrong. Shador was clearly the best quarterback they had, but still, it was a weird thing to say right after that.
Well, this year in media days, he took both. He took both quarterbacks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He took Caden and Juju. Mm-hmm. And it was just like, well, we'll see when the season starts, but here's both of them, right?
Right. But that introductory thing, he was just like, yeah, that's the starter. And I go, I'm looking at Daboll, and I'm just like, but what if Jackson Dart looks really good?
What was the?
What if Russell looks terrible?
What's the thinking behind naming Russ the starter before any one of these guys throw a ball? And because there's 3 dudes who could potentially start for you. Well, I mean, we could say 4 with Tommy. Who knows what the hell they're doing with DeVito?
We'll leave Tommy
But you know
alone.
what I mean? You drafted Jackson. You think he's the future.
Right.
And Jameis you brought in as a backup to Russ? Or did you actually think that Jameis could challenge Russ for that position? Because you got, the Giants camp should be interesting because you got 3 guys trying to battle for that one position. That should be fun. So why did Daboll just automatically name Wilson the starter?
Well, let me ask you a question. Again, let's play the life on the line. You need to win 10 games this year.
Yeah.
Okay? And the Broncos roster is the same. I say Bo Nix is not available. You have your choice. You got to win 10 games or you die. Are you taking Russell Wilson or are you taking Jameis Winston to get there?
Dog, this is crazy. I cannot believe I'm putting my life in the hands of famous Jameis Winston. I cannot believe that.
I agree with you.
Because you know what's going to happen? He's going to be 3 yards away from winning it all, and he's going to throw a pick 6, and I'm gonna die because of it.
But he'll have that 500-yard game where you're like breathing easy. You're like, all right, cool.
No,
we won.
I cannot trust Russell Wilson with my soul. You know what I mean? I cannot do that. I can't. He is too cavalier with it. No. I cannot believe I'm saying this, but it's Jameis, right? It's Jameis.
I think so. And that's what's so weird to me about this. It's not even so much about Jackson Dart. Maybe his philosophy is I'm just not playing my rookie in week 1. Okay.
Right.
There's some coaches who think that way.
In year 1, you know what I mean?
But what about Jameis? Russell could be really bad, we witnessed some of the bad.
What if it's the opposite? What if Russ is really good?
I know I'm better than this.
I don't think.
I know. I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick 6s.
He's praying for no pick 6s, and if he gets a start, he's going to throw a couple. Jackson Dart's a first-round pick, man, right? He's a first-round pick, late first-round pick, but he's still a first-round pick.
Still first-rounder.
I gotta imagine Giant fan doesn't give a damn about Russ or Jameis. They care about Jackson, and that's it, right?
I mean, Russell Wilson is now in the category of a bunch of Broncos quarterbacks from yesteryear, like your Case Keenums, which are just like,
Teddy
you're
Bridgewater.
here to be here for a year. You're just here to be a stopgap because we didn't have any other answers. That's kind of what he is. What do you think about this? Because I mentioned this last year. I think it was after the Cleveland game. Because if you remember how wild that game was, it was 41-32. 41-32. And it was, remember, that was the I think, highlight of the year for the Broncos offense, that deep ball to Marvin Mims over the middle.
Yeah, he caught over 100 yards.
But Jameis threw 4 touchdowns, 497 yards in that game, but also 3 critical interceptions that lost him the game. And I said afterwards, I was like, if I was the, not Goodell, not the commissioner, if I was the dictator of the NFL, I'm just choosing a week where I'm having a football game on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And I'm going to make it work schedule-wise to where Jameis Winston is all-time quarterback for every team in every game. It's the most entertaining, chaotic, interesting brand of football I think I've ever seen is that guy.
Maybe a turnover. It may be a missed shot, but it may be a steal. Maybe
he
a dunk.
is.
Yeah, he's the
He's
Russell
the
Westbrook of the
NFL
NFL.
Russell Westbrook.
It's madness and it's chaos. And I mean, if you don't have money on the game, I bet you it's great. But if you're gambling, in any game that Jameis is playing in,
that
get
roller
ready to
coaster.
hold on to your butts, man, because it's going to be all over the place. But it is great. It is great. I'd prefer to see. I'd rather watch Jameis play than Russell.
Okay, how about this? Just as a who would you take for a franchise thing? Jameis is an extreme example, I suppose. But would you rather have the guy, and I think this is the discussion that the Giants are having. I think this is the same reason why Teddy Bridgewater started over Drew Lock that one year. Would you rather have the variance of the high highs with the low lows?
Nah, coaches hate that, right?
Or the guy who's just
Yeah.
Right down the middle.
That's what I think that almost every NFL coach would take that, right? They hate the roller coaster ride. They need consistency.
Yep.
And if they don't get it, it freaks them the hell out. So yeah, it's got to be the
because that's Bridgewater versus Locke, right?
The slow and low, slow and low. Like just keep it. But I mean, fans love gunslingers, man. We love the dude. Like we love Jameis. He's crazy, but we love watching him.
Brett Favre was one of them.
Yeah.
Brett Favre did that in the NFC Championship game against the Saints, where he just was like, roll out to my right, across my body, over the middle. Screw it. Let's go.
We love it, man. And I mean, we all don't. But Sean Payton hates it, right? If Bo Nix had a little bit of that in him, I think Sean Payton would beat it out of him as soon as possible. You know what I mean? If Bo's like, yo, I'm going to launch a couple of these. I don't care. I'll throw into triple coverage. I don't care, man.
Yeah.
I'm you know what I mean? But I think that Sean Payton would hate a quarterback that took those kind of risks. Or am I wrong? Am I reading it wrong?
No, I think you're right. Well, it's funny because that Cleveland game, it's almost like Bo Nix was just trying to match the energy of Jameis, because he had a couple of picks where he just threw like moon balls that got picked off. You're like, what was that? You don't do that. That's not what your game is.
And you think Bo was on the sideline going, oh, man, I can do that without the interception. I should get it. Like, was that, you know what? I think that was it. No. He threw for over 300 in a couple of games last year, but he put 294 up against Cleveland. But yeah, that was run and gun. Yeah. It was a run and gun game. I love those.
Before we get to a break, so I'm biased. I love Moser, and Moser is my favorite person to hear call a game.
Mm-hmm.
I love hearing Moser call an Avs game. My second favorite play-by-play guy in the world, I think, is Paul Allen, the voice of the Vikings.
Okay.
Because that guy does not care.
Yeah.
He will rip a ref. He'll rip his own player on a broadcast.
Yeah.
This is the NFC Championship game. Remember, the Vikings are like at the 50 with about 20 seconds left. They're trying to kick a field goal to win the game and go to the Super Bowl. And Favre rolls out to his right and gets picked off by the Saints. They go on to lose the game. This is the call of Paul Allen.
Brett Favre goes back to pass. He pumps. Now he fires over the middle. Intercepted. I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. It was intercepted by Tracy Porter, near side to the 40, and John Sullivan runs him down at the 47-yard line. You've got to be kidding me. I can't believe what I just saw.
Looking at that play, he should have just held on to it, Paul. He should have. He could have easily gotten 5 or 6 yards if he would have just pulled that thing down and dove forward.
But why do you even ponder passing? I mean, you can take a knee and try a 56-yard field goal. This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
Yeah, no, I like it too. I love it.
There's always, like, I think we've done this a couple of times, Nelly, but just the super cut of Paul Allen where he's just ripping everybody on the field. It's beautiful. I love it. I wish every home broadcaster was just like that. Like, just get mad. We're all mad.
No, those are my favorite kind of broadcasters.
Yeah.
Like those home, like, I don't understand people who are always like, man, you're such a homer. No, man, I love those dudes.
He doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, I love it when Kaz and McGahee and Moser, Marlon, they all just get emotionally involved in the broadcast, and you know they're cheering for your team. Yeah, no, I like it. I like it, man. I don't. There's some broadcasters who are so down the middle of the road. They're like, nah, man. Now, and when you're Paul Allen, I mean, how long has he been doing it? That dude is 60 years old. How long has he been?
Decades, right?
Man, yeah. He's earned the right to do that. You know what I mean? It's not like you're just some young kid coming in there and housing the team. No. You've seen so much football game. You know what I mean? Like, you probably know more than some of the coaches on that team. You've seen so much football.
I remember we did one of those supercut things, and he was talking about Nelson Aguilar. I think it was Nelson Aguilar. And he just stopped on a route. And you could tell that he's had it with Nelson Aguilar. And he just goes, he just stopped running. Get him off the field. Get him off the field. Like, just started screaming.
Yeah. I wish Logan would do that more on the Broncos. But you know what I mean? Like, it's a little, you know what I mean? Like, I don't see him just housing Payton for making a bad call or something like that.
You got to be willing to be like, if you're going to do that, you're going to see the guy later. So you're going to probably have to answer to it. And maybe he just doesn't care.
Yeah.
But you can listen to us anywhere. Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl. Eyes down the field. Deep shot. And it's intercepted at the 3-yard line. For some reason, Jalen Reagor stopped running the route.
Yeah, get him off the field.
Are you kidding me with this Jalen Reagor move? What are we doing?
That's the second interception that Cousins has thrown trying to get the ball to Jalen Reagor.
That's what I was looking for. Not Nelson Aguilar. Jalen Reagor was the guy. I want more of that. Just start calling
taking
dudes out.
shots. You know what? On the Nuggets broadcast, Kaz used to invite players who weren't playing in the game to come do color. And
I heard Vlatko do that a couple times.
Yeah, Vlatko did it a couple times. Back in the day, AI did it a couple times, so that was a trip.
Really?
Doing color. Yeah, it was a trip. Because he would say anything about anybody, and it was the same with Nick Van Exel, where they would take shots at their own teammates while they're calling the game. They'd be like, what the hell is he? That's terrible defense. What is he doing? I was like, we need more of that. But you know what I mean? Just give Allen a microphone and just let him go off. It was good radio. It was a good radio, no matter what.
I love when guys are in that position where they just say whatever. And if you're a teammate of the guy and you're Iverson, what's somebody going to say to you?
Right.
You get called out by AI, you just go,
You're
okay.
getting called out by a legend, man. You can't, there's nothing you can do about it.
So are you kidding me with this Jalen Reagor move? What are we doing?
What's up, Paul?
So, going back to what I was accused of flip-flopping on earlier.
When people were saying you're going full DMac, bro. I said
I disagree.
you were committing at DMac. Listen, DMac is famous for a lot of things. One of the things that he is famous for is asking the stupidest question on media day at the start of training camp, right? Like, DMac loves to ask weird questions on the first day of training camp.
Yeah.
Right? Nelson knows. And so I'm assuming what do you think that question is going to be for? Like, DMac will be like, hey, Coach Payton, if Bo Nix was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, which Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle would he be? You know what I mean? That's what I want to know. What's DMac's weird question this training camp?
Do you think that this reporter in Tennessee is the DMac of Nashville? Because here is Titans. Is it their ownership? I think it was their owner and their GM was doing a press conference day one of training camp.
Interesting.
We know what the Titans are.
Yeah.
A bad team. Here's one of the first questions asked to that group.
Simple question. The team you put on the field tomorrow, can that team win the Super Bowl?
Listen, that's always the goal every year. We also realize we have a lot of work to do on this roster.
Yeah. Well, listen, I don't mind. Listen, I'm here for stupid questions. I'm not taking shots. Ask your stupid questions, man.
I like
I'm
to hear them
fine
too.
with it. But yeah, how do you answer that question? If you're the GM, you're like, is the team I'm putting out on there on the field, can they win the Super Bowl? No, they cannot. They will not win the Super Bowl. I doubt we're going to make the playoffs. What would you say if the owner and or GM came out and said that to that question?
And here's the thing. I think this is what drives them, and I think Sean Payton particularly nuts, is on days like yesterday, where it's opening of training camp, and what do you get on that, or NBA Media Day, or you get like when the Nuggets have their first home playoff game or something like that. You get a whole bunch of people that usually don't go to the games,
you
go
get
to the
new
games.
media, right? The people who aren't in sports media,
And I can tell you in that pause there that felt like 2 or 3 seconds, all they're thinking is, okay, this isn't a sports person. Because why the hell would you ask us that?
Yeah, but I still want the answer, right? I still want the answer. And not only that, I want the right answer. Give me the truth, brother.
Okay, so let's hear this one more time. One more time.
Simple question. The team you put on the field tomorrow, can that team win the Super Bowl?
No.
Listen, that's always the goal every year. We also realize we have a lot of work to do on this roster.
I mean, here's what he wanted to say. Bro, we were just picking number 1 overall. We just took a rookie
we were just
quarterback.
the worst team in the NFL last year. And you're asking me if we're winning the Super Bowl this year? The answer to that is no.
I mean, I guess, is it kind of possible? Like, Washington picked number 2 last year, and they got close.
You either have to be honest with that guy or be like, no, I think we're going 17-0. Obviously, I think we're going, you know what I mean? I think we're going 17-0 and winning the whole thing.
Another one, by the way, this is Mike Vrabel as he's doing his first press conferences in New England now.
Goodness.
He did, this reporter, Vic Lombardi'd him, which happens to me all the time on this show, where I lay out a point clearly and articulately.
And he wasn't paying attention?
And then he looks at me and says the exact same thing back to me, and I'm like,
Just had that. Just
Here's what happened.
I mean, whether you were in a coma when I answered Tom's question or typing on your phone or tweeting, I don't know, but I spent 5 minutes answering that question. And I can go back through it, but I'd rather not.
Which is exactly what I'd say to Vic. I don't know if you were fighting with somebody on the Twitch feed or looking at your phone. I just did that. Anyway.
And
listen,
speaking
when
of,
you take the job, you know you're going to get stupid questions, right? You just have to accept it. Every single one of these coaches and every single one of these players and every single one of these teams have a PR department that helps them with this, right? They give them like prepackaged. If you don't want to answer a question, say this.
Yeah.
If they ask you about something you don't want to talk about, say this. They all have training. They all know what to do when they get those questions. But yeah, man,
if you have a job that requires you to speak in a press conference format, whether that's sports, politics, whatever, you're going to get somebody that asks you something stupid.
Just a stupid, you're going to get it, man. Yeah. You're going to get it, and you're just going to have to answer.
I dug up maybe my favorite clip of what you said, a non-sports reporter getting assigned to cover a sporting event and not knowing what they're doing.
Coach, looking forward towards Detroit. The weather has been a factor in some of the playoff games, even for the most prepared teams. Today, it's 13 in Detroit, which doesn't compare to some of the temperatures we tend to get up to. Any special plans to acclimate the team to not only endure but perform in those kind of frigid temperatures should you face them in Detroit?
You do know we play indoors, right? They got a dome. I don't. No, nothing planned. We're indoors, and we only have to be outside for 20 seconds getting off the bus going under the thing, so we'll be okay.
You do know we're playing a dome.
You do know we play indoors, right? They got a dome.
I mean, yep.
Let's go have
and what happened? What happened? That was a playoff game where they sent, hey, big local story, teams in the playoffs. Hey, local reporters who don't cover sports, have at it.
Yeah, but listen, it's great. I love it. I love it. Like on Super Bowl weekend when you get those random reporters that have no idea and they're asking the weirdest questions. But listen, if you're in this job, if you do what you and I do, you're going to ask, you're going to say something stupid, and you're going to ask something stupid. You're just going to have to accept it. You're going to say something stupid, and you're going to ask a question that once it leaves your mouth, you're like, oh, no, come on. And you're like, oh, that's the dumbest thing I've ever said in my life. And then you got a head coach who's looking at you like, that's the dumbest thing you've ever said in your life.
Yeah.
And you just have to deal with it.
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Drop back, do it to the other team.
I'm telling you. DMac has already got like 4 or 5 questions loaded in the gun, ready to go for Friday.
So another guy was speaking in front of reporters. Here's my defense against my accusation of being a flip-flopper.
Yeah.
Curt Cignetti, who I'm already getting tired of, the head coach of Indiana. Curt Cignetti has got a really good resume. Ask him.
I was about to say, he will tell you. He's like, I win, right? That's the guy. He was like, I win. I always
Google
win.
me.
Yeah, Google me. I win.
One of my favorite names you can call people like that, they're called fig jams.
Fig jams? I've never heard
Palenque,
this.
I'm good, just ask me.
Yeah.
He's one of those. And he's got a good resume. Like, he just coached at James Madison. He was
listen,
like 59
Sean Payton
and 7.
does the same thing, right?
Sure.
Sean Payton will hit you the I've never lost fewer than 13 games or whatever that weird stat he likes to throw out.
Yep.
No.
Jaff.
So Indiana's non-conference schedule is just a bunch of pretty hot garbage. And I say that respectfully because CSU is one of the teams playing them next year. Respectfully. But just compared to, like, they aren't playing, a top 15 ranked team in the non-conference, right? And part of me, like, I don't care. Like, if you think just stacking up wins is the best shot you got at making the playoff, then it's probably smart. But the reasoning he gave was this. He goes, I'll give you the exact quote. Curt Cignetti, on why he's scheduling these type of non-conference games. He is, quote, adopting an SEC scheduling philosophy is what he said.
Just taking shots.
So here's my thought on it. Your schedule's your schedule. You can't do anything about it, especially in the conference. The conference is slated. It's whatever you're faced up against. That's what you got to play. That part I understand. Non-conference is selective. It is, you can play, look, if you want to play Texas, Georgia, and LSU in the same season, like if they agree to it, you can do it. I don't think that'd be wise. No. But most times what teams do is they'll schedule one pretty challenging non-conference game, and then everything else is kind of cupcakes. Cignetti's just looking for the W's. Cool. The one thing I do agree with him with is I hate that the SEC only plays 8 conference games. And they're going to throw out to you, well, we have the toughest conference in the country. It's like, well, Big Ten's pretty tough too. I think, first of all, they need to get to 9. But the one thing that I think is the most competitively imbalanced thing in college football is those teams in the SEC that get a leg up with the committee, the people who rank teams.
Yeah. Because you play in the SEC?
Yeah, because they already get that.
Yeah, you're already a half step ahead of every other team in college football.
It's ridiculous that they get to play Tennessee Chattanooga in Week 10. It's insane to me. Like, that is where your mettle is tested the most, is late in the year, injuries piling up, you're getting fatigued, guys are getting worn down. Can you handle a game that week? Because every other conference does that. Now, you can get matched up with, Vanderbilt maybe that week.
Yeah.
Or CU
or Missouri or something like that.
CU can play, who was the worst team in the Big 12 last year? TCU?
Was it TCU? How many games did they win last year?
Who the hell was it last year?
I don't know. I have no idea who came in dead last in that conference.
Hold, please.
No clue.
It was... Oklahoma State was 0-9 in conference play. That's right.
Ooh.
So maybe they get matched up with Okie State. But the point is, it's still a conference game, and you're just playing your schedule. If you're able to get basically a bye week before you play a big game against LSU, that ain't right.
But don't you think it's going to change, though? Because now, before, these SEC teams were just like, all I want to do is get into that beast. I don't just get into the championship game, get into the championship game, get into the championship game. But now, when you get to the playoffs, it's not just one and done. You just don't win the championship game and it's over. You got to win a couple playoff games to make it to the chip now. And now it feels like you just can't, you know what I mean? You can't just like schedule your way into a good record and then play a championship game and hope you win that bad boy, because now you have to win multiple games in a playoff format before you even make the championship game. So it might be better to schedule a couple of tough guys in there, like LSU schedules whoever, while Bama's playing cupcakes, and then once you get to that playoff format, you're better prepared for it.
I think that's fair, but it just feels like it's a cheat to steal an extra win at a time that's really difficult for others. I kind of feel the same way. They've expanded to 12 now, so it's different, but I kind of feel like if you don't make your conference championship game, you should be disqualified from the discussion.
Ooh, so you want to instate that rule, right? So SEC gets...
I don't think it's fair that a team like...
So you're saying SEC might get 5 teams in the playoff, but not the team that lost in the SEC title game, is what you're saying.
The fact that Ohio State played in the college football playoff while missing their own conference championship game is crazy to me.
Is like nonsense.
Just like to lay this out, if you're an 11-1 football team, because who did make the Big 12 title game last year? I think it was Penn State, I want to say. And, let me see. Because my whole thing is you shouldn't be allowed to get a bye and then continue with a championship run afterwards. Because a lot of teams who play in that game get X'd out of the college football playoff discussion because they lose a conference championship game against a good team.
Is that, let's say Alabama and Oklahoma are in the SEC title game, and Oklahoma wins. That means Bama can't be selected for an at-large bid in the playoffs. But
in my world, they would.
But Texas A&M or Texas, who also had a good record but didn't get to the title game and didn't lose in that game, can be selected.
Okay, so Big Ten title game was Ohio State and Oregon. Okay.
So you're
Ohio State I'm sorry, Ohio State killed Oregon in that game. They won by 20. Now, or I'm sorry, that was the, wait a minute, I got that wrong. That was the college football playoff. Hold on.
That was the first round of the playoffs?
Yes. The Big Ten title game. Yeah, it was Penn State in Oregon. I'm sorry, Penn State in Oregon. So Penn State enters that game 11-2 or 11-1. They make the Big Ten title game and they lose by a touchdown to Oregon in that game.
And then, according to the Brett Kane rule, they're done. Their season is over now.
No, I think that Penn State, because they were in the game, that you are allowed to, like, if you still think they're one of the top 12 teams in the country, then they go.
You can still
but
vote
Ohio
for them
State
as at large.
Gets the bye. They get the bye heading into that week. And so they don't get punished for anything.
Right. I see
it's
what
like
you're
you
saying.
almost get rewarded by not having to play one more really good team where you could potentially lose.
Right.
Like, let's say Ohio State goes on and they end up still making the conference championship game. And so they entered that game with, sorry, I'm trying to do all this on the fly. Ohio State was 10-2. If they made the title game and they lost to Oregon, they're now 10-3. They aren't anymore in the college football playoff discussion. They lost 3 games.
I get it. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
There's no way that anybody agrees to that, right?
No, it'll never happen. But in my
understand-
world.
I understand what you're saying, though. I get what you're saying. Although that is, man, because I understand you get to where everyone, like, you want to win your conference, right? That's the goal of all these. You want to win your conference, and you get to that
or at
game.
least your division to get in the game.
And if if you're not one of those two teams, it's a benefit to you.
Yeah.
Right. That shouldn't be the case.
So I got one more other thought that we'll get to on the other side on this subject. It's where, again, my philosophy towards this is completely different, and a lot of people probably think it's stupid, but I can't help it. It's how I feel. We'll get to it next. Mama, I'm coming home. Are you an Ozzy guy?
Yeah. I love me some Sabbath, man. I love me some Ozzy. Shout out. I mean, R.I.P.
R.I.P.
I can't believe Ozzy made it 76, right? He was 76 when he passed?
Yeah, you and me both.
That dude went hard. I mean, he was still going hard in his 50s and 60s, brother.
You know what's funny is that I think Nelly played War Pigs earlier.
Mm-hmm.
That I don't know if you heard it before. Ozzy said the best cover of War Pigs
T-Pain, baby.
From T-Pain.
T-Pain.
I watched it. I was like, oh my God, this is really good.
T-Pain killed it. I haven't heard it. I just know that he was like, man, that was great.
It was really good. So here's the other thing. I say this, and people are going to think I'm stupid. I don't care. I love college football. I mean, I grew up. It was the only thing that anybody really cared about.
College football!
In Nebraska. I have been so unconcerned with this thing that people are obsessed with in college football, especially, which is, well, you want to make sure the best team wins. It's like, why?
Mm-hmm.
Why is that something that you guys care about so much? It's just
in college football? I don't know. Well, it's almost like, you know what?
They're like, well, they're not one of the best 4 teams. I go, who cares? The best team doesn't win a whole bunch of times in every sport.
Right. And Major League Baseball, the best team hardly ever wins the World Series, right? Like, it's just some weirdness going on. But there's a reason we're in the playoff format now, right? Because you tried to feed us that BCS nonsense forever. And I don't, I get where you're coming from, but you also understand sports fans being like, I watch this to see the best team play the best team, and y'all are messing with me with this weird BCS format or whatever. Why don't we just play a playoff?
But yes, the playoff helps kind of cut through a lot of that BS. I guess what I mean is the thought of a 9-7 Giants team upsetting an undefeated Patriots team in the Super Bowl would never happen in college football.
Right.
And nobody has a problem with it in the NFL.
Right.
Nobody. They're like, oh, wow. Well, look at what the Giants
did. Great game.
Yeah.
Love it. Yeah.
And for some reason, college football, they're like, well, that team's not the best team. It's like, who cares?
You're right.
That's why I like the certain set of parameters that are set, because I just don't. It reminds me of Olympic judging and like figure skating. And it's part of the reason why I can't get into a sport like that. You know, even gymnastics to a certain extent. Like, I love watching Simone Biles do 15 flips in the air and then, stick the landing and all that stuff.
But the Russian judge is like, that's a 7.5.
Yeah, and I'm just like, this is subjective. Yeah. There's not an actual scoring system.
But that's how it was in college football for years.
No, that's what I'm talking about.
Years and years.
That's what I hated about it.
It was like, man, are you telling me a vote by Condoleezza Rice or whoever was on that committee, and all of a sudden, my team is out on the outside looking in because you don't like because they only beat a bad team by 10 points instead of 24, whatever. Yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm with you on that.
Like the thing that I use all the time, and people roll their eyes at this, and I'm like, oh, whatever, roll your eyes. When UCF went undefeated, that team was pretty good. Like, do I think they would have beaten Bama or Georgia or something like that year? Probably not. But my whole point is, I don't know.
Right.
I never got to see it.
That's why we watch sports, man. That's why we watch it. I want to see it because it could happen. It might not, but it could. And we love the underdog, man. Let's go.
Because what happened after that, if you remember, I forget which, it was one of those New Year's Six bowl games, the Fiesta Bowl or something. They played against Auburn, and they beat Auburn. And the first thing that I was told was, well, Auburn didn't care. I go, well, that's a convenient excuse for you.
Right. Didn't UCF put up banners anyway, though? They were like, undefeated. Yeah, look at it.
They went too far with it. But my whole thing was like, you actually don't know. Maybe they were the best team in the country. We'd have no idea because you never gave it a shot. At least this gives you the opportunity. Like, I was pumped as hell that Boise State was in last year. Now, obviously, they didn't win.
Yeah.
But Boise didn't. I don't know, man. They didn't get, wrecked in the game. They didn't lose by 60. TCU did that a couple years ago in the national title game.
Yes.
That didn't happen to them. And so that's just, it's one of the things about college football that has always driven me nuts is that you're basing your sport off of an opinion thing. And I ask anybody who listens to this show, what if the NBA was decided on who plays in the finals by who thinks is the best team?
Yeah, that's crazy talk.
Because we just have been through this for about 5 straight years with Jokic and the MVP, where everybody listening to this show thinks the people voting for MVP are stupid. And those are the people that are voting for who's going to make the college football playoff, at least before
like
this.
getting nailed by the king?
That's what I was just like, I'm trying to get that point across to people, and I don't think they make the connection. Just because college football has always been this way. It's always been opinion-based.
Right, and so you just accept it. But no. But now that's over. It's over, right? It's over. We still have just the tiniest bit of that.
There's a little bit of it. Not a lot, but a little bit.
But now that you like, I'm assuming the playoffs this season are going to be amazing. The college football playoffs this season are going to be amazing, right?
I hope.
And absolutely amazing. We're going to have some wild upsets, right? Like right now, it's the Texas Longhorns are the favorite to win the national title, right?
Yeah.
Arch and the Longhorns, and then it goes Georgia, Ohio State, Bama, Penn State, Oregon, Clemson, Miami, and Notre Dame. That's 1 through 9.
Yeah.
When it comes to the current FBI national championship odds.
Did you know, by the way, we are exactly a month away from week 0 college football? Yeah. Exactly a month away from 10 a.m., 4 weeks from today.
We're like
Iowa State, Kansas State, going to be playing in Dublin.
15 days away from the Broncos taking on the Niners, right, in San Francisco?
Yeah.
It's just a little over 2 weeks away,
well,
2 weeks from Saturday or Sunday.
The Hall of Fame game is what, like a week? A week from now?
So, it's here, man. It's here. We are here. I don't
yes,
know
we are.
Who's playing in the Hall of Fame game. I have no idea, man.
It is the Chargers. Oh, and the Lions. Detroit. Didn't even know.
See, that's your squad, man. Is somebody from Detroit going in the Hall? Is that why they're playing it?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I can't.
Look, they got, in my lifetime, like 2 Hall of Famers. Calvin Johnson, Barry Sanders. They're both there.
Going into the Hall of Fame this year, Jared Allen, Sterling Sharp, Eric Allen, Antonio Gates.
Oh, so Gates, so that's the Chargers thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't know what Detroit's doing in there.
I have no idea either. But then, I mean, that's just your man Campbell looking around going, where's my OC and my DC? Where'd they go? They are out, man. They are out.
All right, you want to make a bet? Lions are favored by 1, over under 32.5. What you think, Berto?
And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Man, I'm taking the Chargers, right? I'm taking this game is going to be...
It's going to be terrible.
It's going to be a terrible game. Right, did the starting quarterbacks play a series?
No.
You don't need to see. You don't need to see Herbert or Goff, right, in the preseason.
They aren't playing in that game.
There's no turds here.
Who's the backup to Goff in Detroit, bro?
Okay,
do you know who that is? I think it's Hendon Hooker.
Yeah, it's Hendon Hooker.
If we going to get a start from Hendon Hooker?
Hendon Hooker and Kyle Allen is on the roster. Hang on. Let's look at the Chargers. Chargers backup quarterback.
Yeah, who's the backup?
Taylor Heineke. Ooh, Trey Lance.
Oh, Trey Lance. Is that where he went?
And DJ Uyunglele.
Okay. Listen, man. Yeah, listen. L.A., if Herbert ain't playing, you guys are in some trouble anyway. Taylor Heineke. Heineke?
I'm a Heineke guy, though. Guy plays hard. I like him.
Oh, man. No, man. I can't believe it. Like, is he going to be QB2 or is it going to be Trey? Does it even matter? Because if those guys are starting at QB for LA, then their season is gone.
You know what's crazy, dude, is that Trey Lance, take yourself back. The San Francisco 49ers traded 3 first-round picks for the rights to draft that guy.
That's crazy.
He never played for them.
I know.
And they made the Super Bowl anyway.
He was
multiple times
the 3rd pick of that draft, my man.
Yeah.
The 3rd pick of that draft.
Is there any other team that whiffed that badly? 3 first-round picks, drafted a quarterback 3rd who did not play for them, and still was that good? Like, think about what we're talking about with the Broncos.
Yeah, I get it, right.
They're dealing with $85 million in dead cap over 2 years, and they're good. They made the playoffs. The Niners made Super Bowls despite 3 years of no first-round picks on a guy that never played for them. That's crazy.
That year, there was 3 quarterbacks taking the top. They 1, 2, and 3. They went Trevor Lawrence number 1, Zach Wilson number 2,
right,
and Trey Lance number 3 after they traded up to get him.
Wow,
that was all. I mean, the Broncos just sat there and took Surtain at 9 and were all kinds of happy.
Oh, so that was right after Fields draft?
The Broncos could have drafted Justin Fields, yes, because Fields went at 11. Not only that, the Broncos could have drafted Micah Parsons, who went right after that.
PS2 is pretty good.
But, right, I'm not going to, right. If you're asking me, I wouldn't even trade Pat for Micah right now. You know what I mean?
Nope.
Although the Cowboys still have to pay that man. Yeah. Mac Jones went number 15 in that draft. Yeah, that was a crazy draft, man.
So the quarterbacks, 5 guys in the top 15.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence did get a second contract, and it was a big deal, but Trevor Lawrence is just okay.
Right.
The other dudes are just gone.
Right. Zach.
Like, not out of the league, but not starting.
Yeah. No.
Well, I guess Justin Fields is in New York.
Yeah. Mac Jones, no. But those were all the quarterbacks that were selected that year in 2021, man. So they,
man, are they? I actually totally kind of forgot that they just gave the keys to Justin Fields. I thought he was going to battle with somebody, but it's for New York.
For the Jets, it's going to be
Fields,
Justin,
Tyrod, Adrian Martinez is their third stringer.
Wow. No, yeah, that's it, man. It's if Justin doesn't work out, boy, that's going to be a bad season. Although, I mean, that's a brand new head coach. That's your guy, Aaron, right? That's where your dude from the Lions went.
Yeah,
and he was
Aaron
all
Glenn.
like, all right, and immediately he moved on from Aaron. Remember, Aaron was upset because they called him into a meeting, like he had to come to tell him he's like, yo, that could have been a text, bro. That could have been a text. You made me come all the way down here to the office to tell me you're moving on from me.
I remember that. I remember when I got fired from my show in Michigan. So I was doing a morning show. It was 6 to 9 in the morning.
And they called you in and was like...
So it was the day after April Fool's.
Oh, no.
So April Fool's was...
April 1st.
I think that was a Monday.
Okay.
So I think that's the reason they didn't fire me on Mondays. They didn't want to think it was a joke. Like, didn't want us to assume that.
Oh.
So they waited a day. And I remember I did... No.
Did you do the whole show? And
no,
then they fired you because that's Bush League, too. Like, if you're going to fire me, I'm not working.
Yes. It was on a Monday. And April Fool's was a Friday. That's what I was thinking. So that was the Friday. I came in on Monday, did the show, and I opened the door like this, and my GM was just standing outside the door. He goes, "Can I talk to you for a second?" And I was like,
"Oh, great.
Sure." I was naive. My first hosting job, I was like, I've been here 6 months. No way I'm getting fired now.
Right.
We're probably talking sales and endorsements. Let's go.
And instead he's like,
pack your stuff. That was it. And my first thought, I wasn't like angry. I was, but I was more mad at like, why the hell did you make me come in?
Yeah.
It's Monday.
Yeah.
You could have just sent me, gave me a phone call Sunday being like, hey, it's not working.
Right. Like, listen, man, if you're going to fire me, don't make me work. And then fire me. That is super Bush League.
Right.
My man, Craig Carton, who also just got fired from whatever show he's doing in New York.
Yeah.
Got let go when he was working here, and I was producing that show.
I didn't know Carton was here.
Yeah. Yeah, he did the middays over at another station for a while, and that's how I met him and started working with him. And he was kind of a goofy. Like, he got us into so much trouble. He was doing wacky morning DJ radio stuff.
Yeah.
And the Denver Broncos were about to play the Miami Dolphins. And we had this huge remote downtown. It might have been Blake Street Tavern or something like that. Huge remote. And before the show, me and Carton are like, what are we going to do? And we come up with this great idea. We thought we were, man, this is going to be great.
Mm-hmm.
And so he got on the air and he's like, hey, Bronco fans, here's what we're doing. I know this guy in Miami. We're flying a live dolphin down here to Denver. And if you want, you can come down to the Blake Street Tavern and punch this dolphin in the face for the Broncos. Play Miami tonight. And it was just, we were like, let's see how many people buy into the joke. Yeah. And there were some people who got it right a bit. They're like, I'm punching that dolphin twice, man. But there was like 80% of people really thought we were dragging a dolphin down to downtown Denver.
Just logistically.
And we were just like, all you got to do is pay $5. We'll give the money to charity. You can punch this dolphin. And it was insane how many people thought we were actually doing that. And we got calls from everybody.
Oh, I was going to say,
was calling. The bar was calling saying, are you bringing a dolphin down here? And we're like, no, we are not bringing an actual live dolphin down there. He got into so much trouble. But the moral of the story is he did the whole show, and then they fired him, and he lost his mind. He did that thing where he came into the control room and started just taking stuff. He was just like, I'm taking this. I'm taking that stapler. Wow. That's mine, too. I'm taking this tape, all of it, and I'm out.
I didn't quite do that. I just had drinks immediately.
You're just like, I'm day drinking right now.
All right. Quick break here, back after this.
Yeah, baby. Punch that dolphin in the face, man. I will fight a dolphin. How about that?
Okay, not to chastise your former listeners, Berto.
If we had done that today, how many people would have bought into it?
Well,
because I'm telling you, it was more than 50%. More than 50% bought in on that nonsense.
I'm less offended by the people who would want to punch the dolphin in the face than I am by the people who actually thought you had the means to fly a dolphin into Denver to put in a bar and punch in the face.
Yeah, man. We sold it hard. We're like, let's talk to the reporter who is currently with the Dolphin flying into Denver. And we just have some random producer from the other room call in, and he'd be like, yeah, it's a pretty big dolphin. I don't know, it's going to be able to take a lot of punches, so everybody should show. Yeah, we got into so much trouble. We thought we were killing it on the radio that day.
It's so funny.
We got in trouble with everybody, with sales, with programming. Everybody was pissed.
What a nightmare that must have been. We're flying a dolphin into Denver just for you to hit.
Yeah. Broncos over them Dolphins tonight.
We actually talked about this before. If there was an animal that you would punch in the face.
Right. Is there an animal that it's on site? You know what I mean? You see an animal, you're like, let's go. I
got one immediately that pops in my head.
On site.
Geese.
Oh,
if I see
really?
a goose,
They will come at
And
you,
every
man.
time I see him, it's on site.
That's what I'm talking about, on site.
If I could throw one right in the beak of each one of those things that I see on a golf course, I would totally do it.
Yeah.
And it's just because they're mean. They're angry all the time.
Right.
Ducks are awesome. I love ducks. Geese, horrible.
Yeah.
Hate them.
Yeah. They're mean. Yeah. So on site.
I'm not
with
talking
geese,
like self-defense. Like if a lion's charging at me, I'm dead, but I'll throw a punch on a lion if I have to. They say punch a shark in the nose or something if it's near you.
Nah, man. No. I'm not. The two most scariest animals on the planet are snakes and sharks. I'm not dealing with either one of those. Either one of them.
I'll tell you a sneaky, freaky animal. I like these. Octopi.
Octopuses?
Yeah. They are, first of all, they're so smart.
Yeah. They live forever or something too, right? They're old. Like you can run into like a 250-year-old octopus, right?
I just think they're unmotivated because they should be running that entire marine culture.
Right, but instead they're just chilling at the bottom.
Yeah.
Just chilling.
I watched one of those giant ones. There was a little hole in this boat, and somehow this octopus got on this boat. And it's like the head of it's this big around. And this thing squeezed through a hole that big and flopped out of the side of the boat. And I go,
crazy, man.
how are you not running everything down
but when
there?
you see a great white shark, you realize you see why that's a boss right there. Because that's ain't nobody messing with that. Or I guess orcas do, right? Like orcas are the one. They're like, hey, whatever, shark, we're coming for you, bro.
Yeah, like.
But they all hang out the shark is just by his damn self. Orcas are all like, yo, it's me and 6 of my buddies, and we're all coming for you. Yeah. All coming for you. Although
orcas are the Strahinja of
right,
the water.
Right. Like you don't want to mess
of really the world.
Right. You got some joker you think he's by himself swimming in the ocean, but no. He's got Strahinja, a whole crew behind him, ready to come and take a bite out of you.
Yeah.
You know what? You got a problem with Canada gooses, and you got a problem with me, and I suggest that one marinate.
They're Canada gooses. Texture says, I'm not above punching a squirrel.
Listen, man.
Squirrels don't bother me.
Yeah, but there are some people who have gardens and people who have bird feeders. Like my dad loves to feed the birds.
And the squirrels get after it.
Yeah, but here's the problem, man. When you don't want to do that with a former Army colonel who spent his whole life, on a shooting range. He has killed so many squirrels, bro.
Really?
So many squirrels.
What's his beef against them? That they just steal the
they
bird feeder?
They take all his bird feed.
Yeah. I get that.
Yeah.
Squirrels are really good for distracting my dog, so I appreciate those things. My dog goes into never caught one, but I mean,
it's like
ultimate predator mode. Like
you see squirrels really?
Yeah, there's squirrels. You say the word squirrel around my dog, she will sprint around the house, and be like, where?
My dog
I'm getting
hates
after it.
Bugs, and I don't understand that. Like my dog will go after a grasshopper, like a cat or a squirrel. She's like, "What's up?" But a damn bug, it's like that's Hitler. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
She's like, that thing has to die immediately.
So I'll give you a quick story on my dog. So we had this 6-foot fence at our old house, and we had this giant tree that's been there for 30, 40 years. Big tree.
Mm-hmm.
Squirrels are always in that thing. And they would sprint from the edge of that fence to the other neighbor's house. And it was like a game they played all day with my dog in the summer. and my dog would take off dead sprint. And like my dog's super athletic. It's a German Shepherd mix. She looked like one of those dogs. You seen the ones that run off the wall, do like a backflip, catch frisbee? She would do that.
They're all a member of the special forces or
Yeah,
whatever.
exactly.
They help hunt terrorists.
And my dog's fast. Mistimed her jump once. And I mean, dude, when I say full speed, bam, shoulder and face into the wall. And this dog's a tank. I've never seen this dog hurt before. And she came back limping. I'm like, oh no, she broke her arm. And she limped all the way back to me. I'm like, oh no, you all right, buddy? And just as a test, I just said, oh, the squirrel's back. Dead sprint right back to the fence. She's like, no, I'm good. I'm good. Don't worry about me. It's like she's Brian Cushing. Just slamming a helmet against his forehead, bleeding. She's like, I'm back.
Like Gus Frerotte when he went full, but then he concussed himself, didn't he? Like
he had to leave
hurt
the
himself
game.
on that, right? Or hurt his neck or concussed himself or something. Yeah, he's like, watch me headbutt this pylon.
Speaking of, this is sad. I know we were just joking around. So Josie Jewell gets cut from the Carolina Panthers.
Oh, man, and that's rough.
And I don't know. I think this is probably because of it, but here's the tweet from Schefter. Panthers released veteran linebacker Josie Jewell at a time he continues to experience concussion symptoms.
Man, that is was the team like, sorry, bro, your brain is broken?
Well,
you
I
can't
don't
play
know.
Here.
Like, I feel like they can't. Can they do that? Can
I
you
don't
cut
know.
somebody because of that?
I don't know. In the NFL, probably not in other leagues, but in the NFL, you can cut somebody for anything.
Now,
right?
if you're wondering, like, did this happen the first day of camp and then they cut him? No. This is dating all the way back to week 16 of last year that he's still having symptoms over this. And that's where it gets scary. Like, this prolonged time frame between the last time that you played to now, and you're still like, I'm not totally good yet. Not totally good. That's where it gets a little bit freaky. Like, we've had guys that have experienced stuff like this where, you always kind of held your breath when Bo Byram was taking a hit against the boards, and you're like, dude, just get up. You're all right. Come on, get up. But if you remember the last, I know he just got to Carolina, but a good example of this is Luke Kuechly, who was an all-world, like, Hall of Fame level linebacker that was like, at 28, I think.
Had to call it quits
just
because
goes,
of the
dude,
brain injuries.
I'm not doing this again. Yeah.
Yeah. With Josie, it's tough because it sounds like the team was just like, your brain ain't right. Well, you can't play football, man. And that's that's got to be a tough conversation to have.
And he's a good player. Like, Josie Jewell is one of those guys, like, he's the exact type of middle linebacker you would take on your team. Always around the football, pretty smart guy, decent in coverage, like all these different things. But just a bummer because I like Josie a lot. He was a really cool guy when he was here, and he was a good player.
That's like, remember, Sidney Crosby almost didn't have the career that he had.
Right.
Because he was dealing with concussion issues for so long. And he did everything to try to deal with those concussion issues.
Yeah.
But it's weird. Like, remember Steph Curry at the beginning of Steph Curry's career? He kept turning his ankles. He kept turning his ankles. He kept missing a lot of time. And then they finally he started wearing those braces on his ankles, and it totally changed his career, man.
There's a really underrated part of this, like, Golden State dynasty and the Steph Curry story. That, God, it's fascinating that I guess they had a deal in place. They were going to ship Steph Curry out because they couldn't trust his ankles.
Man, can you imagine that?
And the team, I can't remember what it was. The team that was going to trade for him said no.
Oh no, they were like,
want to.
we don't trust those ankles either. Man, can you imagine that? Steph Curry spending his career or becoming the kind of shooter, the best shooter in the world, playing for the Utah Jazz or somebody random like that. Or get him over in the Eastern Conference.
I got to try and find.
Yeah, what was it? Who was that team? Who was that team that targeted Steph? I remember the Nuggets. You know who the Nuggets loved, wanted him so bad. Was Klay Thompson. They loved Klay coming out.
Okay, so this is NBC Sports Bay Area. In March of 2012, Golden State traded Monte Ellis for Andrew Bogut. But according to Bucks owner Mark Lazary, the Warriors were prepared to ship Steph Curry to Milwaukee instead.
Oh, can you imagine being the GM who didn't pull the trigger on it? We were talking about Bob Myers of the Warriors, now of TV fame. And Bob Myers famously, he always asked, he was like, every time I did a trade, no matter what it was, the one question I answered before I made the trade is, what's the worst thing that could happen in this? What's the worst thing that could happen to me and my franchise if I go ahead with this deal?
So listen to this. This is from Frank Isola. Or no. This is just a quote again from the Bucs owner, Lasry. They said he was told that the Golden State now, like it's looking in hindsight, that they were light years ahead of the NBA model. And he goes, I don't know if they could be light years ahead if they traded Steph Curry to the Bucs for Andrew Bogut. He said that was the deal, but the Bucs medical staff didn't think Steph's ankle would hold up. They killed the deal.
Man, what do you say to your staff?
So Golden State was prepared to keep Monte Ellis over Steph Curry back in 2012.
That is crazy, man. That is crazy. The deal that you don't do changes your franchise. I mean, I wonder if Steph would be the same player if he'd went to Milwaukee and then staying in Golden State.
Yeah.
I mean, the Nuggets wouldn't have to deal with him. The Western Conference wouldn't have to deal with him. The Nuggets probably would have had. I mean, they lost to the Warriors twice in the playoffs in the last, right at the beginning of the Warriors dynasty.
Yep.
They caught those 2 L's. One year the snitch year they lost, right? That was the year that Iguodala was snitching to Mark Jackson, and Andre Miller hit a game winner, I think, in the first playoff game, and that's the only playoff game they won, though, was that crazy Andre Miller game winner or something.
Think about how different that is, though, if there's... First of all, is Steph still the same Steph that we know?
And they don't get Giannis if Steph is playing over Milwaukee, right?
Giannis isn't in Milwaukee anymore.
Right, he's drafted somewhere else.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, I can't believe. Man, they got so lucky that the Bucs. Can you imagine if the Bucs medical staff was like, "Yeah, whatever, man, go ahead, make that deal."
Yeah,
it's wild.
There's some stories of. Well, it's part of the reason why MPJ ended up in Denver, right? Is that a whole bunch of medical staffs said, "I'm not taking this guy at all because I don't think he's going to play again."
I think what it was one medical staff that snitched to everybody else,
and they were like, "Oh,
the Chicago Bulls medical staff."
Yeah,
I think it
so.
was. Because they were interested in Mike, and then their staff was like, I don't know if that back's going to hold up. But then that got to every other team that was picking in the top 10, and they all jumped over Mike.
Well, their thought process, if I remember right, was forget the fact that we don't trust it. We don't think he's going to play again.
Yeah.
Because what happened immediately when Porter got here, he needed another back surgery, and you're like, that's 2? 2 for a guy who's 19 years old already? Yeah, that's a little weird.
Right. And we never would have got to, because Mike played 80 games last year, 81. I mean, Mike, he brings it. He would bring it every game.
Over the last 2.5 years, he's been one of the healthiest players in the league. As far as missing games.
We brought it up that in the top 14 when it comes to just players and minutes played per game, in the top 14 in the NBA, Joker's on that list, and so was Mike. Mike played the second most minutes of the Nuggets last season, and you got to get those. I mean, somebody's got to play those minutes. You're not going to give them all to Cam. You got to spread some of those minutes out.
For sure. One other thing. We talked about this, I think, a couple of days ago, but you're wondering what the hell's going on with Benito here.
Yeah, pay that man his muni.
Sounds like they're talking about it. So some of the early stories that are emerging from camp, some of them are like, yeah, how does the team look, blah, blah, blah. But others are, what about the guys who are pretty good? Are they going to be here for a while? Nick Benito is obviously one of the names that everybody's wondering about. I got some news on that we'll get to in just a couple of minutes, at least some initial comments leaving training camp initially to start this whole thing.
Pay that man his money.
Looks like it might. But broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios, their passion is justice. Berto filling in for both Moj and Vic all week this week. I want to get to that in a bit because you and me were talking about this. It's, I think, a delicate balance of, first of all, do you think that this guy is going to be consistently this dude year over year? Or is there going to be a spike year and then a drop back and then a spike again? It's what makes this different, I think, from what Cincinnati is doing with Trey Hendrickson. Hendrickson's been like a 16-sack guy for the last 4 years.
Right.
There's no question if he's doing that.
Prove it to us next. And he was like, all right, I'll do it again. And he did. And then they wouldn't pay him. That's why he's so angry, right?
Well, that's why he jumped in his car and drove to Florida. He's like, until you send that check my way, I'm going to chill on the beach.
Yeah. And Bonito, do we think that it was? Do you think it was a fluke that what he did last year? Do you think that, man, that's just an outlier?
The question.
That's just an outlier.
That's the question that we'll get to in just a couple of minutes. Some quotes from Bonito on this, by the way, next. All right, so some quotes here from Benito exiting camp as the Broncos are trying to, it seems like, get a deal done with him, which is the smart thing. That's what we were discussing, right? You have to have the conversation. Now, if the money is a little too rich for your blood, if he's asking for too much or whatever, then it brings in a different discussion.
Yeah. And if you're Benito, don't take a team-friendly deal. If they're going to make you prove it, just be like, all right, I will prove it. And then you're going to have to bargain with all the other teams who are going to want my services after this season when I get 17 and a half sacks.
So what Benito said, he was hosting a youth football camp, and he said, those types of talks are happening right now, but it's kind of keep that with my agent, let him handle that. My focus on is winning and getting a championship. And he said, there's no specific time frame. I know these things can happen tomorrow or happen months from now. I kind of just keep it day to day and keep the focus on football. So these are happening, and look, any organization worth its salt would, of course, be having these discussions right now with a player of his caliber. But I think you brought up, which is the main thing in regards to Benito, which is, what is he? Like, Pat Surtain's a no-brainer. This guy is like Hall of Fame talent. Mm-hmm. You lock that down as soon as humanly possible. Do you think Benito is the kind of guy, so over his career, his first year, rookie year, 1.5 sacks in 15 games. Second year in 15 games, he had 8. Third year in 17 games, he had 13.5 and was a second-team All-Pro. So he's made significant jumps every year.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that number stays now in the teens? Because if you do,
if
then you lock him down.
I was going to say, even if that's good. That's good football right there.
Yes,
I mean,
is.
you know what I mean? If he gets anywhere near 14, 15 sacks this season, somebody's going to pay that man $30 to $35 million a year to come do it for their team.
And I'll say one thing about him that I think is different from other guys at his position. So he's an edge rusher. He's a guy, you pin your ears back on third down, you get after the quarterback, try and get a sack, right? But he is so unique in that, I mean, we saw it last year, Berto. He'd drop back into coverage. He'd cover a running back out of the backfield because he's athletic enough to do it. Remember when he jumped the double reverse pass that iced the game in Indianapolis and took it to the house? Like, he's got athleticism that a lot of those guys at that position I don't think have. You ask Von Miller to drop back in coverage. Not going to happen. Not to say he's not athletic, but that just wasn't part of his bag.
I mean, you don't think the Broncos are thinking they're going to upgrade the position after this season, right? They're just like, they hope Nick is as good or better than he was last year, and then they will pay him that money. Is that the way they're doing? Or they're like, mate, we're going to get a team-friendly deal out of this. We're going to find a way to make him sign for 25 instead of 35.
That's what they're efforting. Like, the risk on their part is just maybe he's not a top 10 guy in the league. Because there's really good edge rushers. I mean, there's a TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, Aiden Hutchinson, all these different dudes that are just monsters off the edge getting after people. Whether he's that or not, he's good enough to be in that conversation.
It's like the second, third fourth most important position on the field.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so you got to pay these guys a premium to do what they do.
But I think maybe the discussion they're having now is, are you a guy that's going to do this every year at that level? Because if you are, you're going to be making in the 30s per year. Are you a guy that hovers around, 8 to 13.5? Well, then you're in a different category. But I'm kind of with you. I don't think if he's asking for TJ Watt money, I'd be like, well, then go ahead and do that one more time.
Yeah.
And if you do that again, then you get it.
We're more than happy to pay you TJ Watt money if you play like TJ Watt.
Yeah, you want to wait a year and say I'm worth that, and you actually put that up again, then I'll slide the checkbook across the table. You write down the number.
Do you think the Broncos want that because the motivating factor? Because listen, in the NBA, players are famous.
Years.
Yeah, players in the NBA are famous for going off on their contract year. You're like, well, it's a contract year. He's going to have a massive season because he's going to bring it every night. But that's not a question with Benito. He's going to bring it every game, whether you pay him or not. He doesn't need that kind of motivation.
I agree.
Matter of fact, I don't know. Like, nobody in the NFL needs that kind of motivation, man. If you know what I mean, like, you're right. You shouldn't. Just pay that man his money. I'm okay with, but what happens if he walks, man? What if he walks?
Oh, I don't think they'd let it.
What happens? What happens if I see a situation where either Zach or Nick walk? Are you going to pay both of them a premium price?
Well, that's the other thing is like when you're trying to budget out this money. If there's a time where you can pay all these guys, it's now. Like Bo Nix is on a rookie deal for the next 4 years. You got time to spread this stuff out.
Are you going to pay? You might pay Zach less than you're going to pay Nick, but Zach might be more integral to the defensive side of the ball and what Vance. You know what I mean? Like
Zach's
Benito's going to Benito's going to get that edge rush money because that you got to spend money for edge rushers. You know what I mean? You got to you got to get to the quarterback. But Zach feels like he's a centerpiece of the whole thing of what Vance is going to do. So, hey, you got to pay that dude too.
I've always thought you need to have good edge rushing. Everybody knows. But if you get somebody who can collapse a pocket from the middle, the quarterback's screwed. Like, you get guys who put pressure on the edges, very nice. Mm-hmm. Like, you're going to force him to step up in the pocket, be uncomfortable, that's great. But you get pressure right in your face from somebody like Zach Allen up the middle. It's why Kansas City, just look at the way, I know we hate KC around here, but look at the way that they've spent their money, who they've kept and who they've let walk. They've had really good players come through there. There's been about 3 guys that they're like, these are indisposable pieces to our success. One is obviously Mahomes. Mm-hmm. They've put that on Travis Kelce. And who's the other one? Chris Jones. Why? Because Chris Jones will wreck your game right up the center's face. Mm-hmm. And if you can do that, then the quarterback's kind of screwed. Now, putting value on it, here's what's funny. I actually think that Zach Allen is going to be paid closer to the top end level of guys at his position. I think the top guy is Chris Jones, making $31 a year. I bet you he gets in the mid to upper 20s if they give him a contract, because I think he can justify it. Benito is not going to be paid the top end of his position, but could still be paid more than Zach Allen, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because the top end guy as an edge rusher is 40. It's just a different ball game you're playing.
So if you give Nick 4 years, $100 million, whatever, you give Zach 4 years,
$100 million, probably.
$100 million with more than half guaranteed, right? More than, you have to hand out some guarantees on those contracts.
The nice thing is both those guys, like Benito especially, but Zach Allen's only 27. Like, he's still a young player.
Benito's 25, so yeah, still young, still going into their primes.
No, I think if you were to lay out why is the Broncos defense as good as they are, Surtain's 1, and then Allen's probably 2, and Benito's 3.
Yeah.
Those are the guys.
Right.
Those are the ones. So, yeah, I'd like to keep that. I'd like to keep that a lot. And Texter makes a good point, because we talk about this. If you know you're going to keep a guy, pay him as soon as possible.
Yeah. Get in early.
Jerry Jones ain't liking seeing TJ Watt's contract while he's negotiating with Micah.
Right. You could have signed Micah for millions less if you wouldn't have been playing reindeer games and waiting all this time. But I understand why if you're the Broncos, you're like, let's wait. First off, you're still paying for Russell Wilson. And if you wouldn't have handed Russell Wilson that massive extension before he threw a single ball at the quarterback position for the Broncos, you wouldn't be in the position you wouldn't. You know what I mean? We wouldn't have nearly the amount of drama that we've had in this city over the last 3-4. If you just would have waited. But maybe you get burned once, and maybe the Broncos front office is like, we're never doing that again. Never. We don't care if we think it's a 99.9% guaranteed that this guy's a Hall of Famer who's going to be here for his entire career. We're never doing that again.
I've wondered, again, when it comes to anything surrounding the Russell stuff, it's hard for me to criticize because I think I would have done everything the same way. Mm-hmm. It feels to me like the contract, you're pot committed. And, like, you just traded all these assets away to get this guy.
Right. So you're like, well, now we got to lock him down.
You've been waiting in the desert just trying to find a drink of water, and then all of a sudden this Russell Wilson oasis pops up, and you're like, dude, okay, great. Are you really going to play hardball with the guy immediately out of the gates? Because Russell wanted a new contract right away. Are you going to tell him no? Probably not. You're going to want to keep that ship moving smoothly.
But if you had, your franchise would be better off right now.
True, but I don't think they make that trade thinking this is a 2-year move. You know what I mean? They're thinking this is a franchise, like, they thought that was for the next decade.
Yeah.
Because remember, Russell Wilson was the guy talking like, I want to play till I'm 45.
Yeah, but we're not going to let them off the hook just because they were wrong about it, right? Or right?
No,
or
I
wrong.
would just say they were wrong, but I don't know what let them off the hook means. Like,
Just like, listen, man, we all accept it because we all were excited for Russ came up, but we were all wrong. Everybody was wrong. We were all wrong.
And I know
don't give them any love just because we were all wrong at the same time.
I'm just saying I'm not going to rip them because I would be ripping myself, and that's like I admit that was the wrong decision. Absolutely, everything about that was wrong.
It was a bad decision.
Yes,
man.
incorrect. I still think the worst thing that they did was hire Hackett.
Yeah,
Honestly, if
I wish I was a little mouse in the corner to listen to that conversation when they went to dinner or whatever, and all of a sudden, and the buy-in on Hackett, where they're like, "This is the guy. This is the guy. This has got to be the guy."
You know what it is? Like, I don't know how you have the football discussions with these guys because I don't have the X's and O's brain that they do. I do know this. I bet you Nathaniel Hackett would charm your pants off if you went to dinner with him. Yeah. Like, he's a very personal, like, personality-wise, super likable guy. I'm sure they left. Where did they go to? Wasn't it like Los Dos? Isn't that where they went with Hackett?
Is that where they went? I don't know, man. That's delicious, though.
And the whole thing was like, yeah, see, he's just a normal guy. We didn't have to go to a fancy steakhouse. He was totally happy with this. And I'm sure if I went to dinner with Nathaniel Hackett before I knew him, and that was like I spent 2-3 hours with him, I'd leave and I'd be like, dude, that's a hell of a guy. Like him a lot. Super personable. Doesn't mean he's a great coach, but...
Yeah. So you're saying the worst decision the Broncos have made in the past 20 years was when they brought on Hackett. When they're like, this is the guy to run this team.
I mean, it was the lowest point, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When you're talking about... I still remember the two distinct things that I think will... If you were to hang a hall of shame of moments in the Broncos organization, the two worst had to be, I think I'd put it number 2, the crowd counting down the play clock for Russell Wilson.
That was game number 1 of the regular... Game number 1, baby. Right? That was the first game of the regular season.
Number 1 would be the Thursday night game against the Colts, where it was tied heading into overtime and fans left.
Yeah.
That's got to be the worst moment in franchise history. That fans have had... They still could win the game, and they go, I've had enough. Enough of this.
It was Broncos country turned on Hackett real quick, but then I think we've had this discussion before. There's smart football fans in this city. There's great basketball fans and great hockey. There are some smart football fans in the city, and immediately they picked up on this dude don't know what he's doing.
Yes.
Hackett doesn't know what he's doing. Immediately they knew.
How long was it before they hired Rosberg in that season? Do you remember?
Midway through the season, because every week it was Hackett doing, and then afterwards he'd be like, well, we're going to change things up. We're going to have somebody just manage the clock for me at the end of the game so we can do it. Yeah,
like,
it was
we
quick.
need an adult.
And here's what's crazy is like
wait.
that dude was like, that guy
it starts with me.
Competent enough that everyone was like, wow, man, maybe this guy should be the coach of the Broncos. That's how bad Hackett was. Is that like that
Rosberg was like a viable option.
Right, just like he was like mildly competent, and everyone was just that little bit. They were like, oh, he's so much better than Nathaniel, man.
Well, if you remember, do you remember how that season started?
No,
how the first game of the season ended.
When they were counting down, with the countdown in the first game, Hackett's first regular season game?
The first game was Russell Wilson's return to Seattle.
Oh, yes.
So they scheduled that week 1.
Yes.
And we all thought, oh, Seattle's going to suck. Broncos are going to roll.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end of the game, the Broncos had a chance to kick the game-winning field goal. And with, remember 35 seconds left on the clock, and they didn't call a timeout, and they didn't go for it.
They lost that game.
They waited until McManus tried like a 65-yarder to win. And you're like, what just... That was the
They
famous
lost that
Peyton
game
Manning
17-16, right?
50 timeout thing on the Manning cast.
Yes.
That was the start. That was the first week. I mean, that's crazy. I don't think it's worse than that. Like, people are saying Paxton Lynch pales in comparison to me.
Right, because Paxton Lynch didn't bury the franchise. You know what I mean? Like, yes, that was probably the worst draft pick in
the history of the franchise.
When you hop back into the first round and take a guy who's never going to play. But
plenty of franchises have had bust first-round picks.
Yeah.
Not too many have said through 15 weeks, I can't take another second with this guy at head coach.
It's been 2 years, right? It was 2 years ago that Sean Payton had one too many lattes and then went off on Hackett to the USA Today. Remember that? Was that 2 years ago or was that last year?
Two lattes in the morning, 40 minutes later, I'm regretting it.
First season in training camp. He talked to Jarrett Bell, I think like before they even had a practice.
And then he threw Hackett directly under the bus. And everything he said was true. But all the other coaches around the league were like, "Yo, man, he's not cool because that could be me.
Right.
That could be you.
Right.
But that definitely could be me." And yeah, stop. Don't say that to the general public.
Well, I just remember I'm like, look, all of what you said might be true. Sean, you better not suck though.
Yeah.
Because if this team is as bad as what Hackett's was, then what does that say about you?
Right. Yes.
Because
his whole thing was
that
that guy's the worst coach in the history of football, basically.
His whole thing was this roster is too good for this team to be that bad. And I go, well, you better win some games in a hurry.
Yes.
And you gave the top 2 worst moments in the past however many years. For the third worst moment, rounding out the top 3, can we make it the Christmas Day debacle against the Rams when they got roasted by Patrick Starr?
Yeah, that's not what he wanted to cook.
And then they made Hackett walk from L.A. back to Denver. That's when you get roasted by the dumb comic relief character on SpongeBob. That's when you know you're in trouble.
Yeah, that was when Reisner was fighting Brett Rippon on the sideline, and
those are good times.
And Baker Mayfield had gotten the playbook, I don't know, a week before the game or something.
That's right. He was there for like 3 days.
That was good times,
and just lit you up for 50.
Does it disappoint you, Brett, that the only time you spent here in Denver, Colorado, as a sports radio host, the Broncos had been at their lowest point?
We're about to change that.
Because I'm talking decades before that. We just, as soon as the season started, we're like, Broncos are going to win in like, what, 9, 10, 11 games?
Thank God that the Nuggets and Avs were really good because that certainly helped. Once you got around like that late October, November, you're like, all right, at least we have a little bit of like relief. Anyway, fact checker coming your way next.
They're leaving. The Broncos fans are bailing.
They've had enough.
It's 9-9. They're like, the heck with it. I'm out.
Yep.
I'm out of here. That's crazy.
Sometimes you just got to beat the traffic.
Man, did you see that ESPN's trying to buy the NFL Network in the Red Zone? ESPN wants to buy Red Zone. To put it, I mean, does that mean Red Zone's going to be on
Plus, like the app?
Yeah, I don't know. I just know that the ESPN's like, yo, we're going to try to buy the NFL Network in Red Zone. But I don't know how to. And then does it stay the NFL Network brought to you by ESPN, or does does everybody come over to ESPN? I don't know, man.
Just leave things. I'm comfortable now. Leave things.
Don't mess with my Red Zone. Don't mess with my Red Zone.
This is my problem, is that I originally got DirecTV. I've had DirecTV forever. I originally got it, though, because I had the Sunday ticket.
Yeah.
And then that left.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, if I go over to YouTube TV, then I don't have altitude, which hopefully that can happen sometime with YouTube TV, but it is not right now. And I'm like, well, what do I do? So I've just kept DirecTV, and now I'm doing the old share the login with my brother thing, which is allowed. You're allowed 2 streams, so that's allowed.
Okay. What do you think that price tag is? Like when ESPN calls Red Zone and be like, yo, how much does it cost to get you guys?
Huge.
Right? Like, what are they going to drop on that, man? What is that price tag? And then once again, do they just be like, yo, SVP, you're now doing Red Zone every Sunday morning. Go ahead.
Dude, there are some people that just get Red Zone. They're like, this is how I watch the NFL.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't, here's the thing. If ESPN got it, it's got to be, you got to let it be Red Zone. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, you can't turn it into something else or whatever you don't mess with stuff that's working.
So,
but the report is by the New York Times and Awful Announcing is that they're close. The Athletics, Andrew Marchand is reporting that they are inside the 5-yard line on their negotiations to purchase the NFL Network and Red Zone.
Does that happen this upcoming year? I would assume. I don't know.
They go right into it. Oh wow! Wait. So they're also bidding on the 7 regular season NFL games that NFL Network carries over the season.
Sure, that
so
makes
the
sense.
ESPN wants those games. So man, they want everything.
Well,
they're like, we want your network, we want the Red Zone, we want the games that you do on the network. Yeah,
that would make sense for the NFL Network, just because I don't think they make money off that. I think that's just that's the NFL's property.
Mm-hmm.
So they have a whole bunch of games that they aren't selling.
So the
they can make more
NFL is
money.
going to sell their network to ESPN, but I thought they kind of wanted their network to kind of defend the brand, defend the shield.
That's
you know
what
what
I
I mean?
thought,
They just
yeah.
hire people who are not going to be like, Roger Goodell sucks, man. That guy's got to go, or you know whatever it is.
Yeah, I don't know. Now I've been the first to admit, and again, this is something I'm in the minority on. I'm not a Scott Hansen dude. Now, when it was Sunday Ticket, DirecTV,
Mm-hmm.
Siciliano was my guy for Red Zone. I liked him.
Yeah.
I just think Scott Hansen, there's something about his voice, and he almost gets too excited for things all the time that kind of drives me nuts.
Like, I hate you, Hansen.
Yeah. But it's just, I've done this before, but I always be like, and he's going to take it for a touchdown. And I'm like, all right, relax, okay? So that sort of stuff drives me, but people love Scott Hansen. Okay, fine.
$2 billion is what the price tag seems.
Yeah, that sounds right. I was going to say at least $1 billion.
NFL Media is going to sell their network in Red Zone and those games for at least $2 billion.
Well, they gave Amazon the Thursday night stuff, and is it 15 or 16 a year? Something like that, because it's not, I think that towards the end of the year, they don't play one in week 17.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, something like 15 or 16 a year. And that was billions of dollars, billions for that. So that makes sense. Now,
why would the NFL want to sell that instead of controlling it, right? Like, why would you? I mean, in 10 years' time, maybe you could sell it for $4 billion. Why they get rid of it now? Like, why is the NFL moving on from the network now?
I think because they lose money on it.
Yeah.
I think that's why.
Yeah, and they're like, all right, good luck, ESPN, making money off this.
Yeah.
Are you kidding? Like, people, I would pay in blood for Red Zone. You know what I mean? Like, I got to have my Red Zone, man.
I swear to God, it's my favorite day of the year. First of all, I love the fall, because the fall is the time of year where, like, all of my sports converge again. Like, football's back, basketball and hockey are about to start. It's the MLB playoffs. Like, all of it's kind of together. So that's one. Second of all, the weather's beautiful. I love fall weather. Third of all, my favorite day of the year, singular day, is that opening NFL Sunday, where I turn on that red zone and it's 11 o'clock and you got Nocto Box going on. You're like, oh, dude, this is it.
Yeah.
This is it.
Yeah, you watch Red Zone all day, and then at night you switch over for the Sunday night game, and you're just like, this is a good Sunday, baby.
Yep. You just haven't left your legs are like asleep because you haven't stood up for 8 hours. Yeah, that's what I love. Just quickly here, MLB trade deadline is coming up. So
yeah, good luck, Rocks.
It's 8 days from now. The Rockies need to do something.
Yes, because if you do nothing, just like you've done the last year when you lost over 100 games, and the year before that when you lost over 100 games, and this year when you're going to lose over 100 games, and you keep doing nothing, the fan base will eventually. I hate to say it, but I've turned on the Colorado Rockies, man. I've turned on
plenty.
It's taken 3 100-loss seasons, but finally I'm like, you know what? Why am I wasting my life with this damn franchise, man?
Yeah.
It's sucking the very joy out of my I'm done with them. I'm done. And so I watch less Major League Baseball because of the Rockies. Because when I watch baseball, it used to be just Rockies games. But no, man, I go watch. I want to go watch a 25-win team. It's the end of July, you sucker.
Yeah.
Nah, I ain't done for it. So trade everybody. Show me you care. You know what I mean? Show me you care whether or not this team wins or loses. Do something, anything. Trade Dinger, man. I don't care, man. Trade anybody, anytime, anywhere.
So,
except for Ethan Holiday.
Here's what
or Chase.
It says on this ESPN article. It goes through all the teams like needs at the deadline, and so it's like Phillies, relief pitching, and then an outfielder.
What's it say the Rockies need?
Mariners, third base, first base. Rockies, biggest need, talent.
They're basically just like everything, everywhere, always is what the Rockies need.
Now, I'm not one of these people that says like everybody is up for sale. Now, look, for a certain price, yes, everybody's up for sale.
Yes.
But I still think like if you have young guys that you believe in, you need to have something to build with. Okay, you just can't. If you have a good, like Tovar's my big example. He's 21 years old. He's on a team-friendly contract for 7 years.
What do you think his all-time record as a Colorado Rocky is?
Oh, probably awful. But my thing is, like, if you're trading Tovar, then your prospect is trying to find another Tovar. Like, you can start with a couple of different guys to build around. But to me, like, here's what...
Yeah, but where are you going to play Ethan when he comes up? Well, third, right?
Yeah,
you're going to play him on third, and you keep Tovar at shortstop.
Which means, like, the easiest thing you can do, trade DMac. Somebody's going to want a third baseman for a playoff run. He's got 2 years left on his deal. You trade him. He's a really good fielder. He hits bombs. Trade him.
Trade the entire outfield all up for you know what I mean? Trade them all.
I still like Doyle a little bit, but I mean, I get it. I know what you're saying.
The guys that you kind of like are the only guys you're going to get anything for.
Well, here's the ones I'm talking about. Jake Bird can go. Yeah. Like, Jake Bird is good. Yeah, people need relief pitching. Trade him. Every single starter outside of Dolander.
Yeah, I'm
up
down.
for sale.
Although,
like Marquez
is going to go on the IL, though, right when the trade deadline.
That's the problem.
He's got tendonitis or some nonsense right when the trade deadline's coming up.
Bicep tendons inflammation is what he's got.
Inflammation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course. All of them.
Freeland, gone.
Up for sale.
Gomber, gone.
Even some of those guys like, your big throwers in the bullpen, your Halversons, like, go ahead and let him go.
Yeah,
we need a full season of KB.
I wish you could trade KB.
No.
That's amazing. Like, he's just not even a thing anymore.
You need to get Ben Tenzer and John Wallace in there if you're going to make that trade. You know what I mean? You're going to have to trade. What you're going to have to do is trade KB to the Brooklyn Nets.
The easiest thing they can do is just trade DMac. DMac, get him out of here for his own sake and for your
right. Just
building for the future.
Yeah, hopefully a couple of years, Ethan's at that spot.
Yes. Anyway, we can continue this tomorrow. Nelly, quick fact checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Yesterday, you mentioned that the Kansas City Royals had called up 45-year-old pitching legend Rich Hill from Brett's beloved Omaha Storm Chasers. So yesterday, he made his debut in a Royals uniform.
Drank many beers at those Storm Chaser games.
Attaboy. And
talking about this pitcher.
Hey, Rich Hill may have, I don't know. But the Royals did not do so hot. They lost 6-0 to the Cubs. Rich Hill, in his Royals debut, he lasted 5 innings, gave up 6 hits, 1 earned run,
It's a quality start.
2 walks, 1 strikeout, ERA of just south of 2. So not too bad for Richie Rich there.
Still, if I'm a Major League Baseball player and they're like, who's pitching today? They called up a 45-year-old from the minors. You're like, I'm raking.
Wait,
I'm raking today.
We're going beer league today? Is that what we're talking about? All right. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful Wednesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
He's back, the coach, the long-awaited return of Mike Sanford, the morning sprint, altitude
Easy there.
92.5.
Long-awaited? I have been absent for 2 days of radio, and I was in the state of Colorado. In fact, I was in the region of the greater Denver metro.
What were you up to?
I was at University of Northern Colorado's team football camp. I brought 140 total people up there to Greeley. We stayed in Harrison South Hall. Brought my 2 boys to be just there, just hanging out at camp. 10 and 8-year-old football camp.
Soaking in the environment, the energy.
And you know what was awesome about Harrison Hall South? I feel like I was back in the 1990s. No air conditioning. Do you remember the last 2 days, Raj? You've been back for how many? 3? 2?
I've been back since Sunday, yeah.
Was it pretty warm?
It's been warm.
Yeah, no air conditioning. You ever slept in 93 degrees?
Sure have. Not great.
It was awesome, man. So last night I got home from Greeley. Great team camp. Awesome. Arvada West was there. Vista Peak was there. It was a bunch of fun teams to compete against. Had a lot of fun. UNC put on a great event. But got home last night. For the first time in my life, I asked my wife, I'm like, hey, the air conditioning's a little cold right now when I'm going to bed. I'm used to 93 degrees. I like sleeping in
you're
hot,
battle-hardened
steamy.
now.
Oh, yeah. I was just 2 nights, man, and I'm ready to roll.
Ready for camp is what you are.
I
It's
was.
going to be a hot, steamy one starting on Friday. We will be out there with all of you guys.
What was really actually neat, I thought about this, Raj, about going to this camp at UNC. I was blown away by their field space availability. I was like looking around, like, they have 7 full 100-yard fields, 3 of which are grass, 4 of which are turf. I'm looking around, I'm like, this is an incredible setup. How is this possible at a place that a lot of times doesn't have the resources of even other Big Sky teams? Mm-hmm. It dawned on me. Broncos training camp. This thing was built and constructed to fit Broncos training camp, 25 years ago? 20 years ago, roughly? And it just got me fired up for actual Broncos training camp that's coming up.
It'll look a little different this year, obviously, with the stands instead of having people on the hill. But as we've talked about, being up in those bleachers, the ones that are going to be actually behind the radio tents looking through the field goal uprights at the fields running like north and south. You'll be on the south side of the practice facility. You'll actually be able to get a larger and a higher view of what's happening on the field this year in a camp in which you're not looking for big things. You're looking for precision this year, right? We talked about this camp for a couple of weeks now moving up to it, which is it's the most boring, for lack of a better term. It's the least exciting, the fewest question marks that we've seen rather in the last decade going into a camp. But you're looking for precision. You're looking to fine-tune a vehicle that got you to the postseason last year in the first year of a rookie deal for a quarterback. You're not looking for massive strides. You're looking to make sure that it looks like it's clicking and it looks like it did halfway through the season last year, so you can get rid of the hiccups that started against Pittsburgh, against Seattle.
This morning when I woke up, I got a little bit more sleep than normal, which was good because I didn't sleep well in 93. Man, when I opened up the X, just seeing all the videos of all the training camps and knowing that all 32 teams are officially in training camp, all veterans have now reported. How good did that feel to know that football season is so back?
You don't have to worry either about a lot of those videos, right? And a lot of the
drama,
the headlines. There's no drama there. You don't have the Trey Hendrickson holdout. You don't have Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons going back and forth with one another, talking about the ongoing contract negotiations. And the latest from Parsons is, if this is the end of the line, so be it.
It is what it is. If this is how it finishes, then this is how it finishes.
The closest you are to this right now is Nick Bonito, and it doesn't feel like it's in the same galaxy as the Hendrickson and Parsons things. And I haven't even mentioned Terry McLaurin.
Oh, man. Scary Terry not there. We're in that season right now, and the Broncos are not, which is a great thing to have. Even Cortland Sutton. Cortland Sutton was one that you wonder, is there going to be some type of pseudo holdout? Nope. Walked right by the media tent yesterday. He's accounted for. He's ready to go. The Denver Broncos are handling things as a whole in a first-class way. They got to pay Nick Bonito. This is the bottom line. They have to pay Nick Bonito at some point in time. You and I have held to the fact that he can play himself into an Uber deal.
Yeah, you can play yourself into 30+ million average.
And if that happens,
but he's got to get. You have to be top 5 in sacks this year, if not greater than that, which means Benito's in the 15 range.
If he does that, though, would you not feel really good about paying him?
Well, you'd feel good, but you'd also feel like an idiot, right? That's the dance that's happening right now. You're not doing the Mike Brown dance of like, oh, we're really worried about whether or not you can stay out of trouble off the field, right? That's not the dance you're doing right now as ownership or as Payton in the GM office. The dance you're doing, the hokey pokey of the toe in, toe out that you're doing right now is, do we think that he can duplicate this? And if the answer is yes, he should have been signed 2 months ago. If the answer is no, then you kind of go by a year-by-year basis. You do the Jerry Jones, Micah Parsons thing.
What's the right outcome for the Broncos as a franchise? What should they do? Should they sign him now to a slightly less than a mega deal? Or do they make him earn it? And if he does indeed repeat as a top 5 sacker in the National Football League, and you pay him north of 30, you say, we're probably winning playoff games in this year coming up. Which one's best? What's the right decision?
The right decision is to get him in the fold. To have him here long-term, sign him to, I would make it a 4-year deal so that there's a little bit of protection on the back end. And what is that protection? That protection is it coincides with the end of Bo Nix's rookie contract. So if you are successful, and that's fine, maybe you overpay Nick Bonito this year. Maybe you overpay for, let's call it 3 out of those 4 years. By just a small margin, you're making a little bit of an overpay if he stays at his, if he stays at 12-ish sacks every single year. It's a small overpay if you get him up into that 25 to 30 million, wherever it's going to end up. It could be construed as an overpay. It would coincide with the end of Bo Nix's rookie contract. And if you are forced to re-sign Bo to what at that point would be north of $60 million for an average basis for a quarterback, you then get to look at Nick and go, thank you for your service. We have then been successful. If you're not successful there, right? If you're not successful over those 4 years, Bo Nix is gone anyways. But you're expecting him to be successful. You sign him to that 4-year deal and you go, thanks for your time.
Just like Trey Hendrickson, when it's a player that you put your neck out on the line for, and I believe Trey Hendrickson was drafted elsewhere, was he not?
Trey Hendrickson was drafted by New Orleans.
He was a Saint, correct? But it was at Cincy where he became who he is today in terms of the reputation, the belief that was placed in him. The Denver Broncos put that trust in Nick Bonito as a second-round draft pick, just 3 years ago? I think it was 3 full years ago. So is he going into season 4 here, Raj, or season 5?
Bonito's going into season 4. That's the reason why the contract is up. Yeah, he's had three years in the league. 2022 is his rookie year.
It's a good thing for your franchise when one of your homegrown players, I know that's a little bit of a weird statement to say about Trey Hendrickson, but for all intents and purposes, he is homegrown by the Bengals. Wasn't a highly effective player as a Saint like he is now as a Cincinnati Bengals.
He played his whole rookie deal with New Orleans.
But in terms of his value.
No, he wasn't the same guy. He had his breakout year in his contract season in 2020 when he had 13.5 sacks. And then
sounds pretty familiar.
It is really familiar.
It sounds pretty similar.
Although Bonito's pedigree, especially his draft pedigree, far higher than that of Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, Trey was 5th.
Trey was late. I think he was. Oh, never mind. I thought Hendrickson was a 5th or a 6th. Never mind. He was a 3rd-round draft pick. All right. It's marginal, but he does have a higher pedigree.
Let's call it what it is. There is a pretty significant difference between a 2nd-rounder and a 3rd-rounder. That's where I think the biggest drop-off happens.
Do you?
I do. I think that once you get into the 3rd round, the level of investment from team into player just doesn't feel, because man, you only get, it's your first 2 cracks at edifying your roster or building your roster. And that is a top 70 player in the draft, right? Like a top 70 player in that draft pool is a lot different than a top 100 player, in my opinion. Just you see a drop off.
Yeah, you expect to get a second contract out of every first-round draft pick that you make. You should get a second contract on every second rounder that you take for 7 out of every 10? You should feel like, all right, that we get contract number 2 out of this guy. Third rounders, it's if you get a starter out of that player, you're happy.
It's a bit of a flip of the coin.
Okay.
Right?
I can be convinced. Yeah, the pedigree is different. But to answer your question, in short, the Broncos do need to get it done. It's smarter to bet on the come. It's smarter to bet on the guy when he's younger, when he hasn't done it in multiple seasons, that you don't get into the issues that the Dallas Cowboys and the Cincinnati Bengals, and before they signed Myles Garrett, the headache that Myles Garrett in Cleveland had to go through. Like Pittsburgh and TJ Watt. Think of the best combination of franchise and player. What should be a relationship that has no strain on it, right? You would really think TJ Watt and Pittsburgh Steelers. That is a marriage that is unshakable. Is it? Is it? Don't let yourself fall into that. Sign the guy early. At the very worst, actually, let's play this game. At the very worst, what is Nick Bonito in 2027? Right? Because that's what we're talking about right now. We're not talking about what he's going to be this season. We're talking about what he's going to be in year 3 or year 4 of a contract. What's the floor for Nick? At this point in his career, what's your floor? Is it 6 sacks in a season?
No.
Is it 8?
Are you saying that
he's fully healthy?
Assuming he's fully healthy.
He's a full season out of Nick Bonito.
What season did you say?
3 years down the road. It's called 27-28.
The 28 season.
At that point, he would be, 29 years old? 28, 29?
Complete healthy, health from now until then.
Sure.
I think his floor is 12 sacks.
Okay.
I do.
Then the answer is pay the man.
And that's what I've been saying all along. I saw it coming at the end of the 23 season. I started to see it coming to fruition throughout that year. Like, I now see the vision of why this extremely athletic, albeit slightly undersized. I know it's like a weird thing to say.
He just feels
he's
thinner.
athletic.
That's it. He
He's
just
athletic.
feels thinner.
He's twitchy. He's twitchy, not Jonathan Cooper and him walk into a bar and you're like, which one do you not want to fight? I would say I don't want to fight Jonathan Cooper.
Both of the guys.
Yeah, I'd probably.
The 6'3", 240-pound guy I would not like to fight, and he's the smaller of the two.
So,
but I see where you're getting.
But Bonito's.
You're forced to choose. I'll take that guy. Yeah,
maybe,
sure.
I guess.
I have a chance.
Yeah. Actually,
the issue with those two guys is
can I get Michael Bandy? Can I pick a fight with him? That'd be fun.
The issue with those two guys and me, you and I have done this. As long as I feel as though I can outrun you, I'll run my mouth.
That's so you think.
If I am 2 arm lengths away from you, you're not catching me. It's just simply not going to happen.
How terrifying is that with Nick Bonito? That there's a 0% chance you outrun him. 0%
chance.
Do you think you have a shot against Jonathan Cooper?
No, absolutely not.
You had a shot against Zach Allen?
No.
To outrun him?
Those guys are so fast. You and I have done this before.
But when you zig, you could zig, they might zag with a guy like Allen.
Well, that's a guess. We're guessing. I'm not going to fool him, right?
Jones, do you think you can outrun him right now?
Yeah. Okay. But you need a little bit of rope, right? Like, because those guys are so fast in like a bull ring, in a closet, those guys are fast.
Phone booth, baby.
So I need a rope, right? If I've got some space, I believe I have the endurance to stay away from them. So I'll run my mouth as long as I have 50 yards in between me.
So with that logic,
then I can just hang on to the jog.
With that logic, is there an offensive lineman that you would feel starting offensive lineman for the Denver Broncos? You would feel very comfortable in a bar.
In a bar?
Let's call it a rooftop with a very clean escape plan by way of a staircase. A very open, wide staircase.
All right.
Is there an offensive lineman for the Denver Broncos that you would yap your yapper and feel okay about getting your escape plan?
I feel like I could get away from, like, Quinn's, that belly can't be easy to move.
So you're talking that head to Quinn Miners. You're talking that mess.
Again, it depends how long my rope is.
Ben Powers, you're talking. You're
yeah,
talking
a little bit.
McGlinchey?
He's the older one. He's the elder statesman of the group.
McGlinchey would scare me if I would, because his arm length,
right,
his wingspan, scare the absolute hell out of me. I'll tell you what, though, Garrett Bowles, would you run your yapper?
That knee has some miles on it, man.
So you're feeling pretty good right now. You're feeling pretty squirrely about talking some mess to that offensive line group.
I am, but I have to have some space in between me.
You need at least 12 feet.
At least. And then I have to be running my fastest 3 to 5 miles, and then I feel completely fine. Until I slow down and they inevitably don't, and then my life ends. How did we get here? We're talking about Nick Bonito. Oh, we were choosing
Jonathan Cooper.
We were choosing
choose your fighter.
Fight.
Choose the guy that you want to get destroyed by. Nick Bonito or Jonathan Cooper. Actually,
the answer is whatever makes the fight quicker.
Actually, while you're at it, jump into the Shop Mazda text line at 303-504-0925 and choose who you want to get your ever-living tail kicked by, Jonathan Cooper or Nick Bonito.
Happy to be back together. The coach, Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, Emmy. You guys are listening to the Morning Sprint here on Altitude 92.5.
All right.
Received. Someone hit me going 60 miles an hour.
Dr. Ramos came highly recommended. When I showed him the x-rays, he immediately knew exactly what was wrong.
We've had a tremendous experience with Ramos Law. Really, I could not be happier. Having the car accident was an accident. Finding Ramos Law was no accident.
Injured in a car accident? Ramos Law can help. RamosLaw.com.
I'm Vic Lombardi, and I like to sweat. No, seriously, sweating's not bad for you. Whether you're on the court, playing golf in the heat, hot day. But sweating in the house in the middle of the summer? Nah, man. Broken AC, you don't want that. AAA Service has a $49 AC tune-up special right now. $49. Keep things cool this summer. Don't wait. Schedule today at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
Well, look at there. It's road trip, camping, climbing, fishing, kids sport hauling. Get outside and have some fun time again, Colorado. Before you head out on the highway, head to Johnson Auto Plaza for a quick service tune-up or to explore their selection of over 500 new vehicles, including GMC, Chevy, Buick, Ram, and Jeep. It's like 3 dealerships all in one place. So many beautiful new trucks and SUVs. You get big store selection, but you don't lose the friendly small-town customer service that makes Johnson Auto Plaza, Johnson Auto Plaza. If you need, we'll have you in and out quicker than you can burn your first marshmallow. That is the power of the Plaza. Shop online at johnsonautoplaza.com or pay us a visit. Experience the power of the Plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza, just north of E470 on Highway 85, johnsonautoplaza.com, and in Laramie.
Hey, everyone always asks, why'd you choose Advanced Hair to address your hair loss? Well, let me share. Along with some details, and get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. First off, Advanced Hair stands by the results, and their before and afters are second to none. Advanced Hair guarantees your own natural hair will grow for life. Guys, secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge quality experience that's hard to find anywhere else. And finally, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. After just one treatment, my hair started growing back where I was balding for years. If you have a flexible summer schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, it's here. Advanced Hair's summer savings event will get you the most hair for your dollar. For details and free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results, your new hair guaranteed to grow. 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Raj, you are the certified hockey master on the Morning Sprint.
The Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj. Back in 60.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Beginning Friday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is live at training camp. Brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. Now, back to the morning sprint with Coach and Raj.
You know the term in one? Like, I'm in one today.
Give it to me.
Typically, it'll be used when you're battling one too many beers.
Yes.
Oh, I'm in one. Where you're trying to stay above the line. And
please explain.
This morning, I am in one. We have some people coming over to do some work on our yard, and this is where Tito uses the bathroom. And I've been gone for a week, so I had to do my husbandly duties of going out and picking up.
Oh, you do that?
Oh yeah.
I live up in Weld County, and it kind of just goes the overall kind of aura.
Just adds into the Greeley smell that comes down.
And for whatever reason, we have fantastic grass as a result of all the turd burglars from little girl Paisley.
I was going to say you also have boys where you can just go get on out there.
Yeah, and they get on out there and they play, and then they step in it.
Ew.
Yeah.
Tough go. So yeah, doing my husbandly duties this morning and picking up Tito's droppings. And I'm halfway through it. And what do I realize? My next grab, the bag breaks.
Oh, no.
And I just grab a huge, squishy, rain-infused, because it poured at my house last night, piece of dog doo-doo.
When do you think it was actually purged from Tito's body?
It could have been anywhere between now and a month ago. Ooh. So I'm doing that. That's how I start my morning off at, 7:05. That sucks. Go inside, wash the hands. All right, that's fine. This is as bad as the day can get. I come to the office. I sit down. I'm getting ready for the show. Super excited to see Coach and Jesse this morning. And me being a smart adult, I'm trying to hydrate this morning. It's not just coffee, not just espresso and a breakfast sandwich. We have to have water. I go and I fill my water bottle. I bring it into my office. I set it down.
Oh, man.
And instead of taking off my backpack off my right shoulder like I normally do, I take it off my left shoulder. And I launch 30 ounces of water directly onto my brand new company-issued laptop's keyboard. And now it won't turn on. Coach, I'm in one.
You're in a pickle?
Not fun.
Are you in trouble?
Not great.
Does it make it any better if you say it on air for the company-issued laptop?
I don't know. I have...
Like, do you get a little bit more... is there more grace that's going to be extended to you, Raj?
Well, isn't that the thing that you've always learned, is that when you do something wrong, you own up to it? You apologize. Hey, I'm hand to God, like I did this. I'm not trying to get away with it, right? If we're taught those things at 7 years old, it should pay off when I'm 32.
You should have gone with the whole, come on, hey, Kevin, you've been around Sanford before. That dude can't sit still. We're in there getting ready to do our show.
He's telling a story.
Puts
his water bottles everywhere.
He's going leg up like an old man and at the rec center in the shower area. Leg up right there. He's drying off. Knocks the dang water bottle right onto my laptop. Can you believe this Sanford guy? And you know what? Would anybody argue with you?
No, they wouldn't. And
like, gosh,
the issue is, I would have gotten caught in my lie. Because with the new studios here, and they are sensational. Like, we have the best radio studios that I've ever set foot in. It's gorgeous. All of the offices that we have here, including our studio right now, we're in a fishbowl. So Everyone can see us talking. I can see down the hall at our program director into his office.
Are we
Hello,
filmed?
Kevin.
Are you filmed in your office?
I have no idea. Hopefully not.
Are we filmed in here outside of Twitch and YouTube?
Don't know. Keep the clothes on. Across from my office are the studios of our sister station, Mix 100.3. And what do I hear next coming over the loudspeakers? Jeremy, Josh, and Katie talking about how their idiot coworker just fried his MacBook.
So he would have been caught alive.
Yep.
All right.
Moral of the story, kids, tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
Moral of the story,
be a good
kids,
boy.
Get a water bottle that has a working cap.
That helps too. How about this, man? I'm so discombobulated. I've been just fighting hydration the last couple days in 99-degree heat in Greeley, Colorado, that I just flat out forgot my water bottle today. I guess. So I'm just going to go. I'm going to have 52 cups of coffee today, Raj. I brought my coffee mug. You think that's healthy? Is that a good life decision?
No, it ain't, Coach.
Yeah.
No, it ain't. Did you hear what Nick Wright had to say about the Broncos being as high as number 6 on ESPN's best rosters going into this year? Now, this isn't the power rankings. We're going to get those preseason power rankings any day now. I know The Athletic came out with their pre-training camp power rankings yesterday. They have the Broncos slotted at number 14, far behind that 6th-ranked roster that ESPN had. Nick Wright had this to say about yet another team from Denver that he just simply doesn't like.
Which ranking do you disagree with the most?
The Broncos at 6 is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. Flatly. So I just want to remind America about the Broncos last year. Okay? They had an awesome defense. There's no denying it. They had an awesome defense.
That probably got better in the offseason.
Yeah, I think the defense should be great. They don't have a single guaranteed difference maker at wide receiver, tight end, or running back. I like the kid they drafted in the 2nd round, but again, he's rookie, 2nd round running back. J.K. Dobbins is a huge risk every year and had a nice season when he played last year. But all that said, they were like, you don't want to see the Broncos, and they get curb stomped 31-7 in the playoffs.
Yeah, they got curb stomped. They got absolutely murdered by Buffalo in that matchup, but we knew then that the Broncos had maybe overperformed just a touch last year. But when you take a look back at last year's win, sure, are they against teams that weren't going to make the playoffs that they were better than? Yes. They handled those teams just fine.
Did you recently see the stats that are out right now about how much each team is paying for their wide receiver room? So total contract numbers for wide receiver rooms in the National Football League. Where do you think, just based off even what Nick Wright, first of all, that guy's lame. Are you a big Nick Wright guy?
No.
You kind of are. Is he a Syracuse guy?
He's a Syracuse guy.
Oh my, I knew it. So you said no in a way that's like, I'm being pressured by Coach to kind of go along with the narrative here because Nick Wright is Johnny Chiefs fan and also kind of throws shade at the Nuggets from time to time too, out of nowhere, which makes no sense to me.
The reason why I don't say the emphatic no is because I believe that he's come around on Nikola Jokic, and I appreciate that, and I believe that flowers should be given where they are due. But those flowers were 3 years too long to come. So the answer is no, but it's no.
So you would think, okay, if you were just to go wide receiver contracts by team, total wide receiver contracts, who would you think where do you think the Denver Broncos would be with regards to what their wide receivers are?
Middle of the road?
They were a top 12 wide receiver salary room.
So what do they cost? Are they $25 million?
It ended up being 34 million.
All right.
There were some teams that were the Los Angeles Chargers wide receiver room.
Well, no Mike Williams.
32nd out of 32nd in the National Football League.
Rookie contracts there. No Williams. You move on from Keenan Allen. I get that. So if the Broncos are at 34, where's Cincinnati? They got to be north of 50 then.
They were number 1. They were, because it's average annual value. They were the number 1 highest number of receiver value, and for them it's really 2 players, correct? The Denver Broncos, if you look at their wide receiver room, they're missing Justin Jefferson, they're missing Jamar Chase, they're missing T. Higgins, they're missing the elite player. But what they do have, they have a fairly well-rounded, fairly deep room comprised of players, not necessarily that were drafted in the first round, because I don't think there's not one of them. the Denver Broncos room. It is a true first-round draft pick. But they got a lot of second and third and even kind of fourth-round type guys that there is value on. And Courtland Sutton is the shiny object in the room and a really good productive receiver. And then you've invested draft picks in the last couple of years on wide receivers in the mid rounds. And so they've hit, frankly. Marvin Mims, I'd say he's getting to the point of being a receiver that you hit on in the top half of the draft. So the Denver Broncos aren't nearly as maligned at the receiver room as a Nick Wright, who is, I think, very lazy in some of his hot take.
They're not
artistry.
maligned, but he is not wrong in that they don't have a true difference maker right now at any of the skill positions. Your hope is that J.K. Dobbins can stay healthy and then he becomes a difference maker adjacent, right? He had a good season last year with the Chargers. If he can stay healthy, he can be a difference maker. If Evan Ingram can stay healthy, he can be a difference maker. Those are big ifs for the offense. So I don't think the detractors for the Broncos skill positions, especially the wide receiver room, are all that far off when you go, who's the guy that scares the crap out of you? Who's the guy that you game plan for? How's this? Who's the guy that Spagnuolo sends his entire defense after in the Super Bowl? Did you hear that Saquon Barkley clip that he talked about? Saquon's like, listen, I knew 3 snaps into the Super Bowl wasn't my day. I knew 3 snaps into the Super Bowl that Spags and the Kansas City Chiefs were going to take me out at all costs. There isn't a player right now on the Broncos offense that makes Steve Spagnuolo do that. So I understand the argument. For that argument to expand to, well, they have nothing, I think is crazy, because I do think they have depth at wide receiver. I think they have crazy depth at wide out. They just don't have Jamar Chase. They don't have Terry McLaurin. They don't have Amon-Ra St. Brown. Also, those guys don't grow on trees. The running back room doesn't have Saquon Barkley. I really like the possibilities of RJ Harvey. I love the ability of J.K. Dobbins if he stays healthy. And if those two ifs happen to have a green check mark in the box next to them, then they get scary. But the answer is true. They don't have someone that you must game plan for on the offensive side. They don't.
They have Sean Payton.
Okay. I'll give you that. Sure.
And Sean Payton's he's a game planner, a play caller that's extremely experienced. There's all the hot, sexy young coordinators, the Ben Johnsons of the world. Heck, even Kyle Shanahan, McDaniels, even McVay. And I would say outside of McVay, who's called plays in that big of moments successfully in the National Football League outside of Sean Payton and Andy Reid?
No, Shanahan's gotten there, hasn't he?
Gotten there. He hadn't gotten over the hump. And there's a lot of people that think that he is
Tomlin.
He is part of the reason.
Would you throw Mike Tomlin in there?
He's a defense coordinator. I'm talking about offensive minds, in
like
terms
play
of
callers.
Play callers that employ their game plans. I mean, Andy Reid is a true play caller. He's been a play caller the entire time. Eric Bieniemy was not even remotely the play caller.
Will you throw Jim Harbaugh in there?
Not the play caller.
He's gotten there.
Not the play caller.
But he won't call him a play caller.
Not the play caller. I kind of know that.
I know. Will you put?
No, he would tell you he's a play caller.
Okay.
I know how it works. He's not the play caller.
What about his brother?
Special teams.
Special teams.
CEO.
But, okay.
CEO.
Yeah, there's not many other guys there.
There's some young
Pete Carroll?
Defensive guy.
All right.
And you have
Nick Sirianni?
He's how about this? He's never called a play in the NFL in his life. So when he was the quote unquote offensive coordinator for the Chargers before he got hired at the Eagles, the head coach at the time, I'm trying to blank on the guy's name. Head coach of the Chargers before even the defensive guy that just got fired.
Staley?
Before Staley. So Staley was the defensive guy that was the head coach. Before Staley.
You're trying to go...
There's a guy. I know a guy that knows a guy. He was a good offensive mind.
Keep going. I'll find his name.
It's a Mick.
A Nick?
His last name is like an MC. A Mick.
I don't know.
All right, good. But Sirianni's never been the play caller, even in Philadelphia. Who was the play caller when they went to the Super Bowl the first time? Shane Steichen, now the head football coach of the Indianapolis Colts. Who was the play caller last year?
Mike McCoy is who you're looking
there
for.
We go.
Mike
Good.
McCoy is who you're looking for.
Yeah, that was a good get. Yeah, so Mike McCoy was the play caller. Nick Sirianni he was by name only the offensive coordinator, and he gets he's never called the play. Like, I mean, he's probably suggested a play like, hey, let's run QB. Hey, we should run tush push here. It's 4th and 1. Cool. Good idea there. Nick, it's a heck of a play call. I think that you have an advantage of not just a good play caller in Sean Payton, an experienced play caller that's been in there in the biggest of moments. And when Sean Payton has a multitude of skill sets at his discretion as a play caller, I think that might even be more dangerous than having the one guy. Think about his teams in New Orleans. Was there ever a time in New Orleans that he had the one guy? I'm saying the one guy.
I can name multiple the one guys.
But that's my point.
Hold on. They had Jimmy Graham at the height of his powers.
But like he was
They
flanked
had
by
Michael Thomas at the height of his powers.
They were flanked by they were known for the 3 or 4 highly productive offensive skill players at the same time, with 1 or 2 maybe standing out slightly more than the others. Whereas, like, there's no doubting that Justin Jefferson is where the ball is going to with the Minnesota Vikings with the game on the line. There is no doubting that Devontae Adams is going to get the football with the game on the line wherever he's been in the last decade. I think it's even more dangerous when you got a guy like Sean Payton and a defense is trying to figure out who is he going to target with the game on the line. He's going to not target anybody. He is going to design concepts and call concepts where he has trained the quarterback to read the structures of the defense and get through his progressions and get the ball to 1 of 5 eligible players. That is dangerous because you can't take the one thing away.
You can't, but I think there's one thing you're missing here. You can't take the one thing away. What's the one thing that Payton or that Sean Payton had in New Orleans that he doesn't necessarily have yet here in Denver?
Spicy Cajun food.
Spicy Cajun food.
Yeah, New Orleans, right?
Oh, I'll give you that. All right, that's fine.
Keep going.
I was going to say,
please fill me in.
Hall of Famer Drew Brees.
We'll find out.
It's the morning sprint. Join us 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. Back in a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, Denver, meet one of your new stars, Cameron Johnson.
There's a lot for me to learn about the city and a lot for me to learn about the fans of the Nuggets. And, you know, so far the reception has been incredible. I want to win. At the end of the day, I want to win. I want to win a championship. And obviously we have the pieces to do it here. And that's what I'm most excited about.
This is Feeling Good, Nuggets Nation, and we're about to bring it all to you.
Team first mentality is such a great opportunity for me.
On the home of your Denver Nuggets, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, Scott Ace here. If you're hitting the course this summer, do it with some swag. Pins and Aces is Colorado's own golf brand, and their gear is next level. Award-winning bags, bold polos, and tour-ready accessories that turn heads from tee box to clubhouse. Even better, you'll look just as sharp off the course. Shop now at pinsandaces.com. Use code SCOTT, that's S-C-O-T-T, and get 20% off. Built for golf, made for life. Don't just play, show up in style.
Breaking news coming. Area Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Colorado. T&Cs apply.
Done right, did right by me. We've heard those words before. Hi, Dan Cicchini. For kitchens done right, our forte is custom kitchens. But also, ever since we started back in '85, kitchen cabinet refacing and custom countertops. With our unique refacing process, you'll get a brand new looking kitchen without the mess, hassle, time, and expense of total kitchen replacement. How's it done, Todd?
Folks, we'll install custom hand-rubbed cabinet doors and drawer fronts and resurface your existing cabinet boxes with a 1/4-inch thick overlay to match, not veneer. We offer additional cabinets, cabinet changes, sliding shelves, and new drawers. Countertops in quartz, granite, solid surface, or the stunning new laminate. Dad, the folks should call now. Why?
Well, Todd, great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, finished basements, and windows and doors. Done right. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. DRHI.com, 303-722-2295, or 800-362-8370.
Sports talk for sports fans.
We talk football.
Hey, it's DMac. Get freedom from high car payments during Mike Maroney Ford Longmont's More Independence, More Value event. We've got incredible savings on over 110 F-150s plus a huge selection of SUVs. Check them out at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. New F-150s, Broncos, Bronco Sports, and Escapes. All priced below market value to conquer Colorado roads and trails. Plus, because Maroney means more, every vehicle comes with free delivery anywhere in Colorado, from Fort Collins to Pueblo, Julesburg to Durango. We'll bring you your new Ford right to your door. Lower payments and top dollar for trades means more money in your pocket. And they'll even buy your vehicle if you don't purchase for them. But hurry, these vehicles are moving fast during this limited time event. Search and save now at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. Your best Ford deals are waiting online. Built Ford tough. When you're ready to experience true independence and value, visit 3rd and Alpine or online, MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. Tell them DMac sent you.
At King Soopers, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with lower prices on over 1,000 items. Hand it to King Soopers shoppers. You never compromise. King Soopers. Fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 12 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or 7-Up. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. King Soopers. Fresh for everyone.
Yo. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Watch the show on Twitch at twitch.tv/AltitudeSR. Brought to you by Safeway.
Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They are injury lawyers. Go to WilhiteWings.com. That is WilhiteWings.com. And if you're out at training camp on Friday or on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday or Friday or the next week and the week after that, you could just bring your AirPods, pop one of those suckers in, open up the mobile app, and listen to us talking about what you're watching like 30 feet away from you. I think that would be a perfect way to supplement your viewing experience while at Broncos training camp, because you'll have Mike and I in your ears, and then you can see what's happening. You can see a catch be made, or you can see a play made, or an install going into effect that coach will inevitably break down for us, and then you too can be smarter like me.
I'm so dang excited.
I am not smart now. But when you talk about football, I become smarter.
Are we in the same exact spot that we were last year?
Yes.
Because all the construction that's happening at Dove Valley, Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Did I nail it?
I think you did.
Close-ish.
It's not our sponsor, so
yeah, but I care. I care. They paid money somewhere, right? I loved that location that we were at because you got a great end zone view. Like if you were watching film, it was like an end zone view where you could see all of the various types of schemes that are being run. There's no crossover practice though this year, is there? Home crossover practice. The Broncos, because I thought they were at the 49ers, is their crossover practice. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, and the Cardinals.
Arizona, there you go.
So both of them, those are the two crossovers? And so we don't get, last year we got the Green Bay Packers coming
I think they go on the road. Joint practice with the Cardinals on August 14.
Here?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Here.
Oh,
there you go. All right, so you get one.
Oh, man.
Out in San Francisco.
Cardinals, baby.
Heck yeah.
Oh, so this year they're doing 2 joint practices.
They go to the road. Is that true, Jesse? Heck yeah. I like that.
Because last year it was just 1 joint practice for the Broncos. They did not do a joint practice on the road. It was just a joint practice.
If memory serves, yes. You're asking me like I know off the top of my head, and I'm telling you right now.
The joint practice thing is one of the more fascinating things because college football is one of the only sports where you do not see an opponent the entire offseason. You're not allowed to. Remember when Coach Prime was talking about trying to get spring games to be scheduled between actual college teams?
Also, what's up with Coach Prime being in Tampa Bay with the Bucs right now and not back in Boulder?
Has he been back? I don't know.
No.
I haven't seen any imagery of it.
No, Prime has been at his ranch, recovering from whatever ailments that he has right now. And I just saw a video that he's out like chilling with Todd Bowles at camp with Tampa Bay.
Is that awkward at all? I'm just saying from the perspective of you're an NFL head coach. Granted, it's Coach Prime. The best corner, in my opinion, most exciting defensive football player, arguably in the history of the National Football League. The brand is bigger than it's ever been before because of what he's done successfully at CU in terms of putting it on the map and resuscitating a program that was dead.
I don't think it's weird, no.
Dude, he is the father of a undrafted free agent rookie that hasn't made the roster. And he's just yucking it up with the head man at practice. Like, what about the 7th round draft pick defensive back? 6th round draft. Like,
there's some nepotism there, sure.
Is that not a little bit awkward?
It would be awkward for the players. I don't think it's awkward for Bowles. And I don't think it's awkward for Deion Sanders simply because of who he is. Much like it's not awkward for LeBron to, have Bronny be a Laker when he's at best a G League player in the NBA. Right? It's not awkward for LeBron.
Are you
it's
sure about that?
Us.
Are you sure it's not awkward?
I don't think it's awkward for LeBron at all.
The whole thing feels a little awkward in Los Angeles.
No, it feels for you. It feels for the other players. Sure. Not for LeBron at all.
That's what I'm talking about, the overall situation for everybody involved inside the building. I'm not even talking. I care less about us. We're just sitting here talking and evaluating it.
How's this? I'll put it this way. Between the 2 kids that he could be attending training camp for, it is less awkward for Shiloh than it would be for Shedeur. If he was in Cleveland, being all buddy-buddy, is it Stefanski still there in Cleveland?
Yep. Kevin
if he's
Stefanski.
being all buddy-buddy with Kevin Stefanski for a guy who is at best right now 4th on the depth chart, then it's a little bit more awkward. Shiloh's a guy who's just trying to make a practice squad at this point.
So why do you think Coach Prime's there?
Supporting his child. I'm gonna be nice.
So
supporting his kid.
So let's just say that like Patrick Bryant's dad wants to show up to a Broncos practice.
And it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to have the black and gold of CU on the sideline at an NFL training camp.
You're right about that. That is accurate. This is 100%.
I like that.
Yeah, no, it's good. The optics of it are good from a recruiting standpoint. That you're able, because of who you are, to get that type of access to an NFL practice. But I would tell you this. If Patrick Bryant's father wants to come to a Broncos training camp practice, is Patrick Bryant's father going to be standing right next to Sean Payton during team drills?
No.
Yeah. All right. Just awkward. You know what, though? Coach Prime can do whatever the heck he wants. He can. You know why? Because he's done a whole lot more in the game of football, has a whole lot more recognition, notoriety than any other coach out there.
Yeah, it ain't Tyrese Halliburton's dad going on the sideline,
but
speaking his mind.
But when you're on this kind of a tour, I don't think any of us can say a dang thing. You know what has to happen between the months of late August and say January, February? You got to win.
You do have to win football games.
That's what it's a great equalizer.
The Buffs are just north of a month away from playing Georgia Tech. I think it's August 28, something like that, is their opening week. I think they are a month and 5 or a month and 6 days away from playing actual meaningful football. It is right around the corner. You do have to win some games. You can't go do all this stuff and have the wild off season with the draft and Shador and not be at Boulder for a while. Again, I know a lot of that is
speculation,
health issues,
but it's also speculation because we don't know. I don't know for sure that Coach Prime has been in Tampa Bay at training camp practice before he showed up in Boulder during the summer months of training and prepreration for the football team.
Have you been out, taking the PJ in
very
and
easily,
out a couple
very
of
easily
times?
could have been the case.
You got a couple of touches.
We don't know that. And in all fairness, to anybody that thinks that like training camp is actively happening in Boulder, Colorado for college football team, June and July are, I would say, so this is how the college football calendar works. May, you wrap up spring football. You have exit meetings with your players. Nowadays, it's transfer portal decisions. So who are we going to cut? Who are we going to omit? And then who do we have to go out and get? You make decisions from a personnel standpoint. And then it's heavy spring recruiting. June is camp season, where you invite high school athletes to your campus and or your coaching staff and head coach in a lot of programs travel to mega camps. Say like there's a mega camp in Dallas at TCU.
And these are big recruiting events.
Huge recruiting events.
Rising juniors and seniors?
Guys that are going to be senior. Yep, 100%. Rising juniors and seniors. Yes.
High school juniors and seniors.
Yes. And nowadays there's actually like junior college versions of these events. There's actually even like unaffiliated transfer portal players, I guess, that go to some of these events. And I'm like, all right, whatever. So June is a pretty productive recruiting, evaluation, and hosting on-campus visits. July, for a lot of people traditionally in college football, is your vacation time. Usually you get about 3, maybe 4 weeks of vacation as a coaching staff. But a lot of times there's touch points throughout the month of July where at least 1 or 2 of your full-time coaches are going to show up to a football workout, a player run practice, and that you always have the office covered. Typically, the head coach has touch points in probably 2 of those 4 weeks at some point in time. Some head coaches that actually you hate working for because you don't get an actual vacation and you work 100-hour weeks. Some head coaches don't leave in the month of July. I'll tell you this, as a college football coach, former college football coach, you don't want to work for a head coach that doesn't leave and have hobbies in the month of July. It's terrible. So what Coach Prime's doing in the month of July is fairly normal. The question is, what happened in June? What happened in May? We don't know. And at the end of the day, if you win 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 games, who cares? You win 3, 4, 5, then yeah, questions will be asked. That's how it goes. At the end of the day, you're accountable as a head coach for what happens in the fall. Period, point blank.
We're live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. That is Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi. Jesse Trujillo's filling in for KJ behind the glass today. Join us, 303-504-0925. You can watch us, twitch.tv/AltitudeSR in the Safeway Twitch stream. Also on YouTube, just search at Altitude Sports Radio and subscribe today so you don't miss a thing like the Broncos training camp recap podcast, which will be starting on Friday evening with DMac and you, Coach Sanford. You guys can watch that on YouTube after every single day as the Broncos get ready for their upcoming season. We'll roll into hour 2 next.
You've got the station for all Denver sports. Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
Hey, Macanudo. Yeah, that's not how the song goes, but here's how the deal goes. It's Moser. Right now at participating smoker-friendly stores, they're taking $2 off all Macanudo cigars. You heard me right. $2 off any Macanudo stick. Awesome on the golf course. Awesome for anything, really. But it's only for Smoke and Rewards loyalty customers. So take advantage of it right now. Sign up in store or go to sfsmokeandrewards.com. That's sfsmokeandrewards.com. Get on it. Offer ends July 31st, 2025.
This summer, Groove Toyota says stop scrolling and start rolling. Our massive pre-owned inventory at Groove is priced to move. We have more than 30 vehicles under $10,000. Need reliable? Need budget friendly? You're covered at Groove Toyota. These rides are here now, but moving fast. So if you see it today, it might be gone tomorrow. Start here. Go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com.
What are the top stories in Denver sports today?
I can't wait to get into this today.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 has it all right now. And tonight, the Altitude Daily on YouTube has a full roundup of today's biggest developments. A great way to wind down your day with a recap of the best stuff you can't miss from the best shows in Denver.
A quick way to catch up on everything that happened during the day.
The Altitude Daily. Check it out on YouTube tonight.
And we appreciate if you like and subscribe.
Click or tap on the Altitude Sports Radio channel and subscribe.
We place expectations on every team. This is what we do.
Denver Sports Talk is coming right back.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond.
But there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Steve Williams.
I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, an entire store totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times of certified loose diamonds.
And Denver's true diamond experts, like me, who will share their knowledge and passion and how to get the most diamond for your money, guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring,
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
That's why every day more couples say will you with Williams,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
It's officially summer in Colorado, and that means barbecues, backyard hangs, and open windows. If your windows stick, your siding's fading, or your doors let in hot air, now's the time to fix it. This is Brett Kane with Kane Home Solutions, and don't wait to create the home of your dreams. Upgrade your space with energy-efficient windows, stylish doors, and durable siding, all with the expert installation you trust. Call Kane Home Solutions today or visit knhwindows.com to schedule your free consultation.
K&H Home Solutions has what you're looking for.
From the Backus and Shanker Studios, their passion is justice. KKSE-FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
This is Vic Lombardi.
This is DMac.
Hey, Colorado, it's Brett Kane.
You've got the station for all Denver sports.
This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj.
Number 2, the morning sprint. Alex Ryan, you guys know me better as Raj, alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. First time that I've seen your smiling face in the better part of a week. I think I'm more to blame about that than you are.
You know what? It's good to get a couple days away from each other. Distance just makes the heart grow fonder.
It does. I missed you.
I did too, man. I used to not like you, and now I do.
Hold on, unpack that.
Truth serum, it's just like good-looking, young pipsqueak hotshot from Syracuse, flexing his media experience chops, and went to the big-time media school, and I'm just
Oh my God.
I'm some, ex-football coach that can barely even speak. I got to hang out with you all day.
And then he learned that I like to have 1 beers.
Yeah, and I was like, I like this guy.
One Guinnesses.
And then we have dogs that kind of look the same, and got to meet your wife, and she was actually cool and made you cooler. You ever been around
She
that
does
before?
make me way cooler.
She's
Yeah. It's such an interesting dynamic when you meet the couple that you go, your spouse makes you so much more relatable.
Yeah, like
and
I
fun
can
to
take
be
you
around.
now. Like I'm cool with
One-on-one,
you.
I hate you. But like your husband or your
That
wife,
was
you're awesome.
Like fully candid, that was the turning point for me in the relationship with you.
Okay.
Was at the Ball Arena, that big fun.
Oh, the Mile High Dreams Gala.
The Mile High Dreams
or
Gala.
Gala, if you were.
And we got the whole crew together, and I was like, well, Raj can't be that bad of a guy if he's
Caitlin Marie's a homie.
If he's married to that chick. And Anne Marie's like, yeah, they're awesome. I'm like, cool, I'm good. And then I find out, like, you got some degenerate in you as well. You got a little bit more to you than I thought.
I told DMac and Scotty, was it yesterday or the day prior when I came back from the trip? It was Monday when I came back from the trip. They didn't know that I'd gone to Ireland for the Open, just like me and my pops, and playing golf and stuff. I haven't told you this. I slept in a closet for 3 days in a small little apartment in Portrush, Ireland. And I don't think I had to.
Was it a cloffice? Would you say it's kind of like a closet office type situation?
Oh, no, it was small. It was a Harry Potter, hugging your knees to your chest type of thing.
You ever been in a situation in your life where you were relegated to a cloffice, where there's not enough office space, and so they turn essentially like an old closet for storing things into an office?
No, the closest I ever had, like I shared an office with someone else, and I thought that was a little odd.
You know,
it was it was close quarters.
You want to know who I shared an office with for 2 years?
The Harbaugh. That guy can't keep a clean office, can he?
No, it was actually Harbaugh's guy, who was his offensive coordinator.
Connor Stallions?
Go ahead and look this up online. Matt Weiss, Weiss, former offensive coordinator at the University of Michigan, who is now facing federal charges of a lot of really bad things involving the internet. He and I shared an office for 2 years.
Was he taking photos of things that he shouldn't have been taking photos of while you were in the office?
I may never know. I don't think there's anything really that appealing about me in coaching attire, a quarter zip, and at the time pleated slacks.
It's not going to make any money on OnlyFans.
Yeah, it's not going to exactly move the needle. But I will say this, that weirdo, I was with him for 2 years. He's brilliant, incredibly intelligent. Went to Vanderbilt, got into school completely on his own, and was a walk-on punter. That dude could legitimately hack into just about anything from a computer standpoint. And he got information about opponents I could not believe. And I was like, where'd you find that? He wouldn't tell you. And he was like, this is creepy. Well, apparently he used those same skills to infiltrate young ladies' accounts. And now he will most likely be living the rest of his life in white-collar prison.
Yeah, not great, Bob.
That was my office mate for 2 years at the University of Sanford as two young, impressionable football coaches, 25 years old.
Nice, heartwarming story of drinking beer with lads from Belfast, and we had to go the opposite route down the highway.
Sure did. Hey, we talked about it with wives, right? So you meet a spouse or a significant other, a plus one, if you will.
That makes their better half way cooler.
Yeah, Loveland from the Twitch feed here says, on the flip side of that argument, when you meet maybe a homie, you had a homie and your work buddies, and then you meet the spouse or the significant other, the plus one, and they're awful. Are you out on being the homie?
No, so hold on. I think that there's a very special dynamic that can bring to an overall friend group. Can it ruin a person-to-person friendship? So, like, I would never say this about Anne-Marie. She's an angel. But, like, if Anne-Marie was just the worst, I would...
Are you saying that Anne-Marie is the worst?
Oh, my God.
Are we going to take back all the positive growth we've had over the last 8 months? Because you think that my wife sucks?
No, but it can strain our relationship, right? You and I would not hang out as much. But if we're part of a bigger group of, like, homies, bros, dudes, and their wags... One person having a miserable significant other can add to the overall camaraderie of the group. Because when that person isn't there or when that couple isn't there,
it's so much more fun.
Everyone has something to talk about. And honestly, you never know. It could be you.
Very easily could be.
And you never want to think it and never let yourself go down that route, but it could be you.
Mm-hmm.
There is something to be said for the couple in the overall group that is such a disaster for one reason or another. They can be the glue.
Luckily, we're joined today by engineer and production extraordinaire Jesse Trujillo, who, by the way, has an awesome plus one. Just awesome vibes. Jesse, anytime you're at like a Nuggets and Avs, a Rapids event, and his plus one shows up, you're like,
party's here.
Good times. Good
Party's
vibes.
here.
Good vibes.
You know who's got a great plus one is Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson's got the great plus one.
Not the original plus one, the one that has the weird meme of her like with her at draft night with her mouth wide open, like he just got drafted. I'm gonna be wealthy. Not that one.
No, you see, Russ has been named officially by Brian Daboll the starting quarterback for the New York Giants. So
hey,
we are on our way. Dude, we're on our
Brian.
way to actually getting Russ playing football here in Denver.
Brian Daboll better learn how to call a 2nd and 17 play because he's going to walk himself into some 7-yard
This is good
sacks.
news. This is good news for the Broncos. It's good news for Broncos fans. You actually get to watch him play football here in Denver, right? Barring an injury or barring horrible play, there's likely no chance that Jackson Dart is starting in, what is that, week 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're going to get to see Russ here in Denver. And there, we were talking about yesterday.
We're more likely to see Jameis Winston by week 6 or 7 than Jackson Dart.
No,
don't you think?
No, you're not.
Why not?
No. Russ is I'm going to step in and I'm going to be the veteran to show this kid the way. And we're going to try and find a way to get back into some sort of wild card contention so that by the time we play the Commanders with 4 games to go in the season, that game means something. He's going to stay here, and Dart is going to sit behind him and learn all year long, and then he's going to step in and start the last 3-4 games of the season. Winston is – I don't know why Jameis Winston is there.
That doesn't make sense. Is it a little bit – this isn't – I don't know. I was going to say, does it feel a little bit like Russell Westbrook being at the Denver Nuggets? The answer probably is no. Because Russell Westbrook actually needed to fill significantly voided minutes of bench play that wasn't even potentially there. But it's like bigger than life personas that can be almost like enticing and make you feel like there's something there. But really, at the end of the day, is there anything really there with Jameis Winston or Russell Westbrook at this point in their careers?
Winston was never the level of player that Westbrook was. He never impacted the game nearly as much as a ball player.
As a professional. College.
Like Russ did.
Whoa. College football, Jameis was so fun.
But no, I don't think they're apples to apples there. I think that Jameis Winston is in New York to give Jackson Dart someone to talk to, someone to hang around, and to raise the general vibe in the locker room in New York. Because everyone loves Jameis Winston.
So is Jameis Winston DeAndre Jordan?
Yes, he's DeAndre Jordan, and I think that's the perfect role for him right now in his career.
Would you be more scared based off of what you knew as a Broncos fan in the 2 years that Russell Wilson was here playing for the Broncos, and then you add the data set that you have of Jameis Winston coming to Empower Field on I believe that was a Sunday night or a Monday night football game against the Browns? Which would scare you more visiting as the starting quarterback of the New York Giants? Russell Wilson or Jameis Winston?
Russ, because he's got something to play for. Russ. Jameis, I know I'm getting interceptions out of him, but there's always a chance with Russell Wilson that having that chip on his shoulder coming to Denver and going, I'm going to show you Sean Payton, is like, I know it's not a primetime game, right? That's an afternoon game on CBS. There is some sort of, I want to control the narrative. I always control the narrative, and I'm going to find a way to be the hero in my story from Russell Wilson. He scares me way more as a Giant quarterback. I would prefer to see the rookie in Jackson Dart because I think this defense, I think the secondary is going to absolutely murder inexperienced quarterbacks this year. That first game, man, we've talked about it just a little bit. That Cam Ward is in for an absolute nightmare in week 1.
Can we play the role of odds maker in Vegas for a second, Raj? Fully healthy Denver Broncos defense hosting the New York Giants with Russell Wilson as the starting quarterback. What are we setting as the over-under for the amount of sacks Russell Wilson playing quarterback?
2.5 that game. 2.5 is pretty good. I'd be hard-pressed not to make the interception number against Cam Ward 2.5. It's going to be, for me, it'll probably be 1.5 picks, and I'd take the
Raj,
over.
if you set it at 2.5, I am going to throw everything that I have, that my families and my relatives and friends, I'm going to get the biggest collection of assets together and throw it at that 2.5, and I'm taking the over.
Just the whole mortgage?
I think 4.5 is probably fair. Because I could see that being a 9-sack game.
9? Come on. What are you doing? You're not playing a game of Madden here. 9 sacks is outrageous.
Okay, let's just talk about what Russell Wilson has gone through in the last 4 years. In addition to not just having been banished by, essentially 3 teams, right? The Seahawks are like, enough's enough. they got some return on investment. Not much really, but Seahawks, Broncos, Steelers. Yep. You're not good enough for us. He hasn't played in the same offensive system in back-to-back years once in the last 6 years. That's crazy.
Dude, he got sacked so many times last year to end the season.
Go ahead and read Russell Wilson's total sack numbers in the last 5 years.
All right. Last 5 years, Russell Wilson has been sacked 33 times in 11 starts with Pittsburgh.
You're averaging 3 a game.
Yeah.
In a team that really didn't throw the football that much.
45
Played defense,
sacks.
shortened the game, and ran the rock.
The number stays the same, 45 sacks in 15 starts in his last year with Denver, 3 a game. 55 in 15 in 2022 with the Broncos in his first year. 55 sacks for 368 yards. He led the league in both of those categories. His final year in Seattle, 33 sacks in 14 games, 47 and 48 sacks, as well as 51 going back to the 3 previous years in 2019 and 18 when he started all 16 games. Now, it should be said, all 3 of those seasons, the Seahawks went 12-4, 11-5, and 10-6.
You know what one of the problems for Russell Wilson is, in addition to his own antics, his own game, and also having been banished by 3 teams in a row? Seattle, offensive coordinator. The last time he's had back-to-back offensive coordinators in the same year, Brian Schottenheimer. That was 6-7 years ago. Now the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, a massive gamble, according to his owner, Jerry Jones.
Brian Schottenheimer fired by the Seattle Seahawks. Shane Waldron comes in as the offense coordinator. Russell Wilson banished to Denver. 3rd offense coordinator in 3 years. Nathaniel Hackett as the play caller. Head coach, play caller, offensive coordinator. Nathaniel Hackett, that's 3. Sean Payton, that's 4. Arthur Smith, that's 5. Brian Daboll, that's 6. In 6 consecutive years, he has played in a different offensive system with a different offensive play caller. That is a recipe for absolute disaster for anybody, let alone an aging player that's at the tail end of his career. Russell Wilson will get sacked greater than 6 times against the Denver Broncos.
2.5 I was low on. Maybe I'll raise it to 3.5. But like asking
I think
for
3.5
4
is a good
sacks in
line.
a game is nuts.
He averages 3 a game, and in the last 5 years of playing in the National Football League.
And at the end of the season last year, here's his numbers in reverse chronological order from the last game of the season on through, let's give it, week 15. 4 sacks against Cincy, 5 sacks against Kansas City, 3 against Baltimore, 2 against Philly. The guy hits the turf. And with a pass rushing unit that Denver has, and with the secondary in terms of secondary sacks that you're going to be able to have, watch out, man.
I hope we see Russell Wilson.
They won't take that away from us 2 years in a row. They won't do it. They took it away from us last year.
The football gods, if you will, they owe us this
Yeah,
one.
you guys have that coming to you as Broncos fans. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today. Nate and Andy will take you guys home from 3 to 6 on your drive. PhD is coming up next from 12 to 3 in just 45 minutes from right now. Don't go anywhere. Still getting you guys ready for Broncos training camp. Opened yesterday, open to the public coming up in just a couple of days on Friday. We can't wait to see you there.
The Denver Broncos.
Bronco things are happening. There's all sorts of amping up the camp.
And beginning Friday at 6 in the morning with Brett Kane.
Camping up.
We're live at training camp.
Like, we're here. It's football time.
Ramp camping.
We're ramp camping.
Bringing you the players, the coaches, the insight, the analysis, and everything on the field. Brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. On Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
I'm Kyle Backus. We handle all types of injury cases. But did you know we also have a specialized team of lawyers and victims advocates who only work with families confronting catastrophic injury or death? Call me. Backus & Schenker wins.
My Outdoor TV is America's most watched streaming service for hunters, anglers, and adventure seekers, featuring 20,000 on-demand episodes.
This is why we do it. This is adventure.
Plus, thrilling just shot and just caught content fresh from the woods and waters.
You can't ask for a better experience.
24/7 live streaming channels and live Major League Fishing events.
Look at the size of this beast.
Subscribe today and get a 30-day free trial. Go to myoutdoortv.com and use promo code ALTITUDE30.
Hey, get ready to rock your career and future. It's Moj, and my friends at Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air are looking for hardworking, skilled individuals to join their awesome team. Join and make a positive contribution to a family-owned and operated company. They offer great benefits, super competitive pay, comprehensive training, and an opportunity to work in the best home services business. Learn more and all about this incredible company at rockheating.com/careers. That's rockheating.com/careers. Get on a path to future success today with Rock.
Red Dolly Casino is Blackhawk's oldest and friendliest casino, the cheers of casinos, where everybody knows your name. So next time you head up the hill, please remember our name, Red Dolly Casino.
Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. KJ's NFL notes are next.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Sick of the hassle when buying a car? Shift gears with the More to Move You sales event going on now at Champ Mazda. Explore the future with the 2025 Mazda lineup built with style, power, and smart tech to match your drive. Car shopping has never been this easy. Thanks to our one price, one person, 1 hour promise, you get convenience and confidence. No games, no haggling, and zero dealer handling fees. Ever. This isn't your typical dealership. It's car buying redefined. Visit Champ Mazda in Aurora today.
Coach, yesterday was the day of the 45-year-old around the sporting world.
Help me out.
Venus Williams showed up at the City Open, which is like a primer for the U.S. Open in a month in New York. Hard court primer. I'm not like a huge tennis guy, but
Venus Williams is 45.
45.
What'd she do?
She won. She won her
pretty
first
cool.
match, won her first professional tennis match since 2023.
Okay.
And she's the oldest woman to win a match since Martina Navratilova did it in 2004.
So Venus
back
is
in
the
Wimbledon.
Venus is the older of the two sisters.
She's the older.
She's always been the taller one, right?
Yes.
Is she taller of the two?
I believe she's taller and thinner.
Her body type's more slender, whereas Venus is very powerful.
No.
Sorry.
Venus is the taller,
Serena,
more slender one.
Serena is very powerfully built.
They're both obviously legendary tennis players.
And also
Serena's
extreme
the
athletes.
all-timer. Yeah.
Just different shapes,
right?
If you will.
Venus is the older one, and
Venus had like married kids. Is that accurate?
I think Venus has like a 30s. I think she's got like a fiance. Serena's got kids.
Okay.
Serena's got a little girl. Serena was either pregnant with or just about to be pregnant with her daughter when she almost won the single season Grand Slam. She ended up falling. I think she fell at Wimbledon to some like no-name Italian woman. Serena was trying to do it, but Venus won a match yesterday in straight sets at 45 years old. And I thought that was going to be the only 45-year-old to have a decent outing.
So was she? It wasn't a tournament. It was just a single.
No, it's a tournament.
Okay,
it's
so
the first round of a tournament, the City Open.
She's still alive.
She's still alive. I'm sure she plays like the 5 seed tomorrow, and I'm sure she'll get waxed.
She beat Payton Stearns.
35 overall, right there. It was a pretty good win.
Pretty
for her.
good.
Not the only 45-year-old, not the only old person from an athletic standpoint to go do something impressive yesterday.
Man, Rich did it, didn't he?
Rich Hill.
He did it.
The old 45-year-old southpaw pitching for his record-tying 14th Major League Ball club yesterday with Kansas City as they lost 6-0 to the Chicago Cubs. Now, it wasn't Rich Hill's fault that they lost that game. Hill pitched 5 innings. He gave up 1 earned, or 2 earned, I think. He had 1 little strikeout. He's not a strikeout-heavy guy. He can't be it at 45. But that was a pretty good showing for a team in Chicago. The Cubs are a damn good team this year. It's not like Pete Crow Armstrong just feasted on him all day yesterday. 45-year-old still got it.
Should the Rockies sign 45-year-old Rich Hill?
Why not?
Just for something.
Who cares? They did it with Jamie Moyer.
Speaking of the Rockies signing things, it broke off a pretty penny, did they not?
Record-setting near $9 million.
Guaranteed money.
Yep, for Ethan Holiday to sign as the number 4 overall pick. And they've done this in back-to-back years where like Charlie Condon made big signing money out of Georgia. So it's not like they're being cheap. And that hasn't been the thing with the Rockies. They haven't been cheap. They've just been dumb with the money that they've spent at the major league level. Like, all you have to do is look at Chris Bryant and Ian Desmond. That's where you get dumb, or you decide to move on from, who's our guy who just got DFA'd by the Yankees? DJ LeMahieu. And you bring in Daniel Murphy for the same amount of money. You've been dumb with your money at the major league level. They are investing in young, big-time bats.
How are you feeling about Charlie Condon? Is he a guy that needs to be fast-tracked?
I'd like to see him in a Rockies uniform sometime in August. Why not?
He is a college vet that's 22 years old. So we're not talking about a high school player that would be fast-tracked too early, 18, 19 years old. This is a 22-year-old that has now had a chance to marinate in Arizona Fall League. He's had a chance to do some things in the instructional league, and now he's risen to the Double-A affiliate Hartford Yard Goats, one of my favorite hats in all of minor league baseball.
Good hat, good logo.
And currently, Charlie Condon, across 3 different levels of minor league baseball in 2025, is hitting 300 on the dot, 5 bombs, 33 ribs, OPS of 835.
You'd like to see the power numbers a little bit north of that, but I love the average. Yeah, bring him up for a few games. 2 week, why not? Let him have a taste of the major leagues. Get him up there. See if you can't get a little bit more out of Zach Veen or Yanquiel Fernandez. Do you really need to see Drew Romo now that you have your answer at catcher and an all-star in Hunter Goodman? The answer is probably no, but this is what you should be doing as the Rockies, is trying out young players, not relying on them to be difference makers, to like help you actually win games, but give them a taste. And then next year during spring training, that's your actual opportunity to make the team and not repeat a historically bad season.
Ironically, for Charlie Condon, you were talking about power numbers across all 3 levels. So in basically rookie camp, rookie instructional league
numbers.
So he only had 3 doubles in basically 27 at bats. He had 3 doubles, 0 home runs, zero triples. He goes to high A baseball. And in 60 games, he had 4 home runs. But now that he's been promoted to Double-A, he's only played 13 games, Raj. Already 2 doubles, 2 home runs. I like that.
I'd like to see StatCast. I'd like to see how hard he's hitting the ball.
I like StatCats too, especially like if they're yeah.
So stupid. Mickey Moniak, 15 home runs this year. He is just 27. And you get him, right? He gets released by the Angels. He was a former first overall draft pick back in 2016. Is that a player that, as Major League Baseball's trade deadline descends on us in just 8 days, is that a player that, because he's having a career high in power, do you shop him around for another young piece? Or at 27, do you go, maybe we found something in you that the Angels just couldn't find?
Nope.
Why not?
Prospects.
But you can look at him as a prospect.
I want to trade 1 prospect for 3 prospects.
I don't know if you'll get 3 for Moniak. The guys that you have to move for multiple prospects are going to be McMahon and Bird. Those are the 2 guys that you're going to actually get multiple.
Mickey Moniak, though, right now, man, he's hitting 275 in Major League Baseball, which is a great average in today's Major League game. He's got 15 bombs, as you already said, and 38 ribs. A team that's contending that might be south of Mendoza line offensively.
Outfield,
you can get some return on investment there.
So if we're looking at what you really need to shop this year in Major League Baseball, outfield is one of those positions that once the top guys go away, like if Jarren Duran gets traded, the outfield options get pretty thin pretty quickly. I think Ryan McMahon at third base, because the hot corner outside of Eugenio Suarez is very thin, very quick.
So his strikeout numbers have leveled out a bit, right?
He's still a very good defensive third baseman.
But he's batting .219 on the year. He does have 16.
Right, he's not a focal piece. I'm not saying Eugenio Suarez has 36 bombs for Arizona, and Arizona's going to trade him. Like, he's the belle of the ball for the trade deadline. The next best third baseman is who?
Why would the Diamondbacks deal him?
Because you can get return, and you're out of the race. You're not really going to do anything this year, and he's going to eventually cost big time money. They're selling high, right? They do what the Rays do. You sell high when a guy.
Aren't they in a playoff? They're a playoff contending outfit.
I would trade him if I'm them. Like, the Rockies should be doing what they're doing. Are they truly going to do anything? They're 9 games back right now in the West.
Yeah,
they are
that's with the Dodgers.
They're 2 games under 500. If you're looking at the wild card right now, there's too many teams ahead of them to truly climb over. The teams in the wild card right now are Milwaukee, New York, and San Diego. Arizona is 5.5 games back in the wild card. They're not climbing over Cincinnati, St. Louis, San Francisco, and San Diego or the Mets to get into the playoffs this year. That's the reason why you do it.
You and me have had a pretty rough start to the second half with our Giants and our Mets.
I don't know. My favorite team's still in the playoffs.
Mets are?
Yeah. Doing just fine.
Giants.
I'm okay with those things. To bring it back to the Rockies, if Arizona, who is still within shouting distance of a playoff spot, is going to be trading their number one piece, yeah, you should be trading Ryan McMahon. Like, if the Yankees come calling for him, the Yankees need a third baseman. And if they don't get Suarez, he's going to be the guy that you want. It's either him or Nolan Arenado, and they're kind of the same guy right now. Like, he's not the best third baseman defensively in the game anymore. And he's certainly not doing anything on the offensive side from a pop standpoint. Like, at least McMahon gives you well above average defense. And if he's in the right situation, his numbers are starting to trend upward. He has to be moved. Bird has to be moved. I would not move Moniak. I would keep Mickey Moniak just because of his age and because of his pedigree. And this organization, with a lack of talent and a lack of prospects, has to find a way to find those diamonds in the rough.
Raj, do you feel like the Rockies right now are, might I say it, a hot baseball team, having won 4 out of their last 10 baseball games?
No.
Are you okay with that emotionally, that they've won 4 out of their last 10? It's a team right now that I am desperately wanting to see history for. They have
25 wins. What's the number?
Are we in danger of not seeing history? Because this team's starting to get a little bit.
So the White Sox won 41 games last year? And that's the worst season in history? Are the Rockies winning 16 games from here on out?
I think they are.
No. You forget how bad they are. What you just tried to sell me is that they are under 500 in their last 10 games, and they are good enough to not be the worst. Think about what you're trying to sell me on right now.
I don't know, man.
It's not like they've won 7 of 10.
Okay, so Raj.
They've won 4 of 10, which means they have lost more than they've won in their last 10. What type of snake oil are you trying to peddle?
They've got 61 more baseball games. If they keep up this last 10 game pace, they're going to end up winning 24 more games.
No, it's not going to happen, man. You're asking them to keep up a pace that they haven't kept up the entire season.
I don't know, man.
Don't go looking for silver linings where there are
Warren
none.
Schaefer.
There are not silver linings.
Warren Schaefer got a chance to get an all-star break and kind of catch his breath, and this is a team that's playing better baseball right now.
Your easy games that are coming up are 6 straight against Baltimore and Cleveland, right? But those are on the road. And Baltimore and Cleveland, while they're not in a playoff spot right now, are teams that should be in the playoffs had they played up to their potential. Like, those rosters are enormously better than you. And then you get to come home, and who do you have to see? Well, you have to see Paul Skeens go up against Austin Gomber. You have to see Mitch Keller pitch against Antonio Senzatella. Like, you're screwed. And Pittsburgh sucks. And you have to see their two aces pitch against you. Come on, man. Come on. Don't do this to yourself.
I want history, man. I don't love it.
It's not going to happen.
Okay.
It really isn't going to happen.
All right. Hey, is Warren Schaefer the skipper of the Rockies next year?
No.
No chance?
No. There's no reason. I would say there's a chance because of what the organization does, but logically, no. He should be the interim manager. He should see them to a 39 or a 40-win season, and hopefully some young guys start to tick up a little bit, and then you go find the manager of the future. You find the guy that is going to dig you out of the deepest grave in the history of Major League Baseball. And no, he is not in the organization right now. He ain't. And he's also not like, Buck Showalter. I don't know who the guy is. I'll figure out who that player is or who that manager is sometime in November and December.
Rockies they're gonna win more than 40 games.
As we go into camp here in a couple of days, Public's out there on Friday. We'll be out there with you guys on Friday. Been talking a lot about the overall roster and the haves and the have-nots in terms of like what the Broncos bring to the table. Do you have the true number one wide receiver? The answer, well, is no, but you have that larger group of wide receivers. The reason why that I think you have people who are detracting from what the Broncos did last year is not because, well, they only beat bad teams, and when they played up against good teams, they either lost or were blown out by those good teams. It all comes down to whether or not you believe in the next step of Bo Nix. And I talked about this yesterday with Rob Trujillo, and you have been pounding the table since midway through last season about utilizing his legs. When we look at training camp this year, while we don't need to see big jumps, big wow things, I mentioned you want to see little tinkers, right? This is a finesse camp for my eyes.
Be careful. Be careful.
That's the one thing.
I love the word finesse.
But when it comes to football, I get it. But if finesse from a standpoint of you're trying to take a 220 sand grit paper to the edges and just making it all fine and smooth. That's the one thing I'm looking for Bo in training camp. How often do we see him, by design, run the football? I want to see that a lot.
In training camp or during the season?
Both.
Okay.
I want to see a lot of installs. I want to see a lot of times where Bo is set up and he is the primary runner. And more often than not, I want to see that come in red zone situations.
I heard you and Rob Trujillo talking about that. And Rob doesn't really want to see it, does he? He doesn't want to see a lot of quarterback-driven run game.
Which is funny because
he's got Josh Allen as his beloved quarterback
12 touchdowns,
of his Bills.
51 or 52 first downs from Josh Allen last year.
I'm this is a bit of a groupthink process happening here, but I'm of the mindset that the Denver Broncos become a lot more difficult to defend when Bo Nix is a viable threat to run the football. Schematically, called quarterback designed either read option plays or designed runs. Cue draw out of empty, motion out player like RJ Harvey from the backfield with the swing screen and he takes off and runs. I believe the Broncos are a lot more difficult to defend if indeed you tap into the skill set of Bo Nix, who, if you don't forget, when he was coming out of high school, was the number one dual threat quarterback in America. The dude is a real, legitimate threat to run the football.
Yeah, he's not just an athletic quarterback. He's a runner.
He is a runner. Auburn, he was a runner. Oregon, they didn't really need him to. I would say that Oregon could have gotten to the points that it needed to if Bo had been employed more in that space.
A question for you as a team game planning for Bo. Now that you know at the NFL level his legs are a weapon. A lot of people have been talking about that, like the NFL now knows you can do this, therefore they're going to take it away, therefore Bo will not take the same progression he did in year 2 as he did in year 1. Is there something to be said for now offenses have to sit back and worry about it? Right? I'm not saying you're going to spy him like you would for Mike Vick back in the day or like you would right now for Lamar Jackson. But is there something to be said for, well, we can't just send the house at him because he is elusive enough that he can gash us for 10 to 15 yards with his legs, so we got to be a little bit conservative.
You
know what I'm saying?
You bring up a valid point about how defensive coordinators and how the league would view Bo Nix. I would say that the number one trait that Bo Nix was able to put on film in his rookie season as a starter that does scare defensive coordinators. Say he gets rid of the football. The ball comes out. He has a plan. If you blitz, if you bring a 4, 5, 6-man hit, meaning that you're committing, more than your standard 4. So 4 is part of it, but a lot of times there's simulated pressures, which means you bring the nickel or the will linebacker, and then you drop a defensive end. So you're simulating a pressure, but it's really just a 4-man rush. Bo's going to find the weakness in that coverage and get rid of the football. On-time quarterbacks do scare defensive coordinators because when you bring people into the rush, you're borrowing from what should be the coverage, correct? There's a void. Bo knows how to get to those voids. That's rare for a rookie quarterback to do. And then I think the second thing that he would be known for in a way that would create some semblance of fear for defensive coordinators is exactly what you said, is that he can take off and run. And so because of those two things, I don't think that you are going to see a ton of heavy blitz looks against Bo Nix. I keep saying it. What's the way to play Bo Nix in this Denver Broncos offense if I were a defense coordinator? Luckily, none of them are listening right now. And I'd play a ton of man coverage with a 4-man rush, and that frees up one of your inside linebackers to not have to play man and use him as either a hole player to cancel out quick routes and read the eyes of the quarterback in the pass game, but also be an accountable quarterback spy player. And what you do if you play tightly contested man coverage and you press the receivers out on the outside and you get up in Evan Ingram's face, you're forcing Bo to make really tight window throws. And then you're also probably forcing the hand of Bo to have to run the ball a bit more. And ultimately, if you run him more and more frequently, you start breaking down body-wise. And that was the thing that was so interesting. I think Bo Nix will destroy zone pressures. I think he is really good against shell coverages. Tightly contested man coverage, man, with one guy left to be a whole player and reading his eyes. That's what the Seattle Seahawks did a lot in game 1. Just didn't see it a whole lot more the rest of the year.
We'll be out there courtesy of our friends from the Ramos Law Firm. Broncos camp opens up yesterday. We'll be out there on Friday with all of you. If you were lucky enough to get tickets, you'll be sitting 30 feet behind us doing our show. So again, what I think you should do is download the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app, throw an earbud in, listen to us as we are there live from camp every single day. Broncos camp is here. Just a couple of days. PhD coming up next, or rather at 12 from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy will take you guys on your drive home from 3 to 6 p.m. We will wrap things up on the other side with Coach and Raj on the Morning Sprint.
It happens all the time. You're listening to a compelling conversation.
The Denver Nuggets, from what I'm told, boys, have had many conversations with...
And then you have to get out of the car to go do life things. But now you don't have to miss all the best stuff.
It's a matter of life and death for this club.
Just circle back later and see it all on our YouTube channel at Altitude Sports Radio.
Now it's not the time to be loyal to a guy who had the job for 3 weeks.
If it was good enough to almost make you late for that meeting, which should have been an email, it's on our YouTube page.
Here's my first hot take before we stepped out on a hot day to watch training camp.
Subscribe now at Altitude Sports Radio.
At King Soopers, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with lower prices on over 1,000 items. Hand it to King Soopers shoppers. You never compromise. King Soopers. Fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 12 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or 7-Up. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. King Soopers. Fresh for everyone.
I got a nightmare phone call that no parent wants to receive.
Someone hit me going 60 miles an hour.
Dr. Ramos came highly recommended. When I showed him the x-rays, he immediately knew exactly what was wrong.
We've had a tremendous experience with Ramos Law. Really, I could not be happier.
Having the car accident was an accident. Finding Ramos Law was no accident.
Injured in a car accident? Ramos Law can help. RamosLaw.com.
I'm Vic Lombardi, and I like to sweat. Seriously, sweating's not bad for you. Whether you're on the court, playing golf in the heat, hot day, but sweating in the house in the middle of the summer? Nah, man. Broken AC, you don't want that. AAA Service has a $49 AC tune-up special right now. $49. Keep things cool this summer. Don't wait. Schedule today at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
What are the top stories in Denver sports today?
I can't wait to get into this today.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 has it all right now. And tonight, the Altitude Daily on YouTube has a full roundup of today's biggest developments. A great way to wind down your day with a recap of the best stuff you can't miss from the best shows in Denver.
A quick way to catch up on everything that happened during the day.
The Altitude Daily. Check it out on YouTube tonight.
And we appreciate if you like and subscribe.
Click or tap on the Altitude Sports Radio channel and subscribe.
Altitude Sports Radio.
Give it to that man.
More Denver sports talk in 60 seconds.
Yes!
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Beginning Friday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is live at training camp. Brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Now back to the morning sprint with Coach and Raj.
Off-season transactions that place them in the top 50 here. Now, none of them are in the top 10. Like, you don't have the big-time impact signing of Devontae Adams, right, going over to the LA Rams, and he's now the immediate upgrade over, I guess, an aging Cooper Kupp, and you get to slot him next to Puka Nacua. Cam Ward as obviously one of those big impact draft picks at number 1 overall. You get Ashton Genty as well. The Laramie Tunsil trade to go over to Washington to protect their huge asset in Jaden Daniels. Now you're not one of those top 10s, but they do have a bunch of them. And they first show up at number 27 in between the signing of Will Freeze as a guard out there with Minnesota and the draft pick of Teteroa McMillan going to Carolina, the 6'4" Arizona wide receiver. In between those two moves, Evan Ingram, signed by the Broncos, the 27th best move in the offseason, according to ESPN.
So Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga.
Dre Greenlaw is number 34.
Really?
He is sandwiched in between Carlton Davis III, who is the defensive back signed by New England in the offseason, and Aaron Banks, who will be the right guard, I believe, for Green Bay.
Packers.
So that's number 34. And then numbers 38 and 39 are RJ Harvey, drafted. And then number 39, Talanoa Hufanga, signed by the Broncos away from San Francisco.
Isn't it funny when you hear this? It almost matches the Broncos personnel where they're not necessarily there's no massive names on the Denver Broncos. Like just,
there's no Ashton Genty.
There's nobody who's playing themselves. Everybody's playing themselves into being a massive name, but they didn't arrive in Denver per se as a massive name. And isn't it funny? It's more about the total amount of good moves that the Broncos made between 20 and 40, if you will.
Who had the best offseason between the Broncos, the Avs, and the Nuggets? Rank those offseasons. I have a distant third.
I'm going Nuggets 1. Closely followed by Broncos 2.
And a distant third with the Avs.
And then I'm going to actually take a day of rest. And on the 7th day, he rested. And then I'm going to say Avs.
That's the proper way. The Nuggets knocked it out of the park. Like, the fact that they were completely able to overhaul that bench, to turn Michael Porter Jr. into Cam Johnson, and by extension, turn him into Cam Johnson and Bruce Brown and Jonas Valanciunas and Tim Hardaway Jr., they should not have been able to do that at all.
Raj, if I'm
Oklahoma City, I am so pissed off at Brooklyn right now.
Raj, if you were to look at the Avs offseason and include the trade deadline as part of the offseason.
Oh, I don't know if I can do that.
But the NHL game is very different than both NBA and NFL, where a lot of the action does happen at the deadline. Whereas it feels like NBA is, outside of the Luka Doncic bombshell, fairly calm and quiet at the deadline. And a lot of the bombshells in the NBA happen in the true offseason, the moratorium, the free agency period.
Yeah. All right, so you're adding in are you adding in the Natchez trade?
Yes.
Okay.
Like basically the entirety of what happened leading up to the deadline.
Okay. So
because those moves directly impacted the roster for this coming season that you didn't have last year.
How far are we going back? Am I allowed to put in Mackenzie Blackwood and Scott Wedgwood?
Yes.
Because those are A pluses. Those moves were A++++++.
But would you agree with the fact that with the NHL and the contracts not necessarily being these $35 to $50 million mega deals, you get more action in the NHL has a lot more movement, significant movement between the months of, am I right in saying is it March?
Yeah.
March until
March
May?
March is the trade deadline. So beginning of March will be your deadline.
Okay, so February and March.
Yeah.
Right?
You'll get moves there. Okay, if you add in the moves that they did during the regular season, and one of them is very much still undecided. Like, I can't fully grade the Rantanen deal until we know what's happening with Marty Natchez. Right? Like, are you re-signing him? Is he extending here? Now, if I see that, then I can give a full-out grade.
So the pieces that weren't on this team a full year ago.
Blackwood and Wedgwood, A+.
Brock Nelson.
I think he fits very well. Now, the playoff drought, not scoring in the playoffs, was an atrocity. And it's the main reason why you did not move on was the fact that you could not score from that second line.
Brent Burns.
B.
Perfect. B.
Pretty good. A B. Nelson, I'll give a B right now because I think he fits perfectly with Landeskog and Nichushkin, and I like the number that they got him on. Like, I like him moving forward. Will the end of the deal look a little gross? Sure. But I'm really worried about the first 2-3 years of that Nelson deal. The Lindgren trade was
D.
I think it was a disaster because I never liked Ryan Lindgren in the first place. I thought it was a good chance that you could take on a physical player, but if you look back at Game 7, Ryan Lindgren is primarily responsible for 2 goals.
Jack Drury.
As part of the Rantanen trade, Drury is a fit. Drury is a B. Great fit. But again, that's an undecided grade for me because I don't know where Marty Natchez fits right now. If he's on the team, then I can give it a full grade.
Is Marty Natchez going to be on this team?
I think so. It's going to be too hard to flip him. The Charlie Coyle trade was okay. I would call it a...
Where's Coyle now?
Coyle got traded to Polumbus.
Okay. Who ended up on the island?
Jonathan Drouin signed on the island. Drouin's on
Yep.
the island. But you move on from Coyle and Wood. You bring in Gavin Brindley. I like Brindley. I think he's going to play a little bit this year with the Avs, mostly with the AHL team. But he's super skilled, really solid defensively. He's small. He's like 5'9", 178 pounds. But he is, just like Mitch Marner is small. Mitch Marner's an amazing defensive hockey player. Brindley is very good on the defensive side. So I like him. But they are a distant third. Like the Nuggets knocked it out of the park.
Even if you include everything that happened in end of January until March in the trade deadline into this offseason.
Yes.
You still call it a distant third.
Yeah, because
I do too.
we've already seen a return on investment.
Do you believe that the Broncos had a better offseason than the Nuggets?
No. The Nuggets had the best offseason in any of the four major sports.
It's probably fair.
Yeah. The Nuggets had an A offseason. The Broncos are a B+. I don't think they could have done much. Now, the only way that you go from a B+ to an A- or an A with the Broncos is if you do what Nick Wright or other people who are detracting from the Broncos nationally or even locally, is that you go out and you get an impact player for Bo Nix to toy around with. Now, I don't think that was a possibility this year. We would have loved to have seen Devontae Adams here. I believe that signing, that trade, that draft pick happens next offseason.
We talked about it a bit off air about Sean Payton and his track record. Offensively, probably outside of Reggie Bush being the second overall pick by the New Orleans Saints and Sean Payton, who was largely a decision maker. Sean Payton likes to be the player creator and build that player.
Yeah, he does.
Rather than the guy that acquires the player and then deals with an established superstar. I think Sean Payton's got exactly what he wants right now.
He's got Play-Doh.
He can mold this thing exactly how he wants it. He doesn't have to get any one player the ball X amount of times, or you're going to deal with a tremendously malcontented player. This is what Sean wants. And I think that this ends up being one of the best off seasons, not just in the NFL, but also this ends up panning out to be one of the best off seasons in all of sports, in all four major sports.
Okay.
If Evan Ingram, Talanoa Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw all play 15 or more games.
J.K. Dobbins.
Got
to throw that guy in there too. Wearing 27, his familiar 27.
I like
so
27
your
on
1-2
JK.
running backs this year will be 27 and 37 for R.J. Harvey.
RJ, I love you, man, but can you get a better number?
Jack or freaking what's his name?
Because
Chris Drury wore 37 in his time here in Colorado, and then he switched to 18 after Adam Detmarsh left.
Yeah, but 37 in hockey, it's like a cooler number than 37 at tailback.
Yeah, 37 is more of a safety number. Rodney Harrison.
Old school safety number.
100%. We'll get him out of 37.
We'll get him out of there.
We'll bully him enough.
Wasn't Audric Estime in 37 until the final cut? And then he moved down to, what's Estime now? It's like,
that sounds right. Estime might be wearing like 23.
She's 23. He went 23? From 37 to, exactly.
We'll bully him out of 37. We'll find a way.
What do we want Audric Estime wearing?
Estime or Harvey?
Excuse me. RJ Harvey.
I want RJ Harvey wearing, I was going to say 30, but no.
Don't put that on that young man.
You can't do that. You're not allowed. The reason why I was trying to think like impact player in a Broncos uniform. No, you can't do that. Put him in 20. Can you put him in 20? Does anyone wear 20 right now?
Not to my. I like 20 for him.
20.
That looks like a
Let's do it. It's a good wide number.
Good number for him.
All right. That's going to do it for us today. Coach, welcome back. For Coach Mike Sanford.
It's good to be back.
For Jesse Trujillo behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryanemi. PhD is coming up
Michael
next.
Burton, fullback, number 20.
Oh, give him the number, Mike. Get out of here.
Burton can wear 37.
Yes, he can. That's a fullback number.
Yes, it is.
We'll see you tomorrow at 10.
The Nuggets, the Avalanche, the Rockies, the Broncos. Get it here. Get it all. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
A diamond is the oldest natural substance you will ever hold in your hand, created over 40 million years ago.
There are very few items of true value in the world that fit in the palm of your hand that also express our most powerful emotions.
And that's why a natural diamond from Williams Jewelers is the natural expression of your love. I'm Michelle Williams.
And I'm Bruce Williams. It's one of the most important purchases you will ever make.
And you're counting on us to help you get it right. So come get hands-on with Denver's most beautiful natural loose diamonds.
At Williams Jewelers, I still personally hand-select every natural diamond we sell, from the finest diamond cutters in the world, direct to you, all at the guaranteed best price in the state.
Say, will you with Williams?
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
It's officially summer in Colorado, and that means barbecues, backyard hangs, and open windows. If your windows stick, your siding's fading, or your doors let in hot air, now's the time to fix it. This is Brett Kane with Kane Home Solutions, and don't wait to create the home of your dreams. Upgrade your space with energy-efficient windows, stylish doors, and durable siding, all with the expert installation you trust. Call Kane Home Solutions today or visit KNHWindows.com to schedule your free consultation.
K&H Home Solutions has what you're looking for.
Summer is here and it's time for a mountain getaway. Win a 2025 Harley-Davidson on August 31st. Join us at Century Casino for our $175,000 summer escape giveaway. Win free play and finale entries every weekend. Weekend drawing entries earned with every 50 base points. Improve your odds by joining us Tuesday or Friday for multiplied entries no matter what you play. Take I-70 to exit 243 to the Central City Parkway to Century Casino. Welcome to the Winter Zone. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
We've always known Redbird Farms for being the fan favorite chicken at home or in your favorite restaurant. Now you can find it behind the butcher counter at King's Supers and City Market. You can choose fresh, hand-picked cuts of flavorful chicken breast, the wings, the thighs. Get the perfect portions for any occasion when you're cooking by yourself or feeding the whole team at home. It's perfect for grilling, roasting, any way you crave your chicken. It's gotta be Redbird. Available fresh, frozen, and now at the butcher counter at King's Supers and City Market.
Redbird Farms.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
0. That's what you're going to pay up front and for 90 days at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Mark Moser here, and right now at Silterhar, it's 0 down, 0 payments for 3 months on your new purchase. Plus, they've got 0% financing on almost all new Fords, Lincolns, and Mazdas. You cannot lose on over 1,100 new and pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. So get the 0 at Highway 36 in Wadsworth or go online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Silterhar, everything you want out of a dealership.
Sports allow us to play, learn, and grow. But there's something more important than victory. At the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, we believe every athlete deserves to be safe. Safe from abuse and misconduct on and off the field. We equip athletes, parents, coaches, and others with the right education to recognize, prevent, and respond to harmful behavior. Join the movement to champion respect and end abuse at uscenterforsafesport.org.
From the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. KKSE-FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
Hey, Denver, it's Nate Kreckman. You've got Denver Sports Talk on the station where you get it all.
This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Are you ready?
Revitalized Health presents Tyler Polumbus, Scott Hastings, Darren McKee, Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. This is the Big Noon Build-Up. Now, here's PhD.
Wow. Holy cow. I'm just wrapping up listening to Sean Payton talk. Goodness gracious. Holy.
Was he long-winded again?
Nikes. I got 27 and a half minutes, man. I'm like one question away from catching up. Hold on, I can...
That's got to be a comfortable subject. And then you've got to be comfortable saying, hey, look, this is what's required. And
God, I don't know what he's talking about there. But, he was state of the Broncos, according to Sean Payton. Got some good information. We'll get to that in a second. Good to see you, Scott. How you doing?
Do we get good information, or it's just?
Oh no, I thought this was some good stuff.
Or it's fresh information because we've been.
I thought this
Sans football for 6 weeks.
I think this is. I think there were a couple of tidbits that were actually pretty good, like legit. Like, oh, that's interesting. Like that's legit interesting, not just like we're starved for football. There's definitely like we're starved for football information out there too.
Right.
But no, I think there were a couple of really interesting nuggets.
Well, don't tell me which ones you think they are, because I'm assuming we're going to play some of them.
No. I mean, he talked for a half hour. It's going to take forever to cut it up and the whole thing. I mean, it literally just ended like 3 minutes ago. So, I'll tell you, and we'll play it later, and we'll talk about it. Andy was there. He's going to report back, so he's going to come in studio and tell us what he saw out there today. Grizz is doing his Grizz thing out there. Leggy will come on, so we got tons of stuff.
It was basically kind of a walkthrough acclimation day, right?
Yeah, it was 50 minutes on the field. It wasn't, they got the football, guns out there. You know what I'm saying? Like the machines, jugs machines. They're doing all that sort of stuff. Everybody always has their own individual things to always work on. So it's a lot of that.
Linemen are down there like getting in a stance, hitting a tree.
It's exactly knocking over trees. But team-wise, they're really taking it easy. And there's the first of 4 days of installation. So the first 4 days are going to be slow because they are really just going to spend time as a team putting everything in that they want to put in. So if you are lucky enough to go, so you got today, tomorrow, Friday's the first day of camp, but it really will be the third day of installation, and Saturday will be the fourth day of installation.
Now, will they practice on Sunday?
No, they have Sunday off.
So
and
Monday's going to be like your real maybe practice?
Yeah, Monday will be on. Monday will be pads. Monday will be the installation is in, and it's 5 days on Monday. It's like, boom, like, douche, here we go. So there's an amp up time, and that's what they're using these 4 days for. So not a lot to like really sink your teeth into because they're going at a kind of a reserve pace just to get everybody going, which is fine. It's good. You have a couple of guys out there.
And you hope, don't you, hope installation is absorbed a little quicker this year because there's lesser new guys?
Should be. I mean, it's re-emphasizing. Sean talked about that, re-emphasizing the things they did in OTAs already.
Think about it. You have maybe 3 new starters? 4 possibly?
Starters. Well, you got Greenlaw. You got
a new running back.
Funga. You got Dobbins. That's 3. Help me out here. Well, I mean, Johnny Barron's going to be a starter.
Well, then that was my iffy. I forgot the tight end too.
And Ingram. So there's
Ingram's
5.
Good. So there's 4, and then if Barron starts, there's your 5th.
Yeah. Probably 5 new starters.
Or even
like
if they're not all starters, 5 guys you probably want incorporated in what you're doing faster than normal.
You actually do have a 6th new starter because they drafted a punter.
Well, there you go.
And Sean was talking about, it's like a bad fireworks show. But it's like my neighborhood fireworks show. Most of them are woo woo, and then there's 4 or 5 that just pew, look out for the bushes. And then, but the talent's there. Not like my moron neighbors on the 4th of July. There was no brain talent there. It was a miracle everybody's house was not lit afire. But here's the couple of things I do find interesting. Drew Brees worked with Tom House. You know who Tom House is?
I've heard the name. The quarterback guru guy?
Okay, I'll fill you in a little bit. And also, he spent time in San Diego with Drew Brees.
You said Drew Brees spent with Tom House, and he spent time with Drew Brees.
Sorry. Bo Nix
spent
time with Tom House.
Yeah.
And with Drew Brees out in San Diego. And the reasoning about Brees is to look for some insights and some other things in his Sean Payton system. Like, what are the nuances here? What can we really get into that was very surface level, just getting going last year?
And how do I handle the quirkiness and the bits of quick? You don't think they talked about that?
I'm sure they did.
I guarantee you, Brees probably said to him,
how do you work with this guy?
Hey, I watched the game when he went at you and you went back at him.
Yeah.
Good on you. You're going to have to do that once in a while.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think Bo probably organically stumbled on that. By the way, Russell Wilson announced today as the Giants starter. So there's hope. There's hope. Week 7. I think it's week 7. That it's Russ playing
What
against.
did the Giants record? No dumb question. The Giants record have to be for Russell Wilson to be the starter here in week 7.
Oh, not that 3-4. He'd probably still be the starter.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. Sure. You gotta.
You only won 3 games last year.
Hold on, I gotta see what the old schedule is at. Dan, we need a little like Broncos schedule just like in here, right? Like just, or if you can put it up behind us. But let's go Broncos. Is it week 7? I have all sorts of questions I don't know the answers to, Scott. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow, that is way. You gotta.
No, because he lives in your head.
You gotta give. No. You gotta give your boy a little pat on the back.
You're gonna know that right there.
I mean, how did I know Giants week 7 off the top of my head? Yeah, 3-4 or better. Russ is your 2-5 would be rough. I don't know if he's gonna be the starting quarterback if the Giants start 2.
Well, they only won 3 games all last year, right?
I'm not sure what the Giants were last year. They weren't good. They have the Commanders loss, Cowboys loss, Chiefs loss, Chargers loss, Saints. Wow. The Giants have a crazy schedule. Dude, at Commanders.
Loss.
At Cowboys.
Probably loss.
Home Chiefs.
Probably loss.
Home Chargers.
Win. There's your first win.
You think?
Yeah, Chargers.
I'll give it to you.
Chargers suck when they go all the way to the East Coast.
So that would be 1 and 3. 1 and 3 at Saints. Win.
2 and 3.
2 and 3. Home against the Eagles.
2 and 4.
2 and 4. Oh, Russ is hanging on by a thread. That might be the Broncos game. Maybe the Jackson Dart debut game.
Or at least by second half.
Thank you, Dan.
Right?
I don't know. 2 and 4 is rocky. And you're giving them the Chargers win. Like, that easily could be 1 and 5. I don't know if Russ makes it to week 7. I hope he does. I want him to.
Well, that may be why they started him, give him a chance, but they know that he's a guy we could sacrificially lose. Do you want to start a rookie quarterback with the start of those first 7 games? I mean, how many of those first 7 games
if the season's
are playoff teams?
Dude, if you're 2 and 4 and the season's over and you ain't going anywhere, or if you're 1 and 5, your season is over.
Well,
you got nothing to lose.
Your first 7 games, 4 of them or 5 of them are playoff teams from last year.
Yeah. Well,
just Cowboys, New Orleans.
New Orleans wasn't, Cowboys weren't, I guess, right?
So your first 7 games, 5 of your first 7 are playoff. So you know what you do? You put out a sacrificial lamb, which is called Russell Wilson, and then after that, then see what that schedule lightens up maybe a little bit, and then say, here comes Jackson Dart, and now maybe we don't just completely crush.
I mean, it gets easier.
A rookie quarterback.
It's a tough schedule.
Well, you got the NFC East first of all, so you got all those guys twice.
The Broncos will be 2-0. Then they'll face at the Chargers.
I'm sketchy on the Colts game. I went and looked them up yesterday.
Yeah, I already saw some media today on the Colts quarterback situation. It's just, here's the Colts quarterback competition. It's just the ball flying, hitting the ground, flying all over the place. Like, they're down on their team.
Right.
Their media.
But can I say something? You know what they're going through? What do
changes?
we do? What do we do after Andrew Luck left us in the lurch? Andrew Luck left us in the lurch, and now we have been squandering and floundering. We got Jesus asleep in the front of the boat. We need to wake him up, otherwise we're perishing. type of situation going in Indianapolis.
Yeah, the Broncos 2-0, Chargers probably loss. Hope not. Bengals, you might catch the Bengals early. 3-1
Depends
at
if they
the
learned
Eagles,
anything.
3-2. I'll say the Broncos will probably be 3-2 by the time they play the Jets. Or not Jets, Giants. No, they'll be 4-2. They'll beat the Jets. So I'll say we will be seeing Jackson Dart, not Russell Wilson. I think the Giants will have had enough of, but they're paying him a lot of money, bro.
I'm just saying
We'll keep our eyes on it.
They're paying who a lot of money?
Russell Wilson.
$10 million.
Oh, I thought it was more than that.
No, I looked it up today. It's making $10.5 million.
Oh, is it all like incentives
Yeah,
that
I guess
will drive
so.
him up? Oh, because I thought it was like 20.
That might be with incentives. Listen,
all right.
You lose that Indianapolis game, and it could be 2-4 teams playing each other in Week 7.
That ain't happening, bro.
But would you agree with that if you lose that Colts game?
Or the Denver Broncos. Listen, a lot if and uts and buts and what is it? If and candy.
Living in fancy. Listen, you should beat the Colts. Should be 2-0. Chargers.
Tough.
So 2-1. Cincinnati.
Home
2-2.
Home game in Cincinnati kind of sucks early.
At Philadelphia 2-3. Jets 3-3.
I say they're going to steal one of them games. They'll beat the Bengals or the Chargers. I don't feel great about the Eagles. They'll surprise us beating the Chargers or the Bengals. They'll grab one of them. They'll be 3-1 after 4. And the Eagles are tough. And then
listen, if they're a legitimate team and they're taking that step to win a first-round game in the playoffs and get to the conference game or whatever it's called, the second round, then you got to be 2-0, 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, 3-3, 5-2, 6-2, 6-3, 7-3, 8-3, 8-4, 9-4, 10-4, 11-4, 11-5, 12-5.
Sounds good.
If you're the team that's going to win a first round playoff game next year, you're going to be 12-5.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. Once the Broncos, I think the start of the season, I could not dream of a better start to the season. Home against a rookie-led terrible Titans team. You got to go on the road eventually. Got to win half your road games theoretically. At the Colts, I'll take it. You know what I'm saying? Like, good. I got
Was Flacco in Indy last year?
Flacco was with the Browns.
Who ended up coaching Indy last year? They were only one game under 500. They were 8-9.
Well, they got a good running back if he doesn't drop the ball at the
I think
goal
Flacco
line.
was in Indy last year.
He was in Indy? He wasn't with the Browns? It didn't matter. We had Anthony Richardson when we played him.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Well, we might get him again. Who knows?
Fine.
Or our guy from the Giants.
Dude,
right?
I'm telling you, after that Eagles game, though, after the 5th game of the season, home Jets, home Giants, home Cowboys.
That's going to be 3 wins.
Dude.
Yeah.
And then you go at Texans, which
will be a game.
Which definitely will be a game and could be a playoff preview.
Vegas at home, Kansas City at home. If you're a 12-win team, you win both those games.
Yeah, I think so. Well, that and the season, how we think we'll really do in the season will probably center on that Chiefs game on November 16th. Like, what is our deal? Are we for real or not?
Well,
Circle
do you
that
remember,
one.
here's another thing. I don't like having to play in Washington, but do you remember where they played after the bye last year?
I do not.
In Buffalo. What did they do?
They won on Monday night.
When that
no, that
was
2 years ago.
That was the Russell Wilson.
That was Russell Wilson.
I'm sorry.
That was 2
Russell
years
went into
ago.
Buffalo.
Last year, the game after the bye was the Colts.
Well, it was still Sean Payton.
That was the craziest win of all time, though, on Monday night in Buffalo with Russell Wilson. That was 2 years ago. But that was insane. Dude, I'm pumped for the season. Totally pumped for the season. And, Sean Payton talked forever. Andy was out there. He's coming back, so we'll hear from Andy probably here relatively shortly. But I'll tell you about Tom House, like why that's interesting. We'll see if it matters, but I'll tell you why it's interesting coming up next.
I think oftentimes it's used in a way, and sometimes I said this, I think, in the offseason, you know, like this was the perfect fit. Who's not interested in that player? You know, it almost discredits the athlete, but it fits the narrative for those that had him ranked where they had. So we're never going to get away from our narratives, are we? You know, we're going to hold on to we were right with that narrative. And so, well, that was the right fit. That's a great marriage, and that explains any success and all success. And so, but I think maybe it applies more to a head coach that's maybe more involved in one side of the ball or the other.
That's Sean Payton earlier today talking about his relationship with Bo Nix.
Marriage
questions.
It was a marriage by our guy Eric.
Andy Lindahl is here, coming back from day one of Broncos training camp. Acclimation, but still camp. There's still football players on the field, right?
Yes, it was as light as light could be.
Talk to us.
They
What
did
happened
have
today?
the helmets on.
Okay.
We did not. So I don't know. Look, this was not officially camp. Matter of fact, I tweeted when I wasn't allowed to. So
Did you get in trouble for that?
They were very polite, but yes.
Well, that sounds like
I
camp.
didn't know any different.
It sounds like camp to me.
I tweeted out the J.K. Dobbins deal, and they were like, Andy, it's not camp yet. You can't tweet that. I was like, okay. He goes, you can tweet it as soon as practice is done. I said, all right.
Well, practice is over. What's the J.K.
So I
Dobbins
tweeted.
deal?
Oh, he's 27. He's wearing 27. So
you were told.
Hold on. How do you feel about that?
I don't. Guess who I was standing to when it happened? My guy Atwater.
Yeah.
We were talking, and I go, he can't have that number. That's not a running back's number. I went off on my whole
What are you
thing.
talking about? That was no Sean Moreno's
I don't
number.
give a damn. He shouldn't have had it either. 27 in Denver is a sacred damn number. The guy's in the Hall of Fame. If you're going to give it to someone, give it to a damn defensive back when you know he's good.
All right. Okay.
All right?
Make it earn, like 44 in Syracuse.
Hey, fine by me, but I'm just pointing out that no Sean Moreno wore
Yeah,
that.
I had a problem with that too. That's
Okay.
where this whole damn thing started.
I gotcha. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, that's a touchy deal. Look, man, don't you want to go old man?
No,
I'll give you
no,
old man.
I'm not even fighting
Listen,
you. I'm not
Hufanga wearing 9 pisses me off. Give him a number in the 20s. Yeah, a safety should not be wearing 9.
Give him 27.
God almighty, please. By all, yeah, then I'm all right with it. That's fine. That's fine. But Steve is the biggest sweetheart Steve was the scariest dude, and I've talked to countless receivers who said, I do not want to run in Steve Atwater's area. And Steve's out there he was like, yeah, but Andy, wouldn't it be cool if maybe he made the Hall of Fame too, and then we'll both be in there and it'll be 220s. And I said, no, it's your damn number.
Steve
I was like,
thought
why
that
does this not anger you more? I said, I'm going to be angry for you. Get the number off of running back.
That's great. You spent time screaming with Steve about his number.
Well,
he doesn't
Steve's
care.
going, no, it's okay.
It's all right.
No big deal.
Yeah, he's patting me on the shoulder. He's like, it's all right. It'd be a cool story. And I said,
It's good.
No. First off, I ain't confident the guy's going to the Hall of Fame anyways on its 13.
But you're also losing the big picture that you are really good friends with your boyhood idol.
It's unreal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So
Brings a tear to my eye. That's the most interesting thing that happened. I hate to tell you, DMac. The rest of the practice look, they're warming up. And look, I want to be clear about it. I give Sean Payton, I have my problems with some of the things he does. But when it comes to the coaching, he's got it down.
Yeah, he does.
And this is smart. They have been one of the least injured teams the last 2 years. Now, look, we had a guy texting yesterday, our boy Spring. Spring is like the hype man. He's become let's get ready to rumble. That is Spring for the Denver Broncos season. He's got him going 4-0. He's got him winning 12 games. He's got him winning the division.
I love it.
He's got all sorts of stuff happening, right?
Love it.
But during Spring's exuberance of enthusiasm, somebody texted in and was like, well, what if they get injured? And the offensive line's due to have some injuries. And I was like, all right, then you're the Niners. It happens.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the stuff that frustrates you, the pulled hamstrings, the groin injury, the dumb muscle stuff, Sean Payton has been fantastic in his 2 years here of avoiding those kind of injuries. You can't avoid the catastrophic.
Maybe because it's acclimation. They don't just kind of bust into
So I'm
it.
not knocking on it, but it's not the most enticing thing to watch.
All right. Well, we can
have another day of that tomorrow, and then as you said, the actual training camp starts Friday. That's when the fans will first. Those with the 800 some tickets will be allowed to attend.
But we also know that is going to be the third day of 4 days of installation, according to Sean from what he said today, correct?
Right.
So
really the first practice where you might see some 7-on-7 something like that that's more intriguing might be not till Monday.
Well, I don't know. Did you see any of that today? Was there any team or 7-on-7?
There was a little. I will tell you this. So it's going to get in. Here's a couple things. You know me. I'll come up with some takes for you because I'm paid to do so.
Yeah.
What I think is interesting is I'm going to be curious to watch if they do go good on good, as Tyler likes to say. I'm sure you've heard him say that before.
Mm-hmm.
Will Sean get frustrated? The defense is damn good. And look, I bring it up. This is it reminded me a little bit, just a little bit, not. It reminded me a little bit of 2015 when Manning clearly would get we all watched it. Manning would get a little frustrated going against what we found out was one of the NFL's all-time best defenses.
And he's learning a new system with Gary
Sure.
too. It wasn't easy. James Casey, he had a fullback. Was the whole thing.
So part of me is like, all right, Deshaun, how soon do they go 1-on-2s just so Sean can maybe get some work done as some of the new offense gets acclimated, right? They're going to make each other better, which I'm excited about. The other thing, though, that I thought was really good, this was a good Bo Nix moment for me today, and you probably thought it was funny, but it shows me the kid knows right away what he's looking at already in year 2. He goes in a team snap, he takes a snap, he curls out and knows right away the play's messed up and spiked the ball into the ground. And now, again, not the highlight play you'd love to put on the news, but me watching that, the guy, like, he turns around, gets his eye on the field coming out of one of those play action fakes, if you will, and knows right away this is screwed up.
Yeah.
That's your second-year quarterback, man. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I think
pretty good.
I think one of the important skills in life with whatever you're trying to do is know things you don't need to do.
Right.
What can I just literally throw away?
What was?
You got to go through things though to learn that. There's no other way.
What was Manning's take? Better to throw it out of bounds and save for another down, right, than try to take a risk or do something stupid.
It depends. In practice, sometimes Payton would take chances because he
not
wanted
in a
to.
game.
Yeah, I mean, in practice, Peyton Manning would get intercepted at least once every practice I saw for 4 years.
Because he wanted to try some.
Correct.
That's practice.
Because it's practice. He wouldn't throw 7 or 8 interceptions. That's not great.
Well,
but
he also, when he's rolling out, there's no wide receivers. He ain't just going to stop and go, oh, let's try to do. He's probably going to do the same thing Bo Nix did.
I've seen. Well, Peyton is warm and cuddly and everything on TV for everything, but in practice, that dude was a bit of a killer, man.
Well,
and he would get on his dudes.
It's funny you two'd bring it up just from the competitive standpoint. The Bo Nix spike to the ground had a little Peyton bad body language to it. Like, let's get this right.
I could see Bo being more like that as time goes on, and I'm fine with it.
And you guys know, we all know the body. Not quite the Nathan McKinnon, let me yell at you as we climb back on the bench because I didn't like whatever you did that shift, but it was clearly, let's go. What are we doing?
Yeah, Bo would be Nate is a little bit more passive-aggressive anger. Like I'm letting Nate down. Bo's more of the coaching, come on, guys, let's go.
Nate's somewhere between Cutler and Bo Nix.
Yes, I would agree.
Yeah, Nate could, Nate could wear on you. No doubt about it.
All the great players I think can wear.
That's
the
true.
guys who never turn the full 100%, I want to win all the time off, I think wear on the guys that are just trying to make it and stay in the league.
Talk to us about other things. What other observations? I mean, the whole facility's new.
How about Greenlaw or any of the new guys that
it
have
was
been
extreme
injured?
walkthrough today, man. They were jogging at best. They didn't
Where
do a
do
lot
they
of
have
team in
Jade
front of us.
Barron lined up? Barron
Again,
lined
he's
up.
moving around. He'll be
He's moving
outside
around.
in some
Okay.
cases. He'll
Okay.
be inside on a guy. And we're at the side. They kept moving up and down from where we were. We don't have our full range of motion, shall we say, yet around the field. So you also are kind of at the mercy of what angle they were giving you and
Right.
where they were going with the play. Listen, I think the thing that I like the best is what Sean said when he was talking about the expectations, because I actually thought about asking the question, but then I thought, maybe I'll give him a day.
Mm-hmm.
And then, one of your old guys decided he'd throw basically the same question in.
Mm-hmm.
And it's how do you handle the team? Because, again, last year, Vegas, I remember this time last year, Nate and I were at the Circa,
Mm-hmm.
and everybody in Vegas, they'd had him at 5.5 at the over-under, if you remember. And I said, you really think Sean Payton's not going to get at least near 8 or whatever his usual win total was, right? And I had Vegas bookie guys laughing at me. That team's terrible. You guys laughing at me both about the Broncos and the Buffs. Like, we're talking the professional line makers that were coming by the table. That's how little
Who took a bath in Colorado last year.
That's right. And that's how little they thought of the Broncos. And now this year, You can't turn on. I mean, I'm watching ESPN this morning before I head out there, and they were talking about the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, and then they went to the Raiders, and every time they talked about the division, the first team they mentioned is the Broncos. And Louis Riddick is going, hey, now the Broncos are a bunch of bad men and in a good way. And so, look, the nation's on them. And I think part of it is because Sean's got a lot of his friends in the national media, but the nation's buying in. So how do you handle that? We've all seen the young teams that now have to handle. You don't get to play chip on your shoulder because everybody thinks you're going to be the fun story, right?
You were ranked the 6th best roster in the NFL.
Yeah, and Sean's embracing. I'm glad he at least, because I thought we were going to get the I don't care what the media says or some grumpy coach answer. And instead he goes, no, you're right. Yeah, we got to handle this a little bit differently. I've got to talk to them about, we've all seen the young team that maybe got a little too big for their britches and then got walloped in the mouth a little fast.
Well, it was Houston last year a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
You know what's interesting, too, about Sean today? He dismissed the concept of a sophomore slump.
Oh, he didn't like it at all. He was still standing up for his guy. Now, look, you played the cut right there, and it's fine. I do think we can't just say Bo Nix is only successful because he's with Sean Payton, but I don't think you can't just say, I mean, again, I could think of so many coaches that if Bo Nix went to, his life would be a nightmare.
Well, hold on.
Nobody brought up Mac Jones, by the way, but C.J. Stroud was brought up. I mean, I could think of but maybe there's not a lot of them. Maybe guys who do have a good year, in general, are pretty decent the second year, too.
But listen, go back to the early days of New England, and everybody at the time go, well, Belichick, he can coach quarterbacks. He look what he's – and Brady kept winning. Well, it's Belichick. They went, well, you know, it's both of them together. They're really, and then all of a sudden Tom leaves and you go, oh, it's probably Tom.
It was Tom.
It's probably Tom.
Yeah, listen, Bo Nix decision-making is elite, and that's what's the key to this thing. And I don't care. I know you guys talked about it yesterday. I don't give a damn how many 2-yard passes you throw, especially if you find a yak guy, someone who's really good at breaking a tackle and making you pay, and hopefully R.J. Harvey's that guy. I really don't, like, I love, it's what you said. I don't care how it looks. Yeah. I just care that it's successful. Not everybody's got to run the same thing. Now, look, there's going to be times where maybe we'll find out, is Bo Nix have the ability to make a throw that only a handful of guys make? That's still what I'm waiting to see. Because, again, and not every quarterback in the league is that. I'm talking about, like, the Joe Burrow. Like, Manning made a ton of them where it's only where his guy could get it, whether it was because of his timing of how he put it there. I saw plenty in my youth of John Elway where John Elway would roll to the sideline of one area and get it back 70 yards in the air to the other side of the field. Guys quit covering the receiver because most of the quarterbacks ain't making that throw, okay? Can Bo Nix make a couple of those? And if he can, then that's where you get special. Okay, we'll find out. Sean, I don't think, asked him to make a lot of those last year. He may let him try to make a few of them this year now. And you know what? Let him may not even be the right word. Bo may decide. Here's what I'm excited about this year, guys. Bo was playing the card game, right? He was in the World Series of Poker, and he was just trying to get to the final round. Well, now he's won it. Now you know the job's yours. And there's nobody on this roster coming to take this job from you. Now what? You don't have to look over the shoulder. Now what do you do? You know what I mean? Now what do I see?
Lead.
Now that you don't have to be quite so careful. Right. I'm not saying get reckless because that's what Sean loves about him. But will he take maybe a couple more chances? Like, I feel like, let's be honest, the throw to Mims that we all talk about in the Cleveland game has a little bit of a chance, man. Has a little bit of chance. Half a yard this way, that way, that's not a touchdown, right? The safety was there.
Yeah.
But he took the chance. Give me a few more of those. And if he continues to do that and can get you a couple of those pop plays, and this defense is everything we think it is, I am excited. But I'm not going to let the train get away. By the way, I would say there's no way Jackson Dart starts against the Broncos.
You don't think so?
Because it's home against that Denver defense, and I do not think
they'll just lay him to the slaughter for Russell Wilson.
It's a visit. Yeah, I don't think you put your rookie quarter. If this defense is as good as we think it's going to be, I don't think you let that.
So
be Jackson
even
Dart's
if their
first
season
start.
Is going sideways, we'll let Russ.
Well, listen, Daboll may not even be there by then. I guess the thing that could blow this up is Daboll's fired, and they just go ahead and put him in there.
Well, 1-5 will make it
Well,
pretty
but
interesting
when you go,
for them.
But when you go to
0-6
Jameis
would be a
next,
disaster.
dude, I already saw a pick 6 off Jackson. I didn't even get out of
I
practice
know.
and Jackson Dart's throwing
You're
pick
right.
sixes.
You're right. You could put Jameis in there instead. You're right. But at some point you want to go to
I
Jackson
just don't
Dart.
think it's cool.
You're right.
If this
Well, the
defense is
GM
top 3 in their building, you're not making them start
GM
against
said
that.
today, he said Patrick Mahomes didn't start till his last game his rookie year. And look at his career. So
Yeah,
they're
because there's
they're
something
setting
about
up
grooming a
to
dude.
not really rush Jackson Dart.
Do you think Russell Wilson will be as helpful to Jackson Dart as Alex Smith was to Patrick Mahomes?
No.
No, but can I say who might?
Jameis. Yeah. As he gets delivered
Jameis for
from
sure.
interceptions.
Jameis is a real teammate.
Yeah.
Not a fake teammate like Russell Wilson. And if Jameis, man, that would be great if he could be delivered from pick sixes again here in Denver. Would that be
Dude, that
be
Browns
fantastic?
game was low key. When you look back on it, was that the funnest game of the year?
It was so fun.
I mean, not just because
It
you
was
won,
so
but
fun.
when was the last time we saw like a Bronco shootout?
It
like
was
that?
great.
You know what I mean?
No, the whole game was really exciting, and there was no stopping anybody, and he wasn't delivered from pick sixes.
It was a little Romo Manning back in 2013 where they had their shootout.
I know I'm better than this. I know. I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
So is everybody else, brother. The congregation has risen and said, please.
Really quick, the how distracting is the construction, the way things are set up, like just everything.
It's distracting. I don't know. We'll see how far we can walk again. That's where I'm wondering. We still have periphery where we can walk, and if we can do that, we'll be okay. What's distracting is how awesome that building's going to be, man. And it's amazing what they've already done since we were just there for minicamp.
Wild.
It's going to be sweet.
And it's
got this new like curved roof on it.
Yeah.
So I was coming over to see you guys. Normally I head out a different way or get to C470.
Yeah.
But I drove by the front of it. I did not realize that this roof is going to be the front of the. I mean, it is a sharp looking building. It is a sharp looking building. By the way, real quick on the text line.
What was it? $250 million or something like that?
It's something.
Oh, it's going to be a lot.
It's a chunk of change.
Yeah, it'll cost you. Our guy Levi. Levi, I love you. You text all day long and on the shows. I have never. Last year, I got crushed for being the negative Nancy, which I was ready for. This year, everyone's hacked off that I'm excited. I don't get it. What do you want?
I think there's a fan base that wants to be angry Andy all the time.
Well, Andy, great job, my man. Awesome. I love it. I absolutely love it. You're yelling and screaming at Steve Atwater about his number. And
well, I was pissed off. They don't deserve to give the running back that number. I don't know the guys.
Would
Stay here more than a year.
What'd you yell at me yesterday in that conversation we had? We had a conversation. You got all excited and were yelling too. Something about music or something.
Well, yesterday was a sad day with Ozzy. I don't know if that had anything to do with
here's what's
anything.
crazy. So we got into this. I'm trying not to kill your clock, but Kevin, as usual, it's Andy's fault.
No doubt about that.
Kreckman conversation. I remember, I didn't love Black Sabbath or Ozzy individually. It just wasn't kind of my thing. I respected the talent, but I became, and Mark Springer pointed it out.
Yeah,
we had a
fan.
A ton of great texts of people that you actually knew for something like John Elway. For a lot of people, is a GM.
Yeah,
for me, he's the quarterback I just described. Our boy Stinks sells chili and talks on ESPN. He used to be the guy that had 30 knee surgeries and played no matter what was going on the week of. He's one of the toughest guards
So
going.
Ozzy was different for you.
Ozzy, I liked Ozzy once I saw him on the Osbournes, and he's touring around his kitchen and yelling at his cat.
They're going to Chipotle.
Yeah,
I go to Chipotle.
See, to me, I was a Black Sabbath and Ozzy fan.
Which I almost had you in because we almost called Stout because of it.
Oh, Stout would be great
Didn't you
too.
guys both spin tracks of?
We did. I was probably Stout was a little poppy. I was a little bit more into that stuff, the harder stuff than Stout was.
Dude,
but
here's why it was
Black Sabbath was one of my first. Black Sabbath was one of my first albums I ever had.
Here's why it was a good mix. He's spinning Black Sabbath and Stout's spinning Michael Jackson.
Dude, Stout literally yelled at me the way I yelled at Atwater about my generation ruining his party because grunge came in. He's like, you guys are such a downer. You're a bummer. We had strip clubs and big hair and all this great music, and then you guys come in with your grunge and your sad sweaters and your flannels, and you ruined everything.
I wish we had time.
I love our boy
Thank you.
Stout.
I love him too. Thank you, Andy. Great job. You guys doing your pod tonight? Are you
9 o'clock tonight.
9 o'clock. Yeah.
Okay.
What'd you give me that?
Hot mic with a Hastings and Lindahl on the digital, 9 o'clock tonight. Brian Howell from up in Boulder. Prime is out at training camp? I thought he was sick or he was something. We'll get some details next. Brian Howell, Mr. CU. I got to catch up with Brian. Brian, who are you working for these days? Like, what exactly is your job? I want to be accurate here.
Wow.
No, because he does so much. This is a compliment. This is not an insult. It's a compliment. So
it's one of the few things at CU that has not changed much in the last few years is where I work. So Boulder Daily Camera, Longmont Times Call, and then the Denver Post uses my stuff quite a bit as well. So,
and you're better looking on Zoom than your voice just on radio.
What's that?
I said you're better looking on Zoom than your voice just on radio.
I appreciate that. A lot of people say that. It's always nice to hear it.
So more than me. Okay. There you go.
I just had a snot bubble there. You got a snot bubble.
Humble Hal we got on here right now.
Well, Brian, there's no better resource when it comes to CU. There's a lot of good ones, and you're with my buddy Matt Smith, and he's incredible too. And I know you two do a podcast together. So CU stuff. Brian, Matt's great too, but Brian's the man. We wanted to have you on today because we got confused. Because we spent a lot of time like, oh man, Prime, and he's not feeling
Yesterday
that.
we did.
Yesterday, he's not feeling great.
Yeah.
I'm nervous for him, and gee whiz. And then we're seeing video of him out at the Bucs training camp looking at Shiloh. And I'm like, wait a second, what's going on here? So what's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, we don't hear much other than what you're seeing as well. But, I did see him in person a couple weeks ago at Big 12 Media Day down in Frisco, Texas, and
which is close to his home, right?
Yes.
Like his ranch, right? Okay.
It's about an hour and a half. So it wasn't like I don't even think he got on a plane. I do know that he left there and got straight on a plane and went and filmed a commercial somewhere. So
okay.
He's been feeling better. He looked good that day. He sounded like Coach Prime and his usual self. And so I think that whatever he was going through, I think it put him down for a couple months, but it seems like in the last month or so, he's really been back to his normal self. But he hasn't been in Boulder. He has not yet been to Boulder.
Okay. Now, the quote that threw us though, Brian, was he said, what I'm going through, I'm
still rehabbing or still.
Yeah, I'm not over it yet.
Yeah.
Like he said something along those lines. But our other big question that we didn't have the answer to, that's why we're having you on. In general, what is the head coach of the team supposed to be like around in Boulder? Like, is he supposed to be here in July? Is he not? Like, when do things start? Like, what is the typical sort of behavior for the head coach?
Yeah, obviously it's always better when your head coach is there, but I think if there's ever a time of year for him to not be there, it's the summer, because there's so much of what they're doing is being run by the strength and conditioning staff, and that has not changed. Those guys have been, working. I think they're on a break right now, but they've been working with the strength and conditioning staff almost every day. And so, Coach Prime, I'm sure, has been doing some work and directing things from the ranch down in Canton, Texas. But I think that this is the time to not be there. They start fall camp on Monday, and they have a team meeting. They report on Sunday, and by all indications, Coach Prime will be there on Sunday for that team meeting. I don't know if this is just a quick jaunt to Tampa and he gets to Boulder tonight. I don't know, but I think he'll be in Boulder by the weekend.
You know, another quote that stuck with me a week or two ago, might have been at the Big 12 thing, is that, I can't wait to get to Boulder. There's still guys there I haven't met. And that was a little weird for a head coach going to coach a bunch of young men who, the one thing I'll say, like him, not like him, I think he's been a good leader of young men. But to say I've got to meet some of the guys that we've picked and selected and have come to see you.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, he hasn't been there, and they've added some recruits since the end of spring ball and some guys that have come in that, maybe they take their visit and Coach Prime's not there. And so he probably hasn't met them. And there's probably some of those guys, I would imagine, that he may have had a FaceTime with them and at least talked to them somehow. Maybe there's a couple guys he's never spoken to in his life that are on this team, but
that's weird for college sports. I know we got portals and NIL, and that's still a little weird to me. My college coach, God rest his soul, was like a father to me. Yeah,
and Coach Prime is to a lot of these guys. you talk to Jordan Seaton, Alejandro Mata, the kicker, guys like that, they all say the same thing, that he's like a father to them. But I think that initially in the recruiting process, there's a lot of Coach Prime staff that does that. And that's not just Coach Prime. That's around college football these days. There's so much of the staff that does that I think that once Coach Prime gets there, it's going to be that father figure type. And a lot of the guys that stick with him and are loyal to him are because of how he is to them. He treats them like they're his sons.
All right, so no big deal. Typically, coaches it's better to have him on campus than not, but the summertime, if he's going to miss time, is the time. The kids are with the strength and conditioning coaches anyway, and the real red flag, if there are any red flags, would be if he wasn't present this weekend.
Yeah, I think so. If he's not there next week when they start camp, you have some concerns, I think.
But he did just go to Tampa to look at Shiloh.
Which I think was cool because so much it seemed like was put on Shedeur the last couple of years. Shiloh, whatever. I thought it was cool that he would go.
I don't know, man. We're going to respectfully maybe disagree on this
one.
Well,
but see, I think he also could get away with going to an undrafted son who's in Tampa's coach, and he probably knows the coach is there. He would get ridiculed to go into Cleveland.
Were the rest of the undrafted guys' dads on the sidelines talking with the coaches?
The rest of the other guys' dads Hall of Famers?
Okay, so Shiloh gets special treatment compared to everybody else.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Oh, is that news to you?
In the pro level? I mean, at some point, Dad, be a dad. He can't help himself.
I don't disagree with that, but listen, Todd Bowles and everybody that's down there, they probably played against him.
Would you like your dad to be there for your first day as a pro, sitting there on the sidelines?
No.
Okay. Well, why Brian, sorry to leave you out of this conversation, but
no, this is great.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Really, on your first day at practice and training camp, your dad's got to be there on he wasn't just there; he's on the sidelines.
You know what I would say to that though is, I bet that happens more often than we know, and the reason we don't know about it is because the dad is not Coach Prime, and like Scott said, not a Hall of Famer. So you don't even know that it's the dad standing there. So I would bet that happens a lot more than we think.
Brian, I'm going to respectfully disagree with you on that one, too. I've been to a lot of Broncos.
Maybe not a lot, but I bet it happens more than we think.
You don't think there's some dads and moms that come down and watch practice?
Of course they watch practice. There's a family section. Go stand in the family section with the rest of the family.
But do they got a gold whistle on their neck?
Dude, you just don't get a free... Bo Nix's dad wasn't marching out in front of... everybody, and you're a rookie, and there's vets on that team. It's like, oh, hey, your dad's here, Shiloh. You doing okay?
Oh, I guarantee you got killed.
Well, right?
Yeah.
Like, what do you... Yes, Brian?
But I would also say there was probably a lot of his teammates that were pretty excited to meet his dad, too.
All right.
Because there's a lot of those guys, those players that they can't wait to meet Coach Prime. I mean, I was talking to a player from Houston. He's a cornerback at Big 12 Media Days the other day. And Houston plays CU this year. And he's like, I'm hoping that I can get some pointers from him. Like, when are you going to get pointers? You're playing the game. You're going to go up to him after the game and ask for some pointers. So, these guys they want to meet Coach Prime. So,
well, let me ask you this. Would it surprise you? You said maybe he heads up to Denver, whatever now. Would it surprise you if we see video of him tomorrow in Jacksonville? Not a big, long flight from Tampa to Jacksonville.
Well, when's he headed to Cleveland? I mean,
he won't go there.
Is he won't go to Cleveland?
No, he can't.
Why?
Because that's a quarterback. Can't do that.
Oh, it's different if it's a quarterback?
and the coaches didn't like him, probably don't like Prime, and no, he ain't going to Cleveland.
Okay.
But I bet he goes to Jacksonville. I'd be shocked if I don't see him in Jacksonville today.
All we want is Prime back in Boulder. That's all we want.
Yes.
And
I don't mind, like, especially right now, the players aren't even there this week. They get back on Sunday, so he doesn't need to be here today, or tomorrow, or probably the next day. But I wouldn't be surprised to see him in Cleveland, honestly, because Coach Prime does things differently. But I think that's a good call with Jacksonville. I bet maybe later today or tomorrow he's in Jacksonville. Maybe Carolina, going to see Jimmy Horn. He's close with Jimmy Horn. So maybe he's just making the quick rounds before he gets back to Boulder.
Thursday in Jacksonville, Friday in Charlotte, Saturday in Cleveland, and then home.
Saturday night at his home in Boulder.
All right. But if he's on some sort of world tour, I expect him to be back in Boulder when he's supposed to be back in Boulder. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, Brian, has there been any hint from any rumors? I know you don't like to spread rumors. You're a professional journalist and all that. But have there been any hints of what this is he has been going through?
Not really, because it's a personal thing with his health, and so nobody's really said anything. It's just other than what you hear from him. I mean, he said to Asante Samuel, "This is something that's on a whole other level that I've never dealt with before." So we don't really know. I mean, I don't know if he'll address it locally when he finally talks in preseason camp next week or the week after that. So I don't know if he'll do that, but
He has lost.
there's been no
14
hints.
He has lost 14, 15 pounds.
Yeah, he said that. That was back in May. He said that. I don't know if he's regained it. Yeah, I thought he looked when I saw him in person a couple weeks ago. I thought he looked skinnier than I'd seen him in the spring, and so you know, that doesn't mean he's sickly or anything like that. I just thought he looked thinner, and so maybe he's still trying to recover.
All right, it's
Hey, Brian, keep our number.
I will.
Okay.
It's Brian Howell from the Boulder Daily Camera and all sorts of other things. Thank you, Brian. We appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
Thanks. We'll see you guys.
All right.
Can't blame Mandy for missing the clock. That one's on me.
Yeah, it's okay. We got to get back into like dads in practice and the whole thing. Like, okay.
Listen, can I say something? There's
what? I think you already know where I'm going to go.
There's
but...
DMac dads, there's Scott dads, and there's Prime.
Okay. All right. Okay. If I'm on his team,
you went to orientation with your son.
Every parent went to orientation with their son and daughter.
Really? Well,
everybody.
Does everybody have a radio show?
All right. It's PhD on 92.5.
Well, it does a little, and in a good way. I mean, look, it's what you want. You know, in other words, there are so many different ways it's met. You know, you're playing on a national stage more, and there might be unique travel more, but that's what we're wanting. And you know, we're not a finished product by any means. We're still, you know, there's a lot of parallels to that building across the way here. You know, we're still work in progress, and yet it's not the national expectations. It's just there was a belief a year ago, I think, by many of us internally that we had a team that could compete.
That is Sean Payton on the expectations as the Broncos open up training camp today with a acclimation period where it's 4 days of install, which is going to be relatively light, including Friday and Saturday where the fans are going to be able to be out there. But essentially, you have this build-up until they start on Monday. However, it's still training camp. It's still training camp, and our own Josh Grismer was out there today. Josh, thanks for being in here.
Absolutely.
What were your impressions of what training camp looked like today?
I mean, it's as walkthrough can get.
Mm-hmm.
So not much. I saw a lot of punt team coverage, which was super exciting. Loved that. I will say they did a little bit of, if you want to call it 11-on-11 or 7-on-7 team practices. Bo Nix looks like he knows what he's doing. It looks as though he grasps the concept of where to go much quicker than last year.
Okay.
And meaning he knows who to go to. He knows what the play looks like. And if there is something that looks like the play is not developing the way he wants to, he reads quicker whether he should scramble or whether he should throw the ball away or whether he should find a check down. Much quicker than what I saw last year. And I like that. I like seeing that. That's the progression that you should see. And again, this is, no pads, as walkthrough as it can be, but the little tiny things that you want to see at the start of a training camp, kind of what I noticed right off the bat.
I don't know if we talked with Grizz yesterday, or we did talk about it, was when we talked about the start show, you only have 5 or 6 guys that shouldn't know most of the installation, right? That have a chance of starting.
Mm-hmm.
So it should be quicker and easier. Now it's going to be incumbent on Dobbins or whoever, Greenlaw, whatever their calls are defensively. Got to be on them, doesn't it?
Does it look like it was an organized sort of thing? It looked pretty smooth.
Yeah.
I know they were on the field all that long.
No, it looks smooth. Again, what you just said about Dobbins, actually, Payton talked about that today. There was a question asked how important it was to have Dobbins at OTAs earlier this year. And he goes, well, now you have 5 or 6 weeks of him learning the playbook in the last couple of weeks here. And you should see him make a much smoother transition, being one of the newer guys. And I agree with that. I think the things you like to see are the new guys, like you said, like Green. There's no assessment of Greenlaw and the new guys that have come because how do you assess that right now? But that being said, they bring an energy. Those guys from San Fran, they bring a certain type of work ethic and energy to the field that is, I think it's just maybe also coming from the fact that they're new and these guys are veterans, that they know what they're doing. And that brings like a certain excitement. This defense is good.
Well,
this defense is going to frustrate and I think cause some real frustration throughout training camp for the offense.
Didn't they make some change up, Vance did? Was it 2 years ago that they said our system was just way overcomplicated?
It was
we simplified
after the
it.
Miami game where everybody was scrambling for their jobs.
Right.
And they weren't really great the next week, although they did beat Chicago, and it was like a miracle they won that game, but the defense wasn't great. It was kind of after that.
After that, they got down to it, though.
They simplified things.
Yeah.
It's like VJ was like, okay, this ain't working, and we're just going to make it much more
Can I say
simple.
something as a sign of a good coordinator?
It worked out, and it took some serious patience and I think some leadership from Greg Penner to say, okay, let's not go scorched earth here. Let's calm down a little bit and try to stick to whatever our plan was. And it would have been easy to nuke everything after giving up 70 points to the Dolphins. Would have been ridiculous. But we're far past that.
But are we? I mean, we're 2 seasons away, and now we're talking about a team that should be a top 2 or 3 defense.
That's how it's shaping up to be.
That's pretty crazy.
I mean, it's you can just tell. You can tell when there's a well-oiled machine out there. I don't care if they're in pads or not. These guys know what they're doing. And that's exciting. I mean, you want to have this type of defense. And look, I'm not going to already compare it to the 2015 or anything like that because that defense was unbelievable. But this is probably the best defense you've had in the past 5 to 7 years.
Well, you've got an opportunity. You got to get the running back on your same page, but your quarterback and offensive line are working together. The offensive line is going to know what he does. 1, 2, boom, boom, boom. I may scramble. Now I got to get out of my stance and get down, maybe hit somebody. There's a relationship with Cortland Sutton and him, and I know that ESPN poo-poos the wide receivers. I think these are exact. I listen. Sean sometimes has some fluff in what he says. But if you listen, and we've listened enough, going on 3 years now, when he talked about I like my wide receiver room, I don't think that was foolishness.
Yeah.
I think he honestly likes the guys in that wide receiver room.
Well, and I think the one big thing that he also said, because you're talking about Bo Nix a little bit earlier there. This guy spent time, and I don't know if you guys got to hear the presser, but he spent time with Drew Brees out in California as well. This guy has Peyton Manning and Drew Brees in his ear that he can go to, that he can talk to about certain ways to handle certain situations. It doesn't get better than that. You have these two guys talking about, when he asks them how to be the best quarterback he can be in this league, on top of what I agree with you, Scotty, 100% is I don't think the wide receiver room is all that bad at all. I think these are a good group of guys that work together really well. Now, is there the one star? You can call Cortland Sutton a...
Is there a Justin Jefferson?
No, but I don't...
Ron St. Brown.
I think you need that with this team.
Well,
I really
Cortland
don't.
Sutton's about to be paid like one of them guys. So I think theoretically it's him. Let's get back to Bo Nix with Drew Brees. Here's what Sean Payton said about that.
He's someone that works his tail off, wants to improve. The whole off season is planned out. He's gone and visited Brees for 4 or 5 days, and that's Tom House in here. And there's a lot that he wants to absorb in a fast period of time, and that's a great thing for a young player like that, and we're never just going to pick up from where we left off, but there's a lot of building to do when we look at last year, and a lot of positive things to look at, that's what I would think of.
Let me explain who Tom House is for those who don't know. Tom House was first of all, he's a Major League Baseball pitcher.
For the Braves, right?
Well, he played for a bunch of teams.
Okay.
Played for including my Red Sox back in the day.
Okay.
But a bunch of teams. But he reinvented himself more famously as a throwing coach. And it started with baseball. But there were football guys that realized arm maintenance and mechanics for football are familiar enough. So he started, working with quarterbacks, including Tom Brady and a million other guys. So he is a arm guru. Like, he's not a football guru, but he is a throwing mechanics arm, guru, stay healthy and all that sort of thing. And a lot of guys have worked with them. I find it very interesting that Bo Nix did spend time with Tom House. I think that is actually really interesting. I think you're right about the Drew Brees. Like, sure, we can just hang out and talk about the system and Sean Payton stuff, but more importantly, we can probably talk about Sean Payton and like how to just sort of navigate these waters. And the fact that Bo Nix spent 4 or 5 days with Drew Brees, that's more than a cup of coffee. Like, that's pretty cool. That's cool. So Bo Nix, to improve himself in ways, spent time with Sean Payton's #1 quarterback of all time, and spent time with an arm-throwing guru, because you said, well, what things can Bo Nix get better at? Well, I think we're seeing the types of things that he's hoping to improve on. Like, perhaps some of his mechanics and arm maintenance wasn't that great. I'm going to go to a guy, Tom House, to get better at that. Perhaps I can find out more minutia or details about this whole system. I'm going to hold and hang out with Drew Brees for a little bit. I think those things are actually kind of significant, guys.
Well, it goes back to what Tyler said last week and has said before, that the one thing we underestimated Bo Nix about is his leadership, because that's something leaders do. Leaders try to improve themselves. go about it in different ways. You can go about it and become, like McKinnon can, and just over the top, and nothing is good enough for anybody else because they should be doing what I do.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also the mechanics of the arm is big. That's huge. That's going to extend
Mm-hmm.
your career. Drew Brees, knowing this offense, going over to watch film, they can put side by side. I bet they watch tons of film. Side by side is what Drew ran on red right 88, and what here's how we're running red right 88 now, and blah blah blah. Compare that, and then the leadership. Listen, he's hard on the tight ends. How do I get in there and soften it? Because that's leadership, right? I still think it was big when he stood up to Drew. That made or to Sean Payton. That made him a leader. Now, when other guys don't have the position of quote unquote quarterback, that probably don't have the status to say, go up yours, send it up yours. He killed running backs last year. He killed Estime. How do I stop that from happening this year? How do I, when he gets down on a position, that I can build this guy back up? You know who's going to know? The guy that was with Sean Payton for 15 years. That's the guy that's going to know those waters.
Good stuff. We'll dig into it deeper. Just real quick on the day itself. The facility, the construction, where the fans are going to be, where the families are going to be. What's it looking like there?
Families have a really cool 2-tiered area on the north end zone, and they got like couches and like lounge chairs, like nice area.
Like
things
scaffolding?
There.
Like
scaffolding on top of each other. Yeah. Like
really?
Yes. And it's nice.
Like it's a sky deck.
Yes. Exactly like that. And then on the other side,
cool.
south end zone is where all the fans will be on Friday.
Okay.
And that's bleacher style. But you get chairs. It's nice sitting like bleacher style chairs.
Is there cover though?
No.
No, you're going to be baking. Bring an umbrella if you can.
Well, they may not let you have it. Hanging over a big old golf umbrella if you're sitting there in rows.
Where are people parking?
So there's the Dove Valley like soccer field complex over there.
Yes.
You're gonna be parking there, and it's a short walk. It's not a long walk. It's a short walk.
Downhill there, uphill back.
Uphill on the way back.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
Yeah, it's a short walk.
It's a short walk. Brisk walk.
Yeah. Put 35 years on them knees.
It's a brisk walk.
Tell me that's a short walk.
All right, so the fans, is that where the family's going to park too? I guess they'd have to. Unless they get parking at the jail.
Family gets to park at
the jail
area. Yeah, I think they get to park in another area.
Well, it's the jail. It's the only other place to
a
park.
little closer. Yeah.
There's some empty spots at the
Why
jail.
don't you just pull some people on that artificial turf thing that you never use? Just let them pull up on that thing. Honestly.
That's where the rehab guys go. That's where, the
they
punters.
have 40 yards. Do you need more than 40 yards?
So, wow. So Friday is going to be a fascinating day, isn't it? Just to see how this system works.
I just want to see how this is going to pan out. Yeah.
It's going to be interesting.
It'll be interesting.
And the media, the Muggles just come through the gate. We're just, we just...
Same old. We're going to be on, there's the north entrance that we'll be on, and that's the gate that we'll go through. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, great job.
Thank you.
And we got it on the socials. It's going to be.
We're uploading right now. Got clips for everybody. Yeah. We got
look at the Twitter and the YouTube at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Our guy Grizz.
Yep.
Killing it.
Training Camp Grizz.
Training Camp Grizz.
I love it.
Get more Grizz at Mix 100 in the mornings. I'm sure you'll be talking all about this stuff too.
I'm telling you, when he was 26 or 7, his name should have been Oil Change.
Oil Change Grizz.
Oh, gosh.
But it's Training Camp Grizz. Plus, at Mix 100, maybe get a little gossip with the wives and the girlfriends. And
you got some good stuff going.
I will tell you, the Broncos' wives' girlfriends are not shy about posting their lives out there on the social media. I know you don't care about that stuff.
You follow that stuff too?
I really don't, believe it or not. But it comes
let me tell you about it.
But it does come to my attention. It does.
That's right up Mix 100's alley, right?
I gotcha.
That's yeah.
You are not short for content in that department either. Some of the wives like to put it out there.
Did your little sister get married?
No. She's
that's a zinger from where is that coming from?
Dan, she's too young for you, buddy. Sorry.
What just happened?
No comment.
Thank you.
You're talking about mix.
Boy, there's
you're talking about mix and the social
but is there some
aspect?
inside thing with Grizz's sister and Dan?
Absolutely better not be.
What is this grin? What's going on here?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I got to meet her one time. Lovely lady. Got to see a family picture of Josh and the family a few years ago.
Josh is a very good-looking guy. Is it safe to say his... Okay. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're not going to get into sister talk. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. This feels weird for me to do an erectile dysfunction read right here, but yeah, I know. No, that's what's scheduled. Speaking of that, if things are just not going your way, well, we can get that figured out with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Yeah, for ED, that can be a relationship destroyer. It can cause all sorts of stress. We're laughing, we're having fun with it, but it's probably not a laughing topic for you if you're dealing with it. Well, let's get it dealt with the right way. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has a success rate well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They're fantastic. They have served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today. Your initial visit's only $99. Medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So let's go. It's Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic with 5 locations up and down I-25. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
The idea of not the quote particularly, but you hear about sophomore slumps from the quarterbacks. Like
I do.
What is that also? You don't put much stock in that.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think of them. I'm trying to think of the MTV one-hit wonders, and there's not a lot of them that come to mind. I mean, I think it's a term we use, but I can't think of examples that match that term of rookie quarterbacks that excelled, and then all of a sudden what happened their second year.
I feel like C.J. Stroud was unbelievable his rookie year, and then maybe they struggled more overall as an offense. But there could be a lot of reasons why.
Yeah, but I didn't look at his season. I mean, I think they went to the postseason, and now I that's a good question. But I think there's bigger picture items relative to this team.
That's our guy Parker Gabriel from the Denver Post asking. I think that was Parker. I believe it was. Asking Sean Payton about the sophomore slump. That's interesting that, Scott, he just sort of denies the existence of the sophomore slump, saying it's an expression we use, but it doesn't really exist in reality. And how bad of a slump did C.J. Stroud have if his team still got to the playoffs?
Right.
So, I mean, how bad could it be? Now, if you want to look at a better example, I think you probably should use Mac Jones, who got the Patriots to the playoffs and then was a total bust the next year. That's probably a better example. Other than that, I mean, maybe he's got a point. Like, you might not be very good in your first year and you remain not good in your second year. But off the top of your head, and Dan, I'll pull you in on this too. How many quarterbacks can you guys think of who, first of all, they have to have a good first year?
Right.
So you have to play as a rookie.
Well, C.J. Stroud, 4,100 yards, 23 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, rookie year. Pretty good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Second year, 3,700 yards, 20 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Maybe they figured him out a little bit. But as you said, they still got to the postseason.
Hey, you're there. You got yourself a shot. Is that really a sophomore slump?
He didn't play as well statistically, but they still got the postseason.
Well, what was frustrating Sean just a pinch today, and this is fun about Sean. I do like this about Sean because I think he thinks like like an analyst all the time. And there's little pet peeves that bug him. So if he was on the set for Fox, Scott, and they brought up sophomore slump, I could see him going off and saying, yeah, that's something that doesn't really exist. It's a fun expression, but it in reality, it doesn't exist. If guys are good their rookie year, they tend to stay good.
Well, but
an object in motion tends to stay in motion.
Here's when you get rookie slumps. The guy exceeds what
sophomore slumps.
Or sophomore slumps. The guy exceeds your expectations his first year, rookie year, freshman year, whatever it is. In the second year, he doesn't advance from there. He might even stay. I mean, C.J. Stroud was close to the same, few more picks, but same completion percentage and everything else. Still got to the playoffs. Little more interceptions, but other than that, but he didn't take a step up. So it is really the sophomore jinx more of. There wasn't a progression from and Bo Nix put that on himself. He had a better than I think expected rookie year.
Mm-hmm.
Does he take that type of a step from what our expectations were to what he did? Now, okay, this is what he did. Does he take that jump also?
Well, I think it's going to be easy for him to do that. And here's why. He did have some struggles at the beginning of the year last year. I mean, they didn't really hit their stride, and the Broncos were lucky to win a lot of close games, and they lost some close games too. But they were not great in the first couple games of the year. Well, this year, the first two games are kind of incredibly easy, relatively. So I think statistically, if we're just looking at that, this is going to be a breeze, a Drew Brees.
1-7 against above 500 teams.
Mm-hmm.
You lost to Cincinnati in overtime.
Right, so you win head-to-head with Joe Burrow.
And you lost to Kansas City on a block kick.
And you're head-to-head with Patrick Mahomes.
So then all of a sudden now you're 3-5, and people are going, whoa. And
Correct.
by the way, now you got 12 wins.
There you go. So I think it's an interesting concept that the sophomore slump doesn't really exist. So I would challenge you guys, 303-504-0925, because you're way smarter than us, period, the end of argument. What are some famous sophomore slumps? Like when that expression is used, what exactly are the examples? Is Mac Jones one of them? And if you can only find, Scott, 2 or 3 examples, then does it really exist at all? Or is it just like, like Tom Brady was a 6th-round draft pick? Oh, so should we start drafting quarterbacks in the 6th round? Or was that just a one-off, unbelievable happenstance?
How about this? I type in most famous sophomore slumps.
Okay.
First real article that comes in involves music. What did Sean Payton talk about?
Well, that happens all. That's a different topic.
I know, but that's the first thing that they talk about. And then
So here's why sophomore slumps happen in music. I know exactly why. You have your entire life to write your first album with all of your experiences, and then you got 10 months to come up with your second one. That's why sophomore slumps happen in music all the time.
Here's the NFL's, according to Bleacher Report, 10 worst sophomore slumps in NFL history.
Let's hear them.
See how many are quarterbacks. Rick Meyer, quarterback, 93-94.
Okay. That was 20-plus years ago, but okay. I know he played at Notre Dame. I'm not – who did he even play for professionally? What team?
Well, I thought he started with Seattle, didn't he?
Yeah, I don't even know. That sounds familiar.
Yeah, I think he's with Seattle.
That sounds familiar. Couch was with the Browns, correct?
Or Cincinnati.
The way,
Browns. Yeah, Browns.
By the way, sophomore slump to me only counts if you had a good year the first year. Sophomore slump does not count. You were okay your first year, and then you just sucked worse your second year.
Here's Tim Couch's first year. 2,400 yards, 15 touchdowns, 13 interceptions.
That's not a good first year.
55.9% completion.
That's not a good first year.
Now, but you have to go all the way back to 99. Are we judging?
So we throw Couch out. He doesn't count.
Well, here's the sophomore
Keep going.
year. 1,400 yards, 7 touchdowns, 9 picks.
Okay, he was mediocre his first year. He was,
and yet he had a 64 completion percentage versus 55.
Well, he was making more conservative throws, and he wasn't getting the yards. He was.
Michael Clayton, 0405.
What was his first year?
With Tampa Bay, 80 catches, 1,100 yards.
Oh, no. We're talking about a receiver out.
Yeah, well.
We're only talking about quarterbacks here.
But his sophomore year, 32 catches, 300
I don't
yards.
care. We're only talking about quarterbacks. So far, we've got none.
Rashawn Salam, they got in there, running back. Sam Bradford.
Let's hear it.
10 and 11. Rookie year, 3,500 yards, 18 touchdowns.
That was his rookie year?
Yeah, 18 touchdowns, 15 interceptions, 60% completion.
It's a pretty good year.
Sophomore
overall.
year, 2,100 yards, 6 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 53.
That's a sophomore slump.
Okay, and that was
no doubt
2010, 2011.
But he still played in the NFL many years. But that's okay, fine. You got one.
Okay, got one.
We got one for
Matt
sure.
Ryan.
Talk to me. That's a fun one.
Rookie year, 3,400 yards, 16 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, 61%.
Okay, that's good.
Next year, 2,900 yards, 22 touchdowns, 14 interceptions.
Oh.
58% completion. Not
That's
horrible.
a slump?
It's just a little bit.
That sounds like C.J. Stroud. That sounds like
exactly
you're still pretty
right.
good.
Franco Harris.
All right, so that doesn't count.
Mike Williams.
So we got one so far.
Terry Miller. And Ndamukong Suh. Ndamukong Suh was number 1.
So we got one example of a sophomore slump.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe Sean Payton's right on that.
Well, I mean, you got to go back to Rick Meyer, and you don't even remember Rick Meyer.
I'll give you 2. I'll shrug my shoulders and say, okay.
But it was also back in the era they didn't throw the football.
The Sam Bradford one is good. But, he had other weird things, too.
And Matt Ryan was more like what we saw of C.J. Stroud.
Matt Ryan was C.J. Stroud. So, if Bo Nix is... I see what you're saying, though. Wherever you are, you want it to be a little bit better. You want to see improvement. So sophomore slump maybe doesn't exist for guys who had good, solid years, but it's potentially there's a little bit of a drop off.
I think sophomore slumps come from when your freshman year, your rookie year, you exceed what the expectations were coming in.
See, to me, a sophomore slump is Mac Jones. You got your team to the playoffs, and the next year you sucked.
Yeah, you won 10 games. Next year you won 4.
And you're out of the NFL. Like that to me. And you were a first-round pick. That's a sophomore slump to me.
What was the quarterback with the Giants that's now in Indy? Matt Jones.
Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones. He had a good rookie year too, didn't he?
I'd have to go through it. He has... Man, they were just such a crap organization, though. Like, they had so many other problems. Don't forget Saquon Barkley was on that team, too. And he was there with Eli Manning, I believe.
Yeah, they benched Eli. Matt Jones' rookie year, didn't they?
I'd have to go through the whole thing with Daniel Jones and Eli Manning and how it all worked out.
His rookie year, he started 12 to 13 games.
Okay.
3-9 record, by the way.
Not good.
Next year, he started 14 games, 5-9.
Yeah.
Next year, he started 11 games, 4-7. Then in 22, he started all 16s, was 9-6-1.
Well, that's pretty good. But you could make the argument he just didn't have a good year, period, until his 4th year.
Yeah, and then
there's no sophomore slump there. It just took him a while to get going.
23, 6 games, 1-5. 24, 10 games, 2-8.
Yeah. So
you know what his record is?
Boy, he had one good year at the right time, man.
And got paid.
That's right.
Do you know his record as a starting quarterback? Now, again, bad franchise.
Go for it.
24, 44-1. Isn't that where you rate him anyway? So C.J. Stroud really he won 10 games his rookie year. He won 10 games his sophomore year.
I'm gonna.
Do you not rate him on wins?
I'm looking something up really quick because I know it's a mind-blowing stat. Okay, here it is. Did you know Eli Manning's career?
Well, he's 500.
117 and 117.
Yeah.
One of the wilder stats of any quarterback of all time.
2 Super Bowls.
2 Super Bowls.
Beating the greatest quarterback of all time.
Beating Tom Brady twice, including an undefeated season.
Yeah.
When he was the MVP of the Super Bowl. 117 and 117. Hall of Famer?
Not by wins. But 2 Super Bowls, 2 Super Bowl MVPs. I mean,
it's one of the more like perplexing, confusing careers of all time.
Right.
Like where Eli Manning, arguably, he's the greatest quarterback in Giants history, but he was also there during some really bad times.
Yeah.
I mean, this is kind of the Elway GM.
Well, he was
too.
the shining diamond in a pile of cow manure for a couple of years.
If the one thing I loved about Tebow while he was here, if you wanted to say he was a terrible quarterback because the dude couldn't throw, hey, plenty of evidence. But if you wanted to say he was a great NFL quarterback because he had a winning record as a starter, got his team to the playoffs, won a playoff game, and was just a winner.
Well,
there's that too.
And then one of the craziest stats in Denver Broncos history, the only quarterback drafted by the Broncos to win a playoff game.
So was he a terrible quarterback or was he a great quarterback? Now, nobody's going to make
I thought he was a really good football player. I thought he was a really good...
Because the ability to figure out how to win kind of trumps everything, correct?
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
And again, I always say this. You got to give John Fox credit because he knew they weren't going to drop back 35 times. He said, let's run a lot of play action and run pass options.
That's one of the most fun arguments, too. The coaches did want to win, but were they just basically trying to stick it to the fans because nobody really wanted Tebow here in the first place?
Right, except fans.
Except fans. Elway was not running or with the Broncos when Tebow was drafted, and neither was John Fox. The only people, it was Josh McDaniels, and Elway just wasn't hired yet. He was kind of on the sidelines, and then he came in as president of football while Tebow was here.
Yeah. Well, I've told you this before, and I guess it's past the time limits. I go, they're on one of those rolls. They win like 8 games in a row.
It was something like that.
Came back like 3 or 4 times, like the Chicago game. Ain't no way you're supposed to ever win that game.
Why did Marion Barber go out of bounds?
Yeah. And I texted, I said, man, way to go. You guys are rolling. He goes, we are, if we can only get a quarterback now.
Well, it was like a scene out of Major League when they're hoping for, or the musical, The Producers, when you're hoping for failure for betterment of your team. And the image of Elway with the isotoner gloves, like,
yeah,
with like the slow claps when things were going well. However,
that win against Pittsburgh, and
once they got there, everybody was doing jumping jacks and was excited. I'll never forget very quickly at the year-end press conference, because you remember, of course, beating the Steelers. People quickly forget the next week where they got shellacked by the Patriots, killed by the Patriots. So it's the season-ending press conference, and the press conference gets done, and Elway didn't hate me at the time. And it's Elway and Fox and a couple of reporters up there just – you would have thought they were the happiest guys in the world. Like, they weren't disappointed the season was over. They were laughing and just like – they couldn't believe what just had happened.
Yeah.
They weren't committed to keeping Tebow anyways.
But think about that. All the Super Bowl appearances, they got – 3 wins and 6 appearances, something like that. Is that right?
Or if you're talking about drafted quarterbacks,
and only Tebow, a drafted quarterback, has won a playoff game.
That's a great. You could win a lot of bar bets with that one,
right?
Well, first of all, Elway was traded for. He wasn't drafted.
Right.
Start there.
Manning was a free agent.
Manning was a free agent. Plummer was a free agent or trade. Well, technically, Manning was traded for, but you know what I'm saying. Greasy didn't get him there. Cutler didn't get him there. Simeon didn't get him there. These are drafted guys. I mean, keep going down the line. Paxton Lynch didn't get there. Tebow did. Was DeBerg drafted or not?
No, because he started either in Kansas City
so he
or
was
Tampa
somewhere
Bay,
else.
Yeah.
Craig Morton, nope. He used to play for the Cowboys. Tebow.
That's crazy.
That is bananas.
And Tripucci, your first quarterback, which I don't think ever got to the playoffs.
Well, that was in the 60s.
He was retired for 5 years, and they brought him back. And then they put him in the Hall of Fame.
Maybe a little too quick on that one, but respect to his family.
Hey, if you come back after being retired for 5 years and play for us, we'll put you in the Hall of Fame.
The Broncos in the 60s were desperate, dude, for 60s, 70s. It's a miracle that the Broncos stayed in Denver, Colorado, frankly.
Probably. But it was also a lot cheaper to operate than it is today.
Yeah. All right, great stuff. If you got a question for us, no dumb questions. This is next 303-504-0925. It's PhD on 92.5.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
No dumb question. Who wins more games next year, CU or Broncos?
That's a great damn question.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now.
Hey, a no dumb question for DMac.
Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, no dumb questions. 303-504-0925. I do have an eye on the Rockies here. The Rockies last night got out to a, what's that?
I wanted to watch this highlight right there from our boy.
Was that AG?
Yeah.
When he had short hair? Slam dunk contest?
I mean, Rockies, I got a no dumb question. We're watching the NBA channel. It's got old slam dunk highlights.
Yeah.
So do me your Rockies. I'm going to give you
All right, I'll do it real quick. The Rockies got out to a nice lead yesterday, and they ended up winning the game over the.
Well, there you go.
It was, I think it was 7 or 8-4, something like that. Hang on, let me just be accurate here. And they were doing all sorts of things. Ryan McMahon has been playing great. Yeah, they won 8-4, 8-4, and they're up now 4-0 in the second inning.
Oh, they're going to break your streak.
I don't think I'm going to have to do the march to Coors Field. I think they're.
Well, we figured out they only had to win 3 out of 10 games.
Yeah, but
they win 4 out of the last 10.
All right, so if they hold on, and you know what? Everybody would have really liked yesterday's game. You got out to a nice lead. You produced runs with 2 outs. You leaked a little bit. You gave up 4 runs, but kind of who cares? You were up 6-0 in the first place. And then Vodnik and Halverson came in and shut the door in the 8th and 9th inning, and you didn't have to sweat. It was an easy game, relatively. And this game, as they're up 4-0 in the 3rd inning, is kind of shaping up to be a game like that, too. This would be their 2nd home series win, period. So they would have won both home series, which were their only home series wins, after the All-Star break. But training camp has now started.
And it's almost a little too late.
Oh, it's definitely too late. The question, though, whether the Rockies can avoid being the worst team of all time, if they win here and they start the second half of the All-Star break 4-6, winning both home series, do you think it's a lock that they will win at least 42 games?
Probably going to have to give me another week, but as they've come out of the break, and actually, didn't they win a couple games going into the break, didn't they?
No, they were kind of a disaster going into I mean, I can look it up, but it wasn't great.
I think the way they roll right now, they're going to it may be 43 or 44. I think they're going to lose over 100 games again. Easily.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it may be like 110 or 115.
Yeah, it could be. I'm not saying that's not going to happen. No, they were bad going into the All-Star break, Scott. They were 1-5 in their last 6 games. They got swept by Boston and won 1 game in Cincinnati. They were bad going into the All-Star break.
So 1-5 going in the break, and they're what since then? 4-6?
If they win today, they'll be 4-6 after the All-Star break.
And if not, still 3-7, which is the goal they've got to hit.
Well, they'll be 4-2. What am I saying? They would have won 4 out of 6 games. They'll be 4-2 after the All-Star break if they win today. Do they get to 4? If they win today, are you like, okay, that's it? They'll win 4.
So the record's 41. They got to get to 42 to stay out of history. They got to get to
42 to stay out of history.
The question is, I think question is, will they tie the record or just get out of the number?
Well, what do you think?
Gosh, I think they're going to win at least 42 games.
I think it becomes almost easy if they win today because they upset the win-loss ratio apple cart to a radical degree going 4-2.
Yeah, but how many games do they still have against the Dodgers? And
a bunch. You got to pile up the wins. July is the easiest month for them of the entire year. And then it gets a little bit tougher, as you go. But it's not like the Cardinals. The Cardinals are trying to fight. The Cardinals are 52-50. They need to win.
Right.
They're not taking it easy or anything. They're fighting for their lives
who
right now.
Who do they start with tomorrow?
They have the day off tomorrow, and then they go on the road to Baltimore.
Baltimore's been playing pretty good, hasn't they?
Baltimore's playing pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, but again, I've had this argument. Everybody's playing pretty good compared to the Rockies. Like there are no teams that aren't playing pretty good comparatively to the Rockies.
Well, but not since the All-Star break. They're right up there.
I don't know. I don't know what the Orioles are since the All-Star break or where they stand, period.
They're 44-56.
Not great.
4-6 over their last 10.
Not
same
great.
Same as the Rockies. 4-6 over the last 10.
Oh, there's a chance then. I thought didn't Baltimore start off hot, or did they?
Whatever they were, they ain't now. Anyways, what's your no dumb question? I'm just giving you an update on the Rockies. Just good news to report on the Rockies. That's all.
No dumb question. We were sitting there looking, and they had dunk contests from over the years. Aaron Gordon when he was in Orlando and got robbed with the ball head. Spud Webb, I think that was 85 or something like that, doing the thing. What sporting events, I guess I can just go events, are almost better watching it recycled? And I know you tape a lot of your stuff. You watch everything taped and everything else.
I watch a lot of sports like that.
But when you watch the NFL Network, you watch the NBA Network, NHL Network, heck, even MLB, and they cut everything out for you, and basically you're seeing the game through highlights.
Mm-hmm.
What's your favorite? Like I was like watching, it's like I hate the dunk contest. Watching it up here just a second ago, I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. But I'm seeing the very best.
Correct.
Throughout a 25-year history.
It's a tricky question because almost every single sport you can think of is better if it's really edited or you can fast forward through it.
And you know what? And slowed down.
I do watch every Rockies game, but I hardly watch any Rockies game like live. What we tend to do at our house is we have dinner, me and Cat Cave, the wife, and if it's a 6:40 start, we'll have our dinner, do whatever. We try to hit that Rockies game. We turn it on about 7:40 in the first inning. Then I can sit down, and I got it down, man. It's 15 seconds between pitches. It's one click of the fast forward. It's an annoying way to watch baseball with me. And then between innings, it's 2 minutes and 15 seconds. And I can.
So if you need to take a pee, you let it run.
I just let it go. And so I enjoy watching the Rockies because I'm not sitting there. But I'll catch up live eventually. Yeah. Eventually, I'll catch up live.
Hopefully in time for the podcast to start.
Well, if you get live around the 8th inning, you're doing good. Like, even the 7th inning, I can suffer through, like, the last 2.5 innings, like, live. But frankly, the way TV is now, it's kind of spoiled me to watch any sport. So you ask a question like, what sport would be better? I'd say all of them.
All right. Well,
like every single sport, in my opinion, is better if you can do that.
All right. So then let's go this way.
But I'm seeing everything. I'm not missing a damn thing.
I understand that. But, okay, now let's go to specialty events. Which one, when you watch it, and again, now we got Dominique in slow motion and Clyde Drexler, that's Jerome Kersey, and we had Aaron.
In all honesty, when I watch these, I mean, the Aaron Gordon one's different, but when I watch these slam dunk, I think they're boring.
I see, but I'd rather watch it like this than watch real competition.
I would never, okay, fine, but like, it's incredible how much better athletically the guys in the NBA are now compared to incredible athletes back in the day. Michael Jordan's dunks are boring compared to what they can do today. They're not that big of a... Well, now that's Levine. Now that's not boring. That dude is sick. But that's a more modern-day dunk. Dominique? Okay, that's pretty impressive. I mean, all right, I mean, there's dunks that sort of, But come on, look at that. Between the legs off of bounds, who can do that? They weren't even thinking like that back in the day. I'm not saying they couldn't do that back in the day, but they just weren't thinking like that.
There was probably one or two guys that did it, and then they take the level up and do it even more. See, Terrence Stansbury, 87. Yeah, that's simple.
That's like, who
guys
couldn't
do that in the game now,
right? Yeah, I mean,
that's a game dunk,
right?
But it looks better when you slow it down.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, we'll give you the latest from Dove Valley with the Broncos as they open up training camp today. Jeff Legwold will join us at 2:30. But if you missed anything that happened today, we'll get you up to date coming up next.
he's someone that works his tail off, wants to improve. You know, the whole off season is planned out. You know, he's gone and visited Breeze for 4 or 5 days, and that's Tom House in here. And there's a lot that he wants to absorb in a fast period of time, and that's a great thing for a young player like that. You know, and you know, we're never just going to pick up from where we left off, but there's a lot of building to do when we look at last year, and a lot of positive things to look at. You know. Yeah, that's what I would think of.
The Broncos open up training camp, and Sean Payton talking about his relationship with Bo Nix. Big question of the day: will the Broncos match what appears to be pretty significant expectations? When you just look around in terms of where they've been rated and what people are saying, and even Sean Payton today, Scott, addressed like, hey, you guys aren't an underdog anymore. People are saying some nice things about you. It's kind of an interesting moment, isn't it?
Well, I think there's 2 times teams have to go, maybe more than that, but 2 that I can think off the top of my head. When you exceed expectations the previous year, everything's quadrupled the next year, right? Can you do it? Can you repeat it? Can you be better from what you did? Or when you have these massive signings. If you have massive signings, you bring in Michael Jordan to your team. Hey, we've got to win the playoffs this year.
Mm-hmm.
Or winning a Super Bowl. You win a Super Bowl, and I always said this, it's a lot easier to chase a championship than to maintain a championship. And I think that proves itself out over history.
Well, the Broncos are certainly chasing. They haven't won anything yet. Nothing of significance, and I think Sean Payton would tell you that. But, you know, the whole not my hump thing, I mean, to a certain degree, that's a good mindset. Because if you were just worried about that, then your goals would probably be a little shallow. His goals are where he was at when he stopped coaching.
Well,
was
every
winning a
hump
Super Bowl.
right now in Dove Valley is his now, though.
Now it is, yeah.
Every hump is now his. You lost twice to the Chargers last year. That's your hump now.
Yeah. You don't have the same excuses. It wasn't my quarterback. Hey, okay, legit. We get it. Russell Wilson.
Wasn't my team.
Wasn't my team. Okay. But weren't even some of my coaches. Like, I don't know. We were just trying to get by here. Not in year 3.
Yeah, all humps belong to, and they're lovely lady humps.
Yes.
They all belong to Sean Payton right now.
Yes. So that means there essentially will be more pressure because he's gotten his way. And he has. Listen, if he was going to get rid of George Payton as I roll my eyes, that would have happened. Well, it hasn't. You think he's dumping George Payton at this point? Hell no. That's not happening. If he was going to get rid of Vance Joseph, it would have happened.
Right.
That hasn't happened. He's choosing to keep VJ here.
If Vance Joseph leaves, it's going to be because he's going to get a better opportunity.
Special teams were salty last year, so both the dudes that were Kotwicka and the other old guy there, they're gone. So, all right. And they drafted a punter, and here we go. We got a different blocking scheme, and that stung. That loss to Kansas City had cost a couple people their jobs. It did.
Basically.
As it turns out. But Sean's got it dialed in the way he wants. The draft is his. He's got his quarterback. Free agency is his. Everything is his. The media got a little food yesterday, but it wasn't extraordinary. We got them in check. Everything.
Well, listen, he got the media in check his first year, even when they stunk. Because he ran roughshod and scared the hell out of everybody. Now you got muggles over there looking like Oliver Twist. You know, please, sir, may I have some more? You know, hey, we're only going to give you one interview this entire week. Please, sir, may we have some more? All right, we'll give you a coordinator once too.
Maybe there's not a lot going on in practice, and we'll have Jeff Legwold on in 25 minutes to give us some details. But Sean Payton held court for more than 30 minutes today, talking about everything under the sun.
He likes to talk. I don't think he'd like. I even think the once a week NFL thing, talking for 8 hours or being on a program for 6-7 hours was probably too much of a grind for him. Right? Coaching and doing all this stuff, I don't think is. I think he'd be a great radio talk show host, but I think the grind of 5 days a week at 3 hours, 4 hours a day would be way too much of a grind for him. And I think he'd be good at both of them.
Scott, people with meager pay hadn't asked him a question in 6 weeks. He was ready to chat.
He was ready to chat. Yeah, he got a little chatty Cathy in him.
He did. He just sat there. And by the way, it used to be the PR staff would sort of have a sense of how long things would go and be like, all right, last question. They have learned their lesson with Sean. He will tell you when it's time for the last question. And if he doesn't say it, they just stand there and they're like,
and again,
okay.
Because you know why? They ain't the media, but they were part of the media abuse in the Oliver Twist year.
So Sean literally has everything. They're building a multi-million-dollar new training facility. And I saw a video of Green Bay's new locker rooms, which look incredible. I can't wait to see what the inside. Well, I'll probably never will see the entire inside. Although if they do a muggle tour of the new facility, I'll be standing in line. Oh, well, hell yeah. I mean, aren't you kind of curious?
You know they've got to do a tour.
I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will, and they should proudly show it off. But this is no joke. Every report that you hear from anybody over there, it's like everybody's a little blown away about what's going on. And it won't even be done for another year. But they started that on day one of the offseason, and it hasn't stopped.
And listen, it was meager and nothing. But I remember the handful of times I got called upstairs at Dove Valley and got to go into Mike's office or Pat's office.
I never did get that in all these years.
I got to go in there 2 or 3 times.
Okay.
I was impressed with that. But this right here, that was like being impressed with a brand new single-wide trailer, and they moving into a double-wide 2-story. Right? They moving up into the creme de la creme.
It's going to be one of the more unique training camps ever because of the construction situation. But this will be it. And by next year, the facility will be done. The building that everything happens in now will be knocked down. That's going to be a hill. And just we're flip-flopping kind of everything that we've done. And they'll be at this facility, Scott, for ever.
Yeah.
I mean, literally forever. Which, of course, makes me wonder, like, how is the new building going to be? I mean, that when we see what they're just doing for a training facility, wait till they get to the building, which will be pretty awesome, too.
When you say the building, you're talking about the stadium.
That's right. Burnham Yards, unfortunately. Still holding out hope for Lone Tree, but
I think there's a few holdouts in that area as far as
I hope so.
Giving them the property.
In Burnham Yards?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be great. I hope there's some stingy neighbor that just doesn't,
Yeah.
Because Lone Tree will just come on in. They got nothing but fields out there. There ain't nothing there at Lone Tree.
And we could call it, what's the little outdoor place right across the road on 25 out in that area?
Fiddler's Green? Or
No,
what are you talking about?
The hunting, fishing, camping place.
Oh, Cabela's?
Cabela's.
Yes.
Cabela Stadium. Cabela's
will be perfect. It's up on a little bit of a hill. It's
Cabela Stadium.
Scott, not to show off local knowledge, right up on the bluffs. It's my backyard. I know the local high schools. That's why local radio. You should advertise here.
Well, listen, and go back to
like to see Jim Rome use. Well, Jim Rome's great. Like to see Dan. Well, he's great too. Like to see those guys call out the bluffs. When I'd like to see Max. What's that annoying guy that everybody hates?
Kellerman.
Nick Wright. Nick Wright. When are you gonna hear Nick Wright refer to the bluffs in Lone Tree? I'll take a nice slow drink now.
All right, let's name him. Let's name the 3 years with classic novels. I've given Sean Payton's first year, and I think it's apropos.
Okay.
Was the Oliver Twist year.
Okay.
Because he controlled the media.
Yeah.
He controlled every single narrative. He's still got people running scared in there. Am I lying?
Yeah.
Because he went
Oliver
full
Twist.
on Oliver Twist.
All right.
It had people begging for anything.
Okay.
So he set the tone.
Yeah.
That's his hump.
I know the second year.
His hump. Second year is?
I know the second and third year.
Oh, well, give it to me.
Second year is Old Man in the Sea. Because he's out on the boat and he's just battling against everything.
Hemingway.
But he comes out after taking some shots, comes out on the positive end of things after some battles and everything. You know, I mean,
man of the sea, that's a good one.
At the end of the day, when he gets back to the dock, it's a little rough because you got killed by the Bills. It's not like it's perfect out there, but you essentially weathered the storm.
Yeah, the big fish was eaten up by half eaten up by the shark.
You know what year 3 is?
Well, I don't know if you can name it yet. I want to hear your name because I've got at least one if it goes bad.
Moby Dick.
That's not bad.
He is going to swallow the competition.
Well, no. Is he Ahab or is he the whale?
He's the whale.
See, I think he's Ahab. He's the captain of the ship.
Ahab got swallowed.
That's what I'm saying. Well, he got pinned to the whale, and as the whale swam off, and he's pinned to the side of the whale with all the horns and spears and the whale and stuff.
I'm saying he's the whale. I don't know. I think I just wanted to say Moby Dick.
Moby.
We're just doing some fishing.
Well,
I'm going to take another long, slow drink.
I'm going to question your Moby Dick only because I think that the media in the first one was Oliver Twist themselves. What are your books? What
are your books?
Third year this year. If it's a bad year, then we're having to go back to again Dickens and go Great Expectations. Problem is, you got a little old lady there that still got cake from 50 years earlier when she got jilted at the altar.
Gotcha.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
But don't you think this season feels like a Great Expectations
No doubt
year?
about it. But you know what?
And if they do lose, then it's Moby Dick and he's Ahab.
No, that could be the case. I still think the glory year for Sean Payton and this team is going to be 2026, not 2025. But I think this is going to be an incredibly good building block year. But, dude, I think we got a parade in our future.
Well, then maybe we could go
January or February 2027.
Maybe we could go with Gods and Generals.
All right, Scott's losing everybody with the literary references now.
He's trying to show you.
I know. I'm impressed. Trust me.
Trying to
I just wanted to say Moby Dick.
Whoa. Or maybe we could call this year the Odyssey.
Well, the Odyssey didn't go that great either.
Well, until the very end, it looks like he got a little distracted for a little while, and then all of a sudden he came in and killed all them suitors, didn't he?
Okay, I guess, but it was pretty twisted. Wasn't great.
Well, I mean, he messed around with a few sirens here on his way home. Had a cyclops he had to poke in the eye. He had a golden fleece he had to go get. I mean, there's a few things he had to do.
Yeah.
But at the end, he came over and established the kingdom again.
All right.
Took the kingdom back.
It was a bumpy ride.
In your the second favorite town in Upper New York, Ithaca.
Skinny Atlas is my second favorite town. It's on the Finger Lakes. I hated Ithaca. I got into Ithaca.
I know.
I could have been Drew Goodman.
Yeah.
I could have been Drew and played on a Division III baseball team. Trust me, I talked to the coach. It would not have been that big of a deal. Drew Goodman and Stout, both at Ithaca. How about that? At the same time.
And you like Stout, and he went to Ithaca.
He did. And I was just like, That's when I knew my baseball career was really over. Like the two coaches that Emerson College, which they played baseball in the fall. They didn't even have a spring program. Talked to their coach. He was like, yeah, come on in. Okay. And then the Ithaca guy was like a Division III, and they were better. But I saw the fields, and I'm like, who comes to your games? He goes, oh, no, nobody really. I was like, okay, you know what? I think it's time to move on.
Well, and now I'm going to change the subject. I mean, still no dumb stuff. We went back and watched a lot of the College World Series. We had tons of games on right during our show all the time. Is it amazing some of the college facilities that are out there right now?
It's unbelievable.
I mean, it's unbelievable, right?
No, it's unbelievable. No, but I had it's like this is the other schools that were interested, University of Maine and University of Vermont.
Like all the schools.
Scott, I'm talking about schools that there's not snow during the entire season.
Yeah,
there'd be snow on the field.
I was going to say you had maybe 3 months of warm weather.
We're talking about Vermont and Maine and Ithaca and
Where do they play baseball?
I don't know how they do it. I have no idea what they do.
They had a big giant indoor facility?
I don't know what they do or did. It just seemed ridiculous to me. Have you ever been to Burlington, Vermont? Just say no. I'll give you a nickel if you can tell me where the University of Maine is. Orono, which again, there's no reason for you to know.
Well, my
anything
daughter
about
was
that.
actually got recruiting letters from Maine.
For what sport?
Basketball.
Fine, that's probably awesome. It's inside. I'm getting recruited by baseball teams that there's snow on the field for 3/4 of the season. How good could I possibly be? The answer wasn't very good.
What did you think about where did Syracuse practice?
You know, they didn't have a baseball team. That was my big conundrum. And there was a smaller school, Lemoyne, down the street that played Division II baseball. And I was like, oh, wow. I mean, it's literally right down the street. It was Syracuse like CU. They just did not have a baseball team. Then I went to a soccer game, and I was like, oh, I could play with these guys. Like, I played soccer, too.
At Syracuse?
No. Just in general. In high school, whatever. Yeah. But I went to a soccer game, and I was like, oh, that's not the first. It's like, oh, okay. It's not that good. Like, I could do that. But I'll get the true story.
Why didn't you walk on the soccer?
I'll tell you why. Because I went to a game and I clearly could have played on the team. I mean, it wasn't, Syracuse soccer. They actually won a national championship a couple years ago. It was crazy. Wow. But that's not the way it was in 1987, okay? And they played in the Carrier Dome in front of, like, friends and family. You want to talk about weird. Watch a soccer game with 12 people in the audience in a 50,000-seat indoor stadium.
Indoor stadium.
Yeah. I talked to a couple of the guys on the team because there was a thought like, oh, I actually could do this. And then I heard their schedules. I'm sorry, what do you do? And it was unbelievable. This is my first taste of like what college
sports.
Like, and then I realized in college sports, it doesn't matter what your sport is or what level it is. Every coach is the exact same. If I can keep you for a certain amount of time, I'm going to do that and then some.
Yeah.
And I'm listening to these guys talk about like what their lives are like. And I'm like, how am I going to be a radio star and do all this stuff? So I was like, no, it was a waste of time.
You could have been the next USAMNT.
Who was I going to be? What was I, where was I going?
Well, have you ever heard of polo?
Marco. Let's Football Go comes up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T, that causes all sorts of problems. Low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy. Just not good. And if you're just not feeling like yourself, there's an answer. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Guys in their early to mid-30s start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone. Not great. It impacts everything. Listen, if you're interested in just getting back to the way you want to be, fix the low T. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take their low T quiz, 10 questions, yes or no. They'll draw your blood, have your results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review your results with you, discuss the options, and you can make the right decision with their medical team. Cost of the appointment's only $99. It includes a medical consult, T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call today, 720-440-7900, and let's get this going in the right direction. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's funny. Well, it wasn't ridiculous. He didn't go to New Orleans. He went to San Diego. But, I mean, Chris Tomlinson is just saying, did he go hang out with Drew Brees? Sean is like repulsed that you got the city wrong. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. We will have Jeff Legwold on in 7 minutes to talk about today, Broncos opening up training camp. All right, Dan, let's football go. What we got?
Yeah, we got a couple of relative twos and a no. Football is officially back.
We're back.
Broncos fans. All right, speaking of the Broncos, Sean Payton was asked earlier today, does your approach change now that the expectations are so much higher? And speaking of higher expectations, here is Dan Orlovsky on the Pat McAfee show today, really hyping up the Broncos.
I think Denver's going to be absolutely awesome. They'll have the best defense or second or third best defense in football, and I think Bo Nix will only improve, but their offensive line will be top 6, top 7 in the league. So I think if I had to pick 2 other teams that I really believe, like deep down, full roster can get there, it would be them. Obviously, Cincy with their defense is massive question marks. Their offense can score with anyone, but the Chargers, I want to see how good their weapons play on the outside. But those would be 2 teams outside of those top 3 that I'm like, yeah, watch them.
Denver's fun to think about, just because what Bo Nix became at the end of the season. And the way he is fiery, too. Yeah. I mean, Bo Nix is a fiery guy. Him and Sean Payton's interactions on the sidelines last year were incredible. I really enjoyed. Sean Payton came out and said he's still got some Ferris Bueller in him. And I didn't know what that meant. I did not know what I'd seen the movie. I did not 100% know what it meant, but I think what he was trying to say is, we're still growing in this entire thing. Sean Payton loves this dude. Yeah. And Sean Payton is a great ball coach. So we just assume if Sean Payton and the quarterback get along, they're going to win games.
Do you guys feel like, with all this talk of the expectations being so high for the Broncos, is it a little premature for you guys, and does that concern you at all?
Oh, everything right now is premature, but not just about the Broncos, about Kansas City, about New England, about whomever you want to throw in there. Preseason or training camp's just getting started. So everything's a little bit preconceived of what's going to go on. But guess what you got to do? You got to fill hours. You got to fill spots. You got to have stuff to talk about. Should they be up there? Yeah, I think listen, if they stay healthy, I think they had one of the best free agent classes of all time. And we'll see how especially their first 2 draft picks, or first 3 draft picks go. But they were obviously needs and something that Sean Payton and George Payton liked. And they overreached. What did you call it? I told you so drafts, or what?
It was the I told you so draft.
Yeah. So they got their guys. So expectations, probably a little premature. But guess what? Okay.
Here's what's going on, and I've got to throw myself under the bus on it. Everybody who bought into Bo Nix early, like in a stock, you bought the stock, and the stock's doing great. We're all having an I told you so moment. I'm having it. Orlovsky's having it. Anybody who bought stock early on in Bo Nix, because there were a lot of people that were selling them short.
Right.
Okay? So if you bought stock, you are pumped to be right with the stock that you bought into. And that's why Orlovsky or me or whatever, because it's fun to sort of take a guess on a stock and see it rise. The Bo Nix stock is rising. We don't want to see a crash. I don't know how many more stock metaphors I can use because I'm not that bright.
I'm just waiting for it.
Yeah. It's a bull market.
Listen, I wasn't a Bo lever last year. I'm still not. What was the other
You're
thing?
getting there. You are getting there.
No, I'm a Bo hopeful.
How's your Bo Nix?
It's
wasn't Nate Kreckman? I got to give Nate credit on that one. I think he came up with, you got to, your Bo Nix.
Well, you said you have a full-on Bo Nix.
Well, it's a good expression for anybody now. It's an I told you so sort of moment. That's probably the best I can say. Listen, I don't know. Orlovsky obviously was in on Bo Nix, and probably that's why he's hyping him up. And don't forget, Sean Payton's got friends in the media.
Oh, big time.
So,
and they're all hyping him up.
Of course, because they're buddies with him. All right, next up, Dan.
All right, guys, we've been wondering about the plan that the Jags will have for Travis Hunter? Well, Liam Cohen outlined what they're planning on doing with him in training camp. So Travis Hunter will transition to practicing on both sides of the ball by midweek after spending his first training camp session exclusively on offense. Liam Cohen, the Jags head coach, announced that the team has developed a comprehensive practice schedule for Hunter throughout camp. The plan includes Hunter working at both receiver and cornerback positions during the same practice session within the first 6 workouts. So they initially focused Hunter on offense during OTAs and minicamp due to the complexity of learning route trees, checks, and audibles. Hunter did practice defense during one open OTA session and worked defensive periods during the final minicamp practice. Cohen also emphasized that extended periods working only one position proved ineffective during the spring session. So the Jags are all in on Travis Hunter playing both sides of the ball. I can't wait to see what it looks like when we actually get to real games.
Yeah, I'm excited for it too. I think the Jaguars and Travis Hunter is going to be a great story. I think Shadur will be a interesting story. We'll see how that goes. And I'm rooting for Travis Hunter. I'm rooting for the Jags. Why wouldn't we?
I find myself intrigued on what goes on in that camp too. You know, we watch ours. Okay, does he have 2 jerseys? Does he have a half blue, half white?
It's pretty fun. Yeah, I don't know. That's a great question.
Does he put on a penny that's white when he's on offense
that's a great
dark
question.
penny when he's on defense? You know, how does he adjust? How does it change from that?
I mean, you would. And I'm not sure how they. I don't think he practiced all that much at CU once the season started, because he was so exhausted from playing in the game. So I think a lot of things at CU were just kind of by instinct, and it probably wasn't that complicated, and you could get away with it. The NFL's obviously a lot different. We'll see.
If he gets to the first game and plays 60-40, 50-50, 70-30 even. I mean, 70-30 would be amazing.
You're talking snap or percentage-wise?
Yeah.
Percentage?
Percentage of snaps one way or the other, 70-30, 60-40. When's the last guy that ever did that?
Oh.
Ever?
I couldn't even
you
tell
got to go back to the guys that were playing 2 ways back in the 50s and 40s and 50s?
Yeah. I mean, it'd be a ridiculous amount of snaps.
You'd have to,
for the NFL. It'll be fun to follow, no doubt about it. Let's go to Jeff Legwold, our Broncos insider, works for ESPN, was out there today. Why don't we just start with how things went today, Jeff, and we can give you some more specific questions. But as they rolled out there, why don't you give us an overview of just how camp was today?
Well, the ramp-up portion, which we're in, the now league mandated, sort of slow approach, it looks a lot like minicamp would. But I think the most significant thing is Sean Payton called it as clean a report date as he could remember, and it was as healthy a one as I can remember covering the team. They've only got one guy on PUP, the receiver, deep on the depth chart, but Dre Greenlaw out there, J.K. Dobbins out there, P.J. Locke out there, Alex Singleton out there. Any major significant player with any sort of injury question during the offseason, Devon Bailey out there was out there today. And I think if you're a team, that's how you want to open a training camp, just like ready to go.
We were talking about it yesterday and see what you thought about this. We can only think of 4, 5, 6 at the most starters between both sides of the football that really need to get acclimated to what VJ wants to do on the defensive side, what Sean's going to do on the offensive side. That would seem to make it a quicker pace, get into what we were going to do for the season type of year than maybe that Sean's been able to enjoy the past 2.
Yeah, Scotty, I think the stat I've seen is they have the highest retention rate of any team in the league from roster last season to roster this season. And you can just see that in, really, are there any old school position battles, going on? And there probably are not. You got guys battling for snaps in specific situations or carries or catches, but they don't have any really, player A or player B will start after camp, after they decide. They don't have much of that going on, and that's an indication of what you're talking about is they're pretty settled, and I would think that means there isn't going to be much patience for, after they do the installs, this initial wave of installs, they do 2 sets to open camp. They do, usually most teams do two 3-day or 4-day sets of installs to open a training camp. And after they do that, I would guess there will be very little patience for any assignment errors they don't think are too technically involved.
All right, so logically then, because I heard Sean say, well, it's first day of 4 installs, whatever. They'll have the day off Sunday. So next Monday, Jeff, I'm just doing some really basic math here. That's when they're going to start getting after it a little bit. So we'll have a better sense of how everything's going to shake out then. Is that right?
Yeah, but they do it another round, DMac. They always do 2 rounds to, it's basically the same material 2 times over. And that's to get everybody.
Gotcha.
Most coaches who've been around a little bit do not want to have to cut a player and have that player tell them, you did not put me in a position to play as fast as I could have.
Gotcha. Boy, they're really taking their time. It is so different, man.
Well, but again,
it is wild.
You got less and less people. I mean, you're free agents. If they're all healthy.
Yeah.
They're not puppies. Right, these are veteran guys that can play.
Yeah, I heard Sean talk about stuff like that.
You would think that those guys are going to be able to pick up stuff a little quicker than maybe a rookie whose head might be spinning.
This is crazy though, Jeff, because it's not crazy. It's just the way it's been going. You got to get to the starting line as healthy as humanly possible, right? And whatever.
DMac. That's all they care about now.
Right.
That's. They want everybody to understand the schemes and they want to be in condition. But the primary thing is to do all of that and be as healthy as possible. That's why today really is a big deal because if you start this healthy right now,
right,
it's unless you just get the bad luck, training camp week where you have 2 or 3 guys suffer injuries. You get to this point this healthy after off-season surgeries and all of that, you're in a good position to really sort of police yourselves and get to the starting line.
Bo Nix, Tom House. I guess I understand he went out and Bo Nix hung out with Drew Brees in San Diego, not New Orleans. Chris Thomason, San Diego. What was the Tom House thing? Was he here in Colorado? Did Bo Nix visit? What exactly went on with the arm throwing guru Tom House and Bo Nix?
Well, DMac, I asked Bo Nix earlier in the offseason about sort of his because I had been told he was going to throw less as part of his program, and I'm intrigued by that because I've always felt like a lot of guys through the years threw way too much in the offseason. And arm care and all of those things. And Bo said at that time, he really looked forward to just doing really specific mechanic drill-based things, to take care of his arm and his mechanics and his footwork without throwing all the time. And I think House he's a well-known, throwing guru across all, former major league pitcher who's really created this endeavor where the throwing motion in any sport is really his specialty, and he's developed a lot of drills people use to take care of their arms. And they Bo Nix had him into the facility, and the Broncos were good with that because Sean Payton believes in kind of what House teaches. So he was in at the Broncos complex at some point in the off season and actually sat down with Payton a little bit and all of those things. But I think this is all part of Nix taking the long-term approach to his being the Bronco quarterback, work on because you can't work on mechanics in the season. That's one of
Right.
the things I think we all forget. They're so deep in the week-to-week preparation for an opponent.
Mm-hmm.
You don't spend much time with your footwork or your arm angle, or are you really throwing the ball the best way that makes the most sense, over the long haul. You don't get to do that stuff in the season. So it does say a lot about Nix that he was so proactive to
That's
do
awesome.
a lot of these things in the off season.
I love that.
What do you
Love
think?
that.
And he talked about this 4 or 5 days in San Diego with Drew Brees. What do you think those sessions were like and about? And was it as much about handling Sean Payton as it was maybe football?
Scott, I have no doubt there was a whole lot of what did you say in this situation when he was all up in your grill, about play 12 of the drive, all of those things. There's no question that a lot of it was about that. But, in the Sean Payton, Drew Brees played 15 years, 15 of his 20 years in the league were in Sean Payton's offense. So other than Sean himself, there's probably no better expert for the scheme than Brees. So, and Brees can give him the real time thing. If the defensive end does this, if the corner does this, this is what I did. He can give them those little shortcuts that Bo may not have had. And Brees was in some ways, a lot of the same player profile. I remember doing Brees's pre-draft report, and I could go get the binder down right now. And, can he throw outside the numbers? Can he consistently challenge defenses, outside the hash marks, outside the numbers, deep outs? Those are all the things people say about Bo Nix right now. So, I think it's just a player-to-player relationship that sometimes it's easier to communicate player to player than it might be player to coach.
Well, Jeff, we certainly appreciate your time. Great job as always. Anything quirky out there? Anything? I mean, I know there's a crazy construction project, obviously. Any other kind of hey, this happened today sort of moments?
Not really. I mean, we're not really. Again, it looked like a lot like mini camp. So maybe that's the quirkiness until next week.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Jeff. Really appreciate it.
You bet.
Yeah, man.
Jeff Legwold from ESPN.
Now, we've kind of been on everything. I mean, it seems like all the guests we've had today have just kind of verified the brilliance of you and I.
That's what I like. Confirmation of how good we are.
Yeah.
It's PhD on 92.5.
Interesting. He's amazing. Well, he's a baseball guy. It's fascinating. He's real smart. You mentioned he caught Hank Aaron's record-breaking home run, literally caught it in the dugout. So he's a baseball guy that really has done a great job with a lot of throwers, and that's the best way to describe him, whether it's a baseball motion or a football motion. Those opportunities we get to just have a lunch or sit and visit are pretty special for me. He's pretty sharp.
That is Sean Payton from earlier today talking about Tom House. As we sit here in the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. That is an interesting concept that we were talking to Leggy about. I do recall, I definitely consider myself a baseball guy. And golly, we in the baseball world, Scott, were just obsessed about arm maintenance and total throws and what we're doing here and what we're doing there. And for the kids that I coach, it was kind of tricky because, yeah, you're a pitcher, but you're also a shortstop and you're an outfielder and this, that, the other thing. So it's like, all right, we don't have to kill ourselves with throws here, depending on what we're doing. But I would go out to football practices over the past 30 years, and there just seemed to be no logic to anything. It's just throw. All I would do is watch these quarterbacks, just an endless amount of throws every single day. Hundreds of throws every single day.
When all you used to play baseball, did you ever throw your arm out? That's what we used to call it. I don't know the.
Did I? I did not.
Slash dead arm.
I was lucky in that department personally. That didn't happen to me. But I pitched a little bit, but I wasn't a full-time pitcher. So no, I guess not is the answer.
I got it one time in my life.
Yeah.
And we were playing Legion. We were practicing 2 or 3 times a week. We'd have games and tournaments over the weekend. You'd play a handful of games. And I was playing third base when you're taking grounders and fielders all the time. And all of a sudden, I got up in warm-ups. All of a sudden, I didn't tear anything or do anything. All of a sudden, I could not throw it from third base.
Yeah, that's a bad feeling.
To first.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm like, what am I doing? I mean, it's like all of a sudden,
it's just too many throws.
My arm just decided it wasn't going to work.
Right.
And I was at the time I was playing pretty good. I think I stayed in there. I was lucky. Got a hit first at bat. Didn't get a ball hit to me like the third inning.
Yeah.
And it 2-hopped or 3-hopped to first base. And I looked at the guy and I go, and I pointed to my arm, and that's the first time I ever learned about horse liniment and DMSO. And I've got stuff rubbing on my arm and stinking my whole thing up.
You know what's funny? Actually, now I can't throw worth shizzle because it's too many throws in my life now. Because once I started coaching and everything, it was I mean, literally thousands of batting practice pitches and whatever. So I'm toast. It depresses me. Yeah. A lot of things about getting older suck.
Got me upset because that moved me from third to first. So the next couple games, I got to play first base. All I got to be able to do is throw the ball to the pitcher.
Oh, right? First base is where you go.
Yeah.
First base is where you go.
And I'm like, man, so, and the bad thing is I had a good buddy that could play absolutely nothing but first base.
Well, that's the way it goes sometimes.
And I was a better player than him. So then he had to sit the bench, and I always felt horrible, so I always wanted to get back to third because I was better than the guy that backed me up.
Not if you're,
I literally, in a game, boom, fielded like a nice, one of those hot box third base shots.
Yeah.
One hop, boom, got in the chest, fired it, boom. It might have, the ball might have died before it got to first base. And I went, I mean, I've never felt like that since or before.
Here's the truth about sports. Science, training has elevated every single sport.
Absolutely.
It's ridiculous. And every sport is competed at a higher level now than it's ever been because of that.
Right.
And if you're not, and this is why the NFL was so stupid for so many years. And I remember, like, Josh McDaniels, as much of a genius as I've heard about him, when it comes to training players, I always thought the guy was a complete moron.
Stupid.
Well, I couldn't believe what I was watching out there. I mean, it was insane. Now, it was highly entertaining, Scott.
And Shanny, the guys wailed away on each other with Shanny too. All right. There was an old school.
And he was like compared to Reeves before him.
Well, if you want to talk about ridiculous, talk about the NFL when they were having 150 guys at training camp, and they had 6 preseason games. There was a time.
And they had two-a-days that were full padded 2-hour two-a-days.
Insane.
Yeah. Well, and it's why, if we're being real honest, and if you really believe the statement you just said, which I know it's fun talk radio, but it's really stupid to compare today's athletes and are they the best, are they against the older guys, and say that, because you know what the other guys didn't do? Rick Barry said something. I saw him in an interview. He said, give me a masseuse and the science behind, that these guys are getting to take care of your body and to train smarter. And that's what it is. It's about training smarter.
Yeah.
Everybody back then was train harder. Now it's train smarter. Because to sit there and compare that, Rick Barry couldn't play now. You gave him what they guys had. I mean, elite players are going to be elite players. They did the best with what they could when what they had. There's Fran Tarkenton. Fran Tarkenton couldn't play now. Really? I mean, how do we know? I mean, he's pretty smart, pretty competitive.
You take old school athletes and put them in new school training. How do they do? They probably really thrive.
I think a lot of them thrive.
I think you're right.
You know?
I think you are right.
And that's why I think the comparison, it's almost like if you want, hey, how about we have decade teams? And let's quit arguing. Let's quit arguing Michael and Kobe or I guess they play together, but Michael and LeBron. It's two different worlds, man.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt about it. The rules are different.
Yeah.
Styles are different. The type of athletes they're playing against, training, I think that's fair. And that's why even like with baseball, I'm telling you, the way baseball is competed now, they're just better. They're just better than they were back in the day. But it's not like guys back in the day couldn't thrive or play if you put them in the same situation as these guys.
Well, if you keep away slot machines and bookies, Pete Rose or a Ted Williams with the eye they had,
he'd be great.
And they train now.
Of course, he'd be fine.
He'd be fine.
Yeah, of course.
I still like. It might have been in that Pete Rose documentary, and they said, what would you do? What would you do against these pitchers? What would you hit? And he goes, probably 260. And he goes, 260. You're one of the great. He goes. I'm 72 years old.
So when I hear Bo Nix, see, here's what I think it really comes down to. The one thing that you can train to a degree is your mental approach to things.
Yes. And the great ones do.
So when I'm hearing positive stories about Bo Nix did this in the offseason, did that in the offseason, and he did have some physical issues. He had, the back stuff, and, you're always bruised up. And it does make me wonder when I hear about the Tom House and other things, it does make me wonder if Drew had a bit of a tired arm, which kind of makes sense when you think about it. You go from 5 years of college, right, into training for the draft, into jumping into whatever.
OTAs, training camp.
Making the team. It's like Bo Nix's arm was probably as exhausted as it's ever been. And he probably felt like that too. And this was the first year. I would love to talk. If we had Bo in here, that would be, to me, a fascinating conversation about just like rest and recovery. And now you can really train for an NFL season without worrying about, am I going to play? How's it going to go? Scott,
that's a great line that we've not talked about. Bo Nix. And we knew last year, what would you call it, a decision, but not a competition, but what you coined. But he competed. He threw a lot of balls in training camp, too, last year.
Sure.
I mean, all three of them.
Because they were playing that game. They were playing the I got to earn the position game.
But now, guess what?
Gone.
Now, you know what he gets to focus on? He gets to focus on Carolina week 1.
Isn't that great?
That's the only thing he's got to worry about.
Isn't that great? And that is probably why Dable came out with Russell Wilson and just said, he's our starter. Like, we're starting training camp, he's our starter. So there is I think that's actually a smart move.
Yeah.
I'm laughing at Russell Wilson being a starter for any team, but okay, whatever. I think that's a smart move to just say, forget all that. He's our guy. That's it, the end.
Should they have done that when they brought Mark Sanchez in?
The stupidest thing ever
because Vic Fangio did not know how to be a head coach. It was amazing. The stupidest thing ever was the 50-50 Drew Lock, Teddy Bridgewater, whatever the hell that was. Quarterback competitions are dumb.
Means you don't have a quarterback.
I'll never forget after the spring with Vic Fangio asking him, where are you with your quarterback decision? 5% of the 5%. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. We just spent all spring, all this practice, all this stuff, and it's 5%.
Right.
We got to figure out 95% once training camp starts. It was idiotic. The Broncos will be, and most NFL teams will be so much better when they know who to focus on at this position. And the Broncos got their guy, and they got a good backup in Stidham. Stidham is a really good, supportive dude. And it seems like they're friends with Ellinger already, as they were friends with Zach Wilson last year.
Do they keep 3?
No. They cut Ellinger, and he's signed to the practice squad. The guy's like my height.
So they're keeping 3, but one will be on the practice squad.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you keep somebody on the practice squad. You break glass in case of emergency. I don't think they keep 3 on the 53. I mean, that would be, I don't know. I don't know what they do. Who knows? Who cares?
What if Zach Wilson were to be cut? Would you try to bring him back to the practice squad?
No.
Is he eligible?
He may be starting.
He's in Miami. Who knows there? You're a backup quarterback in Miami with Tua?
You should get some time.
Get ready.
Yeah.
Be ready. Andy Lindahl is back after a magnificent appearance earlier in the show. He has returned.
I feel like, do we need to do this now? You guys just want
it's a whole new audience, man.
We need to get Connor in here. Connor McGahee's hanging out.
Oh, no.
Now, we are going to talk some hockey, but we're going to talk some football, too. Connor's the PA voice of the Denver Broncos, man. He ain't just a one-trick pony.
I did not know.
Do you know that Connor and I did Colorado Mammoth games together?
I did not know that.
We had good times. Connor would get real cheeky with a joke or a nickname, and then he'd just give me this sly look like, "Do you like that? Do you like that? Huh? Do you like?" What's the one nickname you were most proud of when we were doing the Mammoth? Didn't you have some?
God.
There was some commercial in your pop culture way. You totally weave some guy's last name into the perfect pop culture
I'm trying to think of that, like 2014.
And I think even the league, the league
now.
completely tweeted it out like 9,000. They all thought it was hilarious. But I can't remember the guys.
I don't remember either.
Can't remember the roster.
You guys are killing this story right now.
Yeah, this is really good stuff. We could tell it again. Do you have time?
Hey, let's rewind that. Okay. Hey, what was that nickname?
Hey, remember that thing with the guy?
Remember that time that dude said the thing?
And I'll never forget it.
Crazy story. KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. I actually know.
Gonna remember that today.
I know what Connor was doing. Connor was doing some play-by-play at the Warrior games.
Yeah, we're going back
Springs.
down there tomorrow.
What were the events that you were doing?
So Sunday, Monday, we did precision air, pistol, and rifle.
You're doing play-by-play of precision air rifle?
Yes. And then we have archery tomorrow and
all right, hold on.
Yeah,
give me a little archery play-by-play.
A fired-up archer.
I have no idea because I've never done archery before. Tomorrow will be the first time.
Imagine it. Was like, Andy Lindahl draws back his bow.
So of the 10 ends, this is end number 8, Lindahl looking for just another 10. He's got 3 10s in a row, right down the middle, and that's 4 10s in a row for Lindahl.
That's how fired up we're going to be? You're going to be like, oh, he nails it. It just like
why don't
so
you have
loud the whole facility.
Just Chris Farley. I am El Nino.
Have Andy come be your color guy. That will change.
You know what we could do?
But archery and air rifle and stuff like that is a little bit like golf. I mean, the announcing.
For precision air, the other day,
concentration.
So for precision air, the other day, they won a qualification. There's music going, like fans were in the background with signs and stuff.
And then it was like this for the finals the next day. Like, don't even look. You can hear your eyes move.
That flinch was tough.
Yeah,
you know what I could do?
That's great.
I could be the color commentator from Dodgeball. I give you that.
It's funny because the guy who is my analyst, DC, who's from Breckenridge, actually.
Yeah.
So I've known him for 20 years almost.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's what I feel like. It's like dodgeball up there. I'm Gary Cole, and he's
Cotton.
You're on the
F&A, Cotton.
Cotton, he's not going to be able to see.
So you definitely feel like you're on the Ocho doing this.
It is. It's on ESPN Plus, but it's
Oh, it is. You're on ESPN Plus.
Yeah, but it's streamed live on DoDWarriorGames.com.
Oh, I didn't know you were on. I got ESPN.
So the
Plus.
Warrior games are the ones.
That's so cool.
The adaptive sports.
Adaptive sport thing.
So,
yeah.
And it's branch versus branch. Army and Air Force, Marines, Navy, and SOCOM, Special Operations.
Oh, how cool is
yeah,
that?
Have you?
Yeah.
That is
'cause
awesome.
I think we all have. We've called low enough level sports. I know Stout and I did it in the Arena League in Michigan one time where you're so loud enough you know they can hear your commentary down. You know what the weirdest time was? You know the one time I knew they heard me do a sideline report? COVID, Buffs, and I'm up there. I'm the only dude in the stands, no fans allowed.
You're Ted Lasso.
And I'm
You're
talking
not
about
on the sideline?
no, well, they made me stand in the stands. I couldn't be on the sideline, but nobody was there. And I
that's
started
wild.
talking, and Chip Kelly looked back at me, and I was like, "Whoa,
Hey, how are you?"
I don't know what Chip's doing there, Mark."
It's funny you say that because when you're in these arenas and they're full, you can't hear the guy next to you. But we've all been in the arenas when nobody's in there.
Oh, yeah.
Like hardly any. You can have a conversation
Oh, yeah.
across the entire arena with somebody.
Daniel Schlereth told me one time he was pitching in the minor leagues, and there's so few people there, he thought a couple was breaking up, and it was distracting him because he could hear the conversation as he's trying to get the signs or whatever.
Oh, that's awesome.
The funniest thing that ever happened to me, I was doing the Broncos and the Nuggets, and they had a Sunday game. So they had I went straight from the Broncos doing on radio.
You take a rickshaw over to
Basically
Pepsi
take
Center?
a rickshaw right over to might have still been McNichols at the time, I think.
That's an easier commute than the Pepsi Center.
So yeah, I'm almost positive that's where it was. So I'm over there, and then Dan Issel's coaching, and so
Definitely McNichols.
So I am doing the stuff like that. And now I'm at the basketball game. We just had a Broncos game, and I'm talking. Dan's walking the sidelines. I go, and listen, that foul happened right there about at midfield. So and so hit his. All of a sudden, I hear Issel's in front of me. He goes, "It's a court, dummy."
Dude, do you ever get bothered? Now that you mention that, like great. We'll see you guys on TV. Like you're always up high, and unfortunately in San Jose, you're literally in the ceiling looking down. I don't know how you do
the
that.
press box in San Jose.
Yeah, Haynes, I think.
Boston, we had to take like 3 elevators. And
slowest elevator ever.
Best thing about
Hey, but you made it.
Slowest elevator. Best thing about Boston press booth is bathrooms and a lot of food and drink are close.
Yeah.
They take care of you.
Stout one time was going nuts at a San Jose SaberCat game, and we sat in the hockey position before they moved you guys to the literal roof.
Mm-hmm.
And he would stand up. Stout is real. You know this. Stout is real. Like he's a hand talker.
Yeah.
So he'll be doing play-by-play, and his hands are going everywhere. And finally, a guy in one of literally the suites. We were in the suite, so the suite seat was like, "Hey man, why don't you sit down?" And he starts getting on Stout. And Dave Diaz-Infante was doing color for us, and Doc just stood up. Did one of these kind of tough guy tuck his shirt in guys, sat down and didn't say anything to Stout the rest of the game.
Fantastic.
So, do you ever get conscious of like Coach hearing your commentaries? You guys are right there. He paces right by your broadcast position.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, but usually, if a coach is by, you go, well, that guy's got to be better and stronger than that.
Yeah, right. Say it louder with the people in the back.
I said they have got to start getting a body on somebody to block. I've had Malone do that. Something like this. They got to get bodies on somebody and keep Toronto off the offensive glass. So I'll get like you think.
Thanks, Mr. Wizard.
Yeah. Have you, dude? Because you go full volume. You got it. You can project.
No, I don't. This is me all the time.
Again, have you ever
No.
seen a reaction from people to your big yell? Like, what about when it goes quiet in an opposing arena? You've done your, how do you like them apples there?
One of the best is Chicago. So if you've ever been to United Center, the radio booths are like the TV booths are up high, and then the 2 radio booths are on either wing, but they're lower down, and there's a row of seats. I mean, right in front of you. So I know this family. Right. I mean, they have season tickets. So, and they used to know Moj, and now they know me at Chicago. So like when Cale Makar scored that goal on Marc-Andre Fleury.
Yeah.
And and that's the one where Kevin Weeks is spinning around in his chair and I lost my mind. So, I mean, there's a lot of turns around.
Yeah.
Because it's pin drop in the rest of the 200, 20,000 seat arena. But I mean, it's from me to you, Scotty.
Right.
It's 3 feet away.
So you're trying, but you're still
does that. Cos does that above.
It happened to him more.
I'm
Probably.
going to tell a Cos story. So, especially doing
Gather around, kids.
Doing the playoffs. Like if you end the series with Utah, I used to hate Utah fans, but I remember in Lakers, that's gonna. And he stands up and he's pulling the mic away because now he's going to get loud.
Yeah.
But he's talking to the fans going, and they're leaving it early. They can take that out on the way out. Look at him, Artie. And he's just taunting fans while he's doing a live radio
I've
broadcast.
done that before, too.
All the time.
It's kind of
Oh, we got followed in Chicago. Stout went jersey on a bunch of Chicago guys, kept running his mouth. Again, all these arena stories. I told Mark, I'm like, you've got to calm down. You're the smallest guy in the group, and you won't shut your mouth. And he started talking to the Chicago fans as we were leaving because we had to get to the bus. We had to occupy the main concourse. He's like, you guys are sorry. You guys are sorry. Rush fans suck. And I'm like, dude, shut up. We're outnumbered.
Wow.
And literally a group of them started following us. Like one of the players, I can't remember which player, came up and like got them off of us. I'm like, bro, what are you doing?
You know, it's funny in Buffalo. I'll go back in Buffalo with a Stout story. And Mark was a different dude back in Buffalo. Oh, I hope Mark doesn't mind us saying that. He had long hair and the whole thing.
Oh, dude, he had a glorious mullet.
He did.
He had a Richard Marks level mullet.
We had at our rock station, 97 Rock, our accountant was Big Steve. We had an accountant that looked like he could play in the NFL. And he was like 25 years old. He was just, gosh darn it, the nicest guy ever. But he's, 6'4", 240, just yoked. But he's like, he's one of those guys. But Mark would start fights knowing Big Steve was like right behind us.
Yes.
And Big Steve would just, it was hysterical. And Big Steve would just, kind of stick up for Mark and pin a guy against the wall.
Yeah.
But we traveled, Mark, I'm killing you. We traveled to Portland to watch Hell's Bells, an AC/DC all-female cover band. Mark got kicked out of the bar before Hell's Bells went on stage because he was ripping on people. I am not joking. We traveled now we might have had a little drink before we got into the Hell's Bells show, from Denver to Portland. We literally said, as a trip, you want to talk about a fun trip? He might have got divorced, and this happened after the divorce. That was probably part of it.
He was celebrating.
But, let's go see a band in a town we've never been to. So we landed on Hell's Bells, an AC/DC all-female cover band
in Portland,
Oregon. And we had a great time. But we were definitely having a couple of cocktails. I didn't realize Mark had got kicked out until I was like, where's Mark?
Anyone see Mark?
Isn't the era of cell phones.
So I stood in the front row and had a great time at the concert and found him later. But
where did you find him?
That is a great question.
Where were you again?
Was he back at the hotel? Was he outside on the curb?
We did not make a hotel reservation.
Good start. Way to plan
Seriously,
this out.
we figured we're just going to stay there. We'll just stay up all night. But I don't know how. That's a great question. We did get a hotel for 3 hours. Is one of those. This is actually a very rock and roll sort of trip when you think about it.
Yeah.
No hotel reservation. We're seeing an AC/DC cover band. Dude's getting kicked out before the show starts. No, don't know where we slept that night. Back to the hotel, and we went to our bosses. This is a full circle story. Rob Trujillo, our promotions director, was graduating high school, and we went to the party for Rob Trujillo at Red Rocks
because his dad was the boss. Bob
was the boss.
Our guy Bob. Dude, my favorite Stout story. I got a lot of them like you. We were in Philly trying to do that stupid Rock First Jock game. And this is when I decided I hated Philly. The people in Philly had been cool in the neighborhoods, right? But then we got to the arena, and it becomes total Spinal Tap. I'm supposed to get down to the field and do this damn interview, and every damn hallway I went down, I ended up under the stands. I felt like going, hello, Cleveland! Hello, Cleveland! And every stupid Philly guy, I was like, where is the field? I don't know, Chief. Everyone was chiefing me. I don't know, Chief. Go down there. Go to the left. Go there. Blah, blah. Bro!
It's built with
bigger stadiums and not been lost.
Was it the old Spectrum? Or the Wells Fargo?
Yes.
Okay. So it was built. It was like a casino. It was built to keep people in. There's no clocks. There's no direction
there's
anywhere.
no place. It would be the same thing as hockey. I just need the stupid tunnel out to the field, and everywhere I went, I was under the damn seats.
That's awesome.
Yeah, no one helping.
And no, not a single Philly guy knew where the hell I was supposed to go, but you had to chief me. Even a girl called me chief.
Hey, once you got down,
call Andy Chief.
Once you got down the lockers, didn't you have to go up like a little ramp,
Yes.
a mini ramp to find the locker room?
To then finally get there. And all I'm trying to do is this stupid interview. And Stat at one point is like, where the hell is Andy? And I don't even know who he was asking because it was me and him and some rented engineer. That was it. Me and Stout go to these. There was one time at the Chili's. Don't tell me you haven't done this too. We were at a Chili's. Get ready to call it a playoff game. And had they won this playoff game, we were going to have to go to New Orleans for the Arena Bowl. And then camp was starting. And I looked at Stout and I go, I need 2 weeks of summer. I want them to lose this game so bad. And we're calling this crush game and they're making this comeback. And you could probably hear it in my voice from like fighting the anger. Don't you dare.
John Dutton touchdown.
John Dutton touchdown. Crap. You can't tell me you haven't called a game where you've been, Jack Corrigan one time booked in 2007, Corrigan booked a trip. I'll probably get in trouble for this. And so did Kingery. And they went on the most magical run ever for October, and they couldn't get their money back for vacation because they didn't think in September they'd be going to the damn playoffs.
Dude, when I was in Buffalo, Michael Pekka planned a wedding during the Stanley Cup Finals. Because we were like, when's
he wasn't
your wedding?
confident.
I mean, I guess not. We looked at their wedding date and we're like, wait a second. This is like when the Stanley Cup Finals would be happening. So he wasn't really betting on the Sabres back in the day.
Come on. I need one game. You got to have one time where you wanted them to lose.
No, I don't think I ever did. I
don't believe you.
Many a time prayed, please don't go to overtime because I got to pee.
Yeah.
There's been many of those, and then all of a sudden they make a shot, and one time I'm with Marlowe, Ball Arena, Pep Center, and come back. One of the two teams came back tied. Finally, we got overtime. I took my headset out. I said, I gotta go.
I bet you weren't rooting for them to lose, but I bet there was seasons where it was like, okay,
you knew they didn't have a shot.
It's
right?
good enough that this thing is over.
Hey,
let's
be honest.
Playing Golden State in the first round, they lost. That season wasn't going anywhere without Jamal, without MPJ.
Yeah, but I don't know why. I didn't mind that season. I liked that season.
Did we feel that way this year? I think if we all really go back
to
this
year,
you thought they had a shot against the Clippers without their coach when we were like 2 weeks out?
I don't know. This year for both teams was a gut punch. It ended on the same.
But I'm saying after they fired Malone.
Yeah.
How bad did you really want them to go to the playoffs having faith that we'd see what we'd see?
No, I felt differently. I felt the reason they did that is I believed them. There was more juice to get out of that lemon. I really do. So no, I didn't feel like that at all.
What's your favorite fruit to juice?
Orange, of course. I went to Syracuse. And then, they beat the Clippers.
Welcome to ridiculousness.
The Avs lost.
Oh, they did?
While we were doing media for the Nuggets, and it was a gut punch. We're sitting there for post game, and they lost. And it just.
Well, we went into the interview and it was up 2-0. They came out. This interview was 2-2.
Like they gave up
to stay. Yeah. And then
they gave up goals like when we're going from the just into the press room.
Yeah.
Like it all happened between the
it was
end
really
of the
quick.
game.
Yeah.
It was just
that third period.
It was brutal.
Look, you're making him cry again. Dude, I came out of the watch party.
Yeah.
And never has someone's tone of voice reflected my mood since maybe Logan in the Super Bowl is when I heard Connors. Because it got to 2-2, and I looked at Ryan Emmy and I go, I ain't staying. I'm out of here.
It's funny how many people, speaking of out of here, bye, Scotty. Bye. Love you and stuff. But it's almost like everybody knew that at 2-2,
we were in trouble.
When you can tell in a game, it doesn't matter what sport, but you can tell in a game where there's a huge momentum swing happening, like you could tell in Game 7.
I think I got to the car and they got called for the penalty, and you were just like,
well, the McCarr broken stick.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, it was.
I think upon reflection, at the end of the day, because the Nuggets, even though it was a Game 7, they got killed, and it was and they lost to the champs. So it just, all right, okay.
Well, and Gordon, we knew halfway through the game. Gordon's not himself.
But what stings with the Avalanche is just it wasn't their time at that time. There's no way. And very, very, very rarely
at the end of a series do you feel like the lesser team won? And I feel like the lesser team won that series.
Yeah.
But whatever.
They did.
Hey, on that note, we're going to start a front Kreckman and Lindahl right after this segment. Connor McGay, he's sitting in. DMac sticking around a little long. Everyone's going to be back. When do you guys get your first? No, wait. Are you? We're not going live. You guys are done. Practice ends before your show. So Friday we'll have morning show and morning sprint.
Well,
out
tomorrow,
there, right?
tomorrow, yeah. Friday it opens up for everybody. So every morning show.
Are you guys doing shows out there?
Well,
though?
it's quirky because I hesitate. What we're allowed to do is do a show as long as there's things going on out there.
And the minute there isn't,
you gotta leave.
So for them, that could be
3:04. So unfortunately, it actually happens between like 12:40 and 1 o'clock. So I kind of stay here and they go out. It's kind of a combo sort of weird meal because it ends during our show. And for these guys, but Andy's out there. Andy's out there doing the whole thing. So this is actually where Andy gets exhausted. This is like big time Andy time.
I loved it. Well, all
right, you're out there all day. Andy's got long days.
But I'm used to it. I keep saying, we've all broadcasted for 1,000 years. My body clock tells me, and it's so weird. I was with a friend earlier at lunch, and I said, for some reason, my body clock still says the minute the 4th of July is up, summer's over. And I got to quit thinking that way. I'm not on I'm not on a foot. Well, I do the buffs, but the buffs don't kick in for me truly till September, right? But there's just something that tells you.
Oh, to me, the summer ended today.
Exactly.
Summer's over.
Exactly.
It's football.
Right?
Let's go.
It's just football from here on out.
Sports.
But I like it. Now,
I do too.
I didn't love today, and I probably won't love tomorrow. But when we
Friday
actually start running and competing on the field, I'm all about it.
Yeah.
Dude, you're watching pro football from the sidelines.
Meanwhile, hockey and basketball guys look at football people like you are the stupidest people of all time.
Yeah, but one day I would
we have
like
3
to go,
practices, 5 games, and then the season starts. And let's go.
They practice like 9 times a day. I wish we could do how we used to get like 1,000 guys in the tent and we do shows.
It's fantastic.
I'd love to do that with the Avs one day. Just bring me the whole roster.
Yeah.
Let's do a show out there and bring me the entire. I'll talk to everybody.
There's plenty of times because they have different groups. You know what I mean? Group 1 goes.
Yeah.
While Group 2 is back having meetings or in the gym or something, you could not have us be on air at all and have it just be all guys from Avs roster.
Which would be awesome.
Camp.
I have said for years the greatest sporting secret is Avalanche training camp. It's free. It's easy to get to. You can watch every single second of it. In fact, Avalanche practices are just open in general and are free to go to. It is one of the best sort of deals. You can see everything.
They're not hiding much.
It's a little sticky when it comes to autographs because they don't make that a big public thing. You got to kind of stalk the parking lot. That's kind of a whole different thing. But if you just love hockey, how could you not love Avalanche training camp? But it's short. It barely it barely
3 days,
exists.
and then we have our first preseason game.
Yeah, but you can see everything for free.
Yeah.
And you're not boiling under the sun, and I don't know. Family sports, for whatever you want to say, it's convenient.
Yeah,
I'll give you that. It's not hard to get to.
Nope.
It's not the best facility, but it's not a bad place to get to and see practice. Yeah, the Broncos, it's like going to Fort Knox.
I mean,
man.
seriously.
It's like
right
ridiculous.
Now, I'm waiting for that cavity check before we go in at some point. It's a good night. All right, we're going to take our break. Thanks to DMac. Join PhD tomorrow as we continue to break down day 2 of Bronco camp. Again, voice of your Colorado Avalanche, Connor McGahey. Walter texted in yesterday and go, can we talk some hockey? All right, Walter, this is for you,
This
baby.
is for Walter.
It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Walter.
Welcome in Kreckman, Lindahl. Only the Lindahl here. Springer along. Spring and I got a ton of football content for you coming the 5 o'clock hour. We got Nick Kosmiter coming up. Connor McGahee's rolling with us right now. We're expected to be joined by Kaz. Look, Kaz is in Nebraska. So we'll see about the setup there, is all I'm saying. Is there good internet in Nebraska? Is this where you and I see you guys
it
just
is
do
a
a
part
bunch
of
of
the
Nebraska
continental
jokes?
United States, yes.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
All right. You know what I want to do, Spring? Because Spring was a part of this. You don't even know that.
Was he really?
Yeah. So I think it's time to make some new rules because the last time you and I talked was really not all that long ago. I think it was about a month ago now, right?
You never
about
call,
that time.
you never write. It's fine.
I don't, but you're usually pretty busy. But I called
Especially
Connor
in July, you're right.
one night. It was a Friday night, I think. I called Connor and I was like, "Hey, man, you around? What are you doing?" And Connor's in an event. He goes, "Well, I'm kind of busy, but what do you need?"
What event was I at?
I don't remember. It was some with the Avs. He had some going on with the Avs. I think it was for your Avs ticket holders. I think you guys were doing one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Down
one
at
of the-
Tom's Watch Bar.
Yeah, one of the fun events. But anyway, I call you and I'm like, "We may need you. We may need to go live on YouTube." And you're like, "Why? What's going on?" And I go, "The Sidney Crosby rumors are stirring up." And then I called Mark and I go, "Mark, are you at the station? Can you host a YouTube show? Because all the stupid puzzle pieces are allegedly being put out there because who had they traded? Didn't they trade Coyle earlier in the day?"
So, I think it was either that day or the day before, Charlie Coyle and Miles Wood to Columbus.
They picked up a pick.
Yeah.
McFarland
And-
was scheduled to talk, but in fairness, he was scheduled to talk because it was the draft.
Right. That we didn't really have a ton of picks.
But then all of a sudden we got Rando guy that talked to Weeks' source who admitted it later on Twitter, and Weeks didn't want to tweet. I guess Weeks didn't trust the guy, which is probably why he gave Rando guy his source. And we're back to Sidney Crosby's coming to Denver. And I tell Connor, I go, "If this goes down, can you jump on YouTube and we'll do a show?" And Connor's like, "Yeah. And I'm like, "All right." I was trying to judge by your tone of voice. I'm like, "Is Connor buying this or not?" No. So then I call Spring, and Spring's like, "All right, dude, I think we'll be ready." And Spring looks at all the tweets, and we're sitting there talking and trying to figure it out. Spring, I want you in on the conversation. Do any of us in this room believe Sidney Crosby is ever going to pull on an Avs jersey?
100%.
Look, your guy,
Wow.
your guy. I know. Here it is. The guy that gave us the 4-0 start for the Broncos yesterday
Wow.
is
Dude, I
convinced that
told
Sidney
you
Crosby
I
is
did
going to be an Av.
on Monday. I told you on Monday.
I was going to say, I was driving in my truck, which you tend to do. I listened to that live.
Do you have your dog?
I did, actually.
You're
matter of
writing a
fact.
song. Somebody leave you.
I was just a living, breathing country song
Yeah,
is
that's
all
right.
it was.
That's
but
right.
I heard Spring say that live about the 4-0 Broncos start.
Yeah.
That was yesterday.
That was
yesterday.
yesterday.
It was good.
About that, yeah.
So
I know it's
is
weird
that
with him
same
on the back.
version of Mark Springer saying that Sidney Crosby will at one point be a member of the Colorado Avalanche?
Let me take you through my Sidney Crosby emotional
Please.
journey. Okay. I've wanted him here for a while. I think it makes perfect sense. Like, it's the team that makes sense. I think it would be great for the NHL. I think that's overlooked. You know what? If I was the league, I would knock on Sid's door. I'd send him voicemails and be like, "Dude, the Stanley Cup playoff ratings would be so much better if you were on a contender."
It would be better if the Avs were on at 9:30 at night every night. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, that is a thing. But he's good friends with Nathan McKinnon. And it's something that, hasn't even been on my radar, but Andy, you and Nate talked about this in and around the playoffs was, we forget that if you're on a Canadian team, it doesn't affect the America ratings, the USA ratings. So get him on a USA team. Denver, Colorado, as good a team as any. It's the team. It's the situation. If Sid's going to go anywhere, this is the place. This is the place you want him if you're the league. Obviously, he didn't come here at the trade deadline. Then they extend Brock Nelson, and that was when I was kind of like, well, it's not going to happen because you pay Brock Nelson $7.5 million per year. That's your second line center. But now here we are, a month after extending Brock Nelson, and they needed to make another move. They haven't made another move. They're waiting for something. They are targeting somebody. I don't know who it is, but they must be targeting somebody on the trade market. And the name
that now just pops back into my mind is one Sidney Crosby.
And why is that? I mean,
for a lot of the reasons I initially said, I could give you more.
Why do you think he'll want to leave Pittsburgh? Because I think that's the holdup here.
Don't you want to win?
But he has one.
He won 3
has the
cups.
rings. His family is comfortable in a town. I think we overlook the human side of these things sometimes. If this was Ray Bork without any rings, desperate to slide that big shiny Stanley Cup ring on his finger, then I would buy into the theory. But what does he have? 3 with the Penguins? They've 3, right? 3
2009
cups.
and then back-to-back in 16-17.
So he doesn't need he's got the jewelry.
17.
He
It's
owns
25.
the town.
It's been 8 years. Connor, you know.
Yeah.
You don't. When you show up to training camp, when you prep in the offseason, you're not just going through the motions. Like, that takes effort and work, and you want to work towards something.
We have 2 texters questioning your sobriety right at the moment.
That's fine.
I'm looking at math, and I am not good at math.
You like math?
So the Avalanche, 4.123. 333. As your cap space right now. Sidney Crosby appropriately makes $8.7 million per year.
Because he's a psychopath.
Because maybe his agent has to have sounds like an agent thing to me. Well, I got my agent, my player.
Well, I think that when
he wears 87 and he makes 8.7.
I swear, like Raj told me this, when Sid stays at a hotel, like he wants it to be like room 87.
You got to be kidding.
He's all about
87.
All right. So 8.7, you have 4.1 left. If you're going to do it, it has to be via trade.
Of course.
Money has to go out. Now, I don't think, look, the top 6 for the Avalanche, and contrary to some people on the Twitch stream, the Avs are not perfect. The top 6 is pretty darn close to being perfect right now. The bottom 6 needs a lot of help, if we're being honest, especially without Logan O'Connor in the mix early on. So I just don't know. I mean, unless you're planning to trade Marty Necas, that would be the only way.
You could trade Gerard.
You could. So, I mean, if you did both of those things, you definitely have the room to do it. But I think you have needs elsewhere. You need NHL-ready bodies in your bottom 6 by Christmas. Again, there's no rush to do this. But if you want to be as competitive as you think and I think the Avs are one of the best teams in the National Hockey League, but the bottom 6 needs more attention than the top 6.
Yes.
But if you add Sid, you can move one of those top 6 down to the bottom 6. Trickle-down effect.
Okay, but again, do you worry? Listen, if Sidney Crosby comes here, I don't think a lot of people are going to get angry about it. I just don't, in my heart, I don't believe it's going to happen. And part of it is because I'm sick of chasing the Twitter crap that goes on every time this thing comes up. But I would say this is again with, I'll put it as mild disappointment right now with how things have gone is I absolutely loved the depth you had put together at the trade deadline last year.
Yep.
And as Connor's now talking about, I still would like to see depth. I don't think you want to be a top-heavy team right now. I just don't. Now, look, the depth, did it work out last year? No, unfortunately in the playoffs it didn't, but you also ran into a matchup that if we would do things the right way, you might not have seen for a couple more rounds. But it is what it is.
And what you mean by that is if you do 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7, it would have been Avs and Kings in the first round instead of the Avs and the Stars, 2 of the top 3 teams really in the National Hockey League.
And it would have allowed maybe even a little more time to gel, this, that, whatever. But look, you got to play what you got to play. It's just an excuse. I'm crying in my milk. I understand that. But I still liked the philosophy. I mean, look, if I had it my way and the cap would allow, I wish they'd have just kept the team together. You're right. They don't have to do anything right now.
Yeah.
But
I mean, remember, the changes made last year didn't really start until December.
Well, right.
But
But
the goalies.
You don't want to put yourself behind the 8 ball, though.
Well, and here's all I would
like
ask.
the bad start last year gives them. They're a road seed. They're the road team against Dallas.
It didn't go the way we wanted to last year. It doesn't mean I still don't. I still like that team. And I do wish, what could I have seen had that team had a whole year to kind of work the things out you work out in the regular season? That's what I think stinks about all this. Okay, I would have been fine if the identical team came back this year. Now, cap economics and all, it's not going to happen, and it's out the door. Lindgren's gone. Coyle's been traded. They were able to hold on, as you said, to Brock Nelson. But, look, I don't know. See, Connor, what I worry about is, and I don't think the Avs are trying to do this. It's just kind of the way that it's worked out. You got to be careful about trying to buy all your groceries at the deadline because then you start giving up. At some point you won't have the money to buy all those groceries at the deadline.
Yeah, absolutely.
The picks and the prospects and everything.
I just think that there are, and to Spring's point, there are a couple of things waiting before training camp, right? Like this summertime action for the Avs, I have a feeling is not over yet.
Well, we've got two. Who's the other team? Florida and who else that are just sitting there heavy over the cap? There's another team.
You brought this up. Maybe it's Dallas. I don't know. I didn't look. I'll be honest with you.
Vegas. Here are the three teams that are over the cap right now. Florida, Montreal, and the Vegas Golden Knights.
Well, there you go.
Well, the Vegas Golden Knights, they'll just put two dudes on LTIR.
They have a projected cap hit of $103 million right now. Oh, goodness me. That's funny.
Here's my point of this segment.
Yes, you were going to make a rule.
I said this to Spring. No one else is allowed to talk about Sidney Crosby until Chris McFarland says something. I want no more Twitter detectives or whatever else. It's done. Kevin Weeks, you have used it up. You can't just throw the skyline up there anymore, spitting chiclets. You get your handle shut down if you bring this up again for no good reason.
Yeah.
Because
it took us a while to get there, but that's what we're talking about.
Hey, another thing real quick. Is Sidney the greatest 87 in sports history?
Well, we have Pierre Turgeon here. But yeah,
Ed
probably.
McCaffrey.
I thought of Ed McCaffrey. Yeah, I'm talking all
come
sports.
on. Sidney Crosby is the greatest of
What
this
about
generation.
Eric Decker.
Look, he's my guy.
I understand that.
Well, so's Ed. They're both my guys.
You managed to keep a straight face for about 3 seconds when you said
tried. Sid is probably...
Oh, he's the best.
He is
best 87 in sports.
In all
history.
of sports.
Yeah.
I thought of this because someone put up number 88. If you had to think of number 88s, I threw Demaryius Thomas pictures at this guy that asked it. But the greatest 88 in sports.
Marty Natchez?
No. I'm not going to go
No,
there.
Nate did this bit with the greatest 88s in Denver
Did
sports
he?
history. Yeah,
I'm talking all of sports. Like, who else? Like, think about it now. Remember, Des Bryant wore it. Michael Irvin wore it. I know the Cowboys love their 88s. 88 used to be like the receiver number there for a while. Are there a lot of hockey 88s? I feel like
Michael Irvin.
Patrick Kane.
Was he an 88?
Yes.
There you go.
That's pretty darn good 88.
So there's some pretty good hockey 88s then.
Tony Gonzalez.
Tony Gonzalez is pretty darn good.
Gronk,
Another Hall of Famer.
Now Google is
Gronk
helping
wore
me.
87. Gronk wore 87.
Gronk wore 87. Gronk does have a lot of jewelry. How many rings does Gronk have?
No, but Sid's the greatest.
And I'm not going to say
hockey
Travis
player.
Kelce. I refuse to say Travis Kelce gets this.
You're in a friendly space. He's out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Tell that to the text line.
Oh, are they all putting it in there? Ooh,
Kelce,
Eric
87.
Lindros. I forgot about Lindros.
Lindros is 88. But again, like if Lindros play, it's like Mario Lemieux. If Lemieux plays his entire career without injury, he's probably better than Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah.
Okay? And I'm not even being hyperbolic. That's probably what happens. An entire career of Eric Lindros, I would have been fascinated with because we would probably put him as one of the best forwards of all time.
Concussions absolutely wrecked what could have been a great career.
Yeah.
And what's weird about Dwight Clark was 88. Was he 88 or was he 87?
Wait.
Was Clark 87?
Was Lynn Swan 87 or 88?
88.
Okay. Well, that might be my answer.
You think Swan over
Yeah.
Lynn? Well,
yeah, I do.
See, I was complaining. We were talking about this earlier when I gave my training camp report. I was standing next to our guy Steve Atwater today, and J.K. Dobbins is back to wearing 27, and it crushes my Broncos soul to see you giving running backs 27. And I like no Sean Marino. It's nothing against him. In my mind, there's special numbers in every franchise.
But there's only 127.
There is. It's Atwater.
Yeah.
But nonetheless.
Well, I thought you were going to go
Darren Williams.
No, for me, it's Atwater.
I know.
Of course.
But I'm saying, like, you have, to Spring's point, you have two opportunities to be like, hey, maybe we can maybe we cannot wear
27 anymore. Well, if you're going to
I
do
know
that,
you can't tell guys
but
that.
couldn't you at
until
least
it's
keep it with a
retired.
position group? You know what I mean? Like teams do this all the time. Let a DB earn 27 from you if they want it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the fact it's and I know there's an old man
You do it
take
like
because all
college,
the other
where
people
offense and defense, each
where
wear
it
the
just
same
wears
number.
it everything. Well, they are kind of doing that right now
I know.
because who's the DB that wears 27? He's still got it, but I'm not sure he's going to make the team. You know what? I'll look at it. I got the roster in the back of my pocket.
He's
had a rough couple of
Damari
years.
Mathis?
Mathis still has the 27 too.
Is he third on the depth chart right now?
Mathis, with the drafting of Jahdae Barron, I don't think Mathis
Fourth.
was there at all.
We were talking about the cornerbacks yesterday, and a texter was like, dude, don't forget about Chris Abrams-Drain.
I do like Chris
I do like
Abrams-Drain.
him.
Hey,
Yeah.
late in the season last year, because my spotter Doug and I were like, who? It was like Ace Ventura. Who is that? Who the hell is that? But he was. Oh, that's Ray Finkel. But I actually really liked Abrams-Drain a lot.
Yeah.
Really did.
I like our punter, too, although Sean talked about how he sprays the ball. When that kid kicks it.
Crawshaw?
Okay, yeah, Crawshaw. You know what?
Ozzy, yeah.
What a great name.
I've got a question for you guys. It's not going to be hockey related. If you have hockey questions for Connor, please send them in.
Hey, but we can do football, too. Training camp is this
Well,
week.
you're the voice. You're the PA voice of the Denver Broncos.
That is true. I told
And you also did plenty of work up at CU. You've got a very extensive football background.
Yeah, we survived the John Embry years.
I have, thanks to our guy Vic Lombardi, I need a new 2-position player, and it's got to happen. We've got Travis Hunter going for both corner and receiver. How this 2-position player has not happened yet, I don't know, but in modern football, it's got to happen, and I'll tell you next. Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How's the old love life going? You know it's summer, and when you're going to start laughing, it's summer. Connor, don't you like summer loving? Having a blast?
Having a blast.
I don't even know the song.
Hey, it
Anyway,
happened so fast.
Well, that's the problem. If it's not happening at all, or maybe it's happening too fast, then it's time to go and talk to the folks at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The longer days, warmer nights, vacations, date nights. It's time for some intimacy. But if you're avoiding it because of erectile dysfunction, then now is the time to go and visit the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some that will have you lasting an hour or more. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Here's the situation. You stop by the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic on your first appointment. The cost of that visit is $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll take a T and a PSA test, and if you get medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working, if the test dose doesn't have you ready for summer loving in the office, your visit's free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be back to getting the summer loving the next day. 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including up north in Fort Collins, down south in the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Connor McGahee playing the role. Technically, you're the Lindahl. How's that grab you?
Today, the role of Andy Lindahl will be played by a very short, senile, 40-year-old man named Connor.
Yeah, you're still doing better than me. I can't walk. My shoulder's screwed up. There's a lot going on.
I'm old.
Yeah. Hi.
Do you know where I live?
You know who I am? All right.
I'm Mandy. Get
it out. Come on.
That was the joke. Never mind.
You're just going to do whole man noises from here on out. So that's Connor McGahee. I'm
Pretty
Andy
much.
Lindahl. We're rolling with you. We are going to talk to Nick Kosminer and get a breakdown of Bronco camp. Now, what I want to give everybody today, because I was out there and watched it, we've heard of walkthroughs. This was almost the extreme of that. They weren't totally walking, but there was no contact. It was just, but you know what? Again, I give Sean Payton a ton of credit because I've already seen 3 or 4 camps where a bunch of guys have got the muscle injuries, and that's not something that's really hampered this Bronco team since Sean Payton got here. So not going to complain about his process when they've been as healthy as they have. Matter of fact, I think it was the Arizona Cardinals prize rookies hurt. There's a knee injury. I think there's an ACL injury to one of the corners, Art. That corner, Art in Miami. Art, I forgot his last name, but how can you forget a guy named Art?
Art. We need more Arts.
But anyway,
Arts and Franks.
I'll go get it because it was just tweeted
Howards.
out. But, so the injury bug is already popping up. The Broncos have not dealt with it. It's Walter Nolan. We have an Art and a Walter that both hurt themselves today. We're really flashing back the names, but
which needs to happen. You know what I mean?
You like an Art and a Walter?
Yeah, we do.
Are you done with Tristans and Brennans and all that?
No offense to those who are listening now, but it's time to
get on back
bring
to that?
back
okay.
the Franks and the Walters.
So anyway, the Broncos are going to go a little bit of a slow ramp up, but it's paid off in less muscle injuries in the years past. So let's hope that just continues to be the thing. All right, we've got some questions. I want to go ahead and get these questions in. But I will tell you this. Vic Lombardi pointed this out. He's having a Twitter conversation with somebody earlier. How has there not been a punter-kicker combo?
Yeah.
Of all the positions
I
you
know.
think you would try to refine
It'd
in
be
the
exact
NFL,
same.
I don't know why. I guess I shouldn't ask you. Maybe I ought to reach out to Treadwell or Britton Colquitt or someone. Like, why can't somebody do both?
Like, is Sanford coming on tomorrow?
We're going to try. I haven't heard back from Sam.
But I mean, obviously, coaches at Valor now. High school football, what happens a lot of the time? You've got a combo punter-kicker.
Yeah,
Do you not?
that's a good point.
Pull a kid off the soccer team. He's playing on the football team. It happens all the time in high school. So why does it stop after that? Because the skill set, look, I played soccer growing up. 4 years varsity, if you can believe that. The skill set is similar, right? It's different, but you're closer than anybody else would be if you're going to do that. So why do you have 2 different guys doing practically the same job?
And you could save yourself a roster spot. That I guess
correct.
That's what I just don't understand is how someone hasn't found a way to do both. So maybe it'll happen in the near future. So there we go. All right. We do have a lot of questions for you off the text line, 303-504-0925. It is the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. It's Shop Mazda. Let's see here. Let me try to find here's all our 88s. We keep getting a lot of people coming in. Okay. From the 716, Connor, who's your favorite non-Hall of Fame Avalanche?
Well, I mean, my favorite Av of all time is Peter Forsberg. But I think my favorite non-Hall of Fame Av, Drury, which is Texter's answer, is a really, really good one. Boy, that's really tough. I mean,
what about
Alex
a Mike
Tanguay,
Ricci? What about a Sean Podine? What about one of the grinders?
So that I was going to say for you, it's got to be one of those guys. Were you a Jeff Odgers guy?
Odgers, you know what? If we're going to go that ilk, it would have been Ian LaPerriere.
Yeah.
But interviewing
Really
him
good
was
one.
rough. Ian was great with the media, but Ian was in such consistent fights. Do you remember when his nose would whistle?
Oh, yeah.
And it would throw me off. First off, the first time I saw his nose, I almost dropped my mic because his nose
It's
is
displaced,
5 places on his face.
Right. Yeah. He looks like he's a walking Picasso. He's a Picasso.
He is. Now, I got to know Scott Parker a little bit. Always going to love the sheriff. Boy, see, it is tough. They've had a lot of good guys roll through here.
I mean, it's hard to. I mean, for me, it's Chris Drury is a really good one. Is a really good answer.
Will anybody ever answer Derek Morris? Probably not.
No, absolutely not.
Wojtek Volsky grab you? He was pretty good.
Not bad.
Who did they trade for? Mueller. Peter Mueller. Remember him?
Speaking of number 88s.
Well, there you
Peter
go.
Mueller.
Mike Ricci. Mike Ricci's great.
Hey, you know what?
Mike Ricci.
Hey, Kamensky.
Oh, Valerie was
Army
really
vet Mitch.
good.
Val Kamensky, just a natural goal scorer. I mean, he was almost guaranteed 30 every season.
Foote. I love Adam Foote, but is he not Hall of Fame, I guess?
Jersey's retired. I actually don't know if he's made a Hall of Fame class.
I think you're probably right, but man, Adam Foote. I loved Adam Foote because I would always go and cover the Avs Red Wings games of the heyday, right?
Well, it started with Foote, and you know what? The rivalry did not start with Claude Lemieux's hit on Chris Draper. Everybody forgets that. It was Kozlov's hit on Adam Foote in the corner where he put his head into the back of his helmet and slammed it into the glass. And it's the very famous shot of him, and he's just bleeding everywhere. And he gets up and he yells at the referee with some things that I can't repeat right now because there are preschool toys listening.
Dude.
It started with Kozlov's hit on Foote.
Hey Duke is getting a lot of names,
yep.
A lot of texts. Listen, I remember every time
Footer is not in the Hall of Fame.
Foote and Shanahan would fight every game. Every one of those matchups, Foote and Brendan Shanahan seemed to be after each other. And every time we would go and ask Adam Foote what started it, what'd you say, what was the conversation? Because they'd fight and then they'd talk. Because I think they'd want to keep fighting. And Foote would never tell us. He's like, nope, it's on the ice, and I'm not telling you.
Exactly right.
Adam Foote, I loved Adam Foote. Do you remember when Adam Foote returned to the bench?
Calgary, when he came back, he was traded back from Columbus.
He's traded back from Columbus.
Ask Lyles about that, because Lyles is sitting there.
Was he the guy next to him? That all of a sudden monstrous Adam Foote is right there?
Lyles is there, and so is Kyle Comiskey. Remember Kyle Comiskey?
Yes.
Yeah. Comiskey is the other guy, and all of a sudden, because the Saddle Dome, which is about to be, we got 2 years left of the Saddle Dome before it meets an unceremonious end. But it's like a lot of rinks where you walk out and then you can just sit on the end of the bench and, oh, where'd you come from? How long you been sitting there? And that's exactly what happened with Lyles tells the story about him and Kyle Comiskey.
Well, it's just awesome because Foote just, big old Adam Foote rumbles out, and all of a sudden there's toughness on your bench. Huey Croup.
Scott Parker is a lot of people's answers. Hey, you know what? Sandis Ozolinsh, the OG number 8.
Love Ozolinsh. Love Huey Croup. I did love Marek Svatos. Rest in peace.
Wait.
Yes. 40, right? The goal score.
Yeah.
What are you waiting? Is that not what you said? Wait? Did you?
Yeah. Hold on.
Not a good thing. Scott Parker, there you go, is another one. Yell's another one. Skula. How about Martin Skula? We always forget when it comes to the offensive defensemen the Avs have had. Martin Skula was pretty darn good for a couple years there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Made me nervous. I mean, when him and so Patrick Law would love to go play the puck, right, all the time. Was he good at it? Not necessarily. But he still loved to go play the puck. So you'd have Waugh and Skula on the ice at the same time, and I was just a nervous wreck. Like, here comes a giveaway. Giveaway's coming right up.
You know what? Unfortunately, you saying that makes me think of this name, but what about Zadorov? I like Zadorov. I love the toughness and the edginess of Zadorov. I think every hockey team needs the one dude that the other team ain't so sure about if you do something stupid.
He gave me the worst, shortest interview of all time. We were in Detroit. I'll never forget it. And that was you remember when Matt Calvert?
Yes.
Matt Calvert got punched by Tyler Bertuzzi, and Bertuzzi got a 2-game suspension from that. So I asked it in the form of a yes or no question. Look, you should never do that. You should never tee something up like a yes or no question, but most guys
with the team
get it.
Broadcasters, they help you out, usually.
I said, it felt a little testy down there. Was it testy in the first period? Something to that effect. And he goes, nope.
And all you want to do is follow up with I beg to differ, but you're not going to disagree with him. Yeah.
When we come back, Mark Bertinoli will take over in our NHL Tonight studio. It was like, can you give me something a little bit more? Nope.
Ooh, Peter Worrell's a good one. You know what I did one time? Ooh, Dan Heinote. They're coming strong.
Oh, yeah. This is where the people
This is the only time, and in hindsight, I feel a little bad because I did like Mike McIntyre, but I was waiting for him, and he did like a long interview with Pac-12 Network, and I'm like, all right. Mark Johnson's dancing, and he comes over, and I go, Coach, and I always told the guys, I'm not going to get too technical with you here. I know you hate this interview, right? But I'm always going to ask you what are the adjustments going to be? So I asked him, what adjustments do you think you're going to make at the half here? I don't know. And for whatever reason, it just hit me real wrong. And I go, all right, are you going to bench your quarterbacks? Because Montez had just thrown a pick six at the half. It was USC. Remember that game?
Yeah.
So I don't know what got into me that day. I was like, all right, you're going to bench your quarterback at the half?
Spicy
Dude,
ending.
he like went volcano red right away. That's none of your business. And he walks off, and I throw it back to Johnson. He goes, none of your business. He's still You didn't have half a twinge to do that to Zadorov? Just, or was he too big and scary that you just didn't want to push it?
I'm not doing it. Have you seen me? I'm like Vic says.
Poorly,
I
have
am
you
not
seen
a
him?
tall man. Have you seen him? He's
I'm not
a tall
telling you
man.
I would have done it.
A couple bigger answers that I like. Speaking of rest in peace, Chris Simon is a great answer.
Yes.
Cody McLeod, double nickels.
Ooh, McLeod. Man, how did we took too long to get there?
I know, that's unfortunate. That's our fault.
And Tanguay, Alex Tanguay.
I said Tanguay off the top.
I'm sorry.
It was one of my initial reactions.
They're listening sometimes. We're all throwing ideas.
She said I never paid attention or something. I don't know. I wasn't really listening.
I wasn't really listening. That's this show every day. This show's Kreckman and Lindahl. Back with more at the top. Yes, a little less than Jake, and our guy Connor is drumming along. Less than Jake coming to town here in a couple of weeks. So
you're going to
we'll
get him in
tickets
studio,
for that,
right? They got to come in the studio.
No, I mean
they do a freaking theme song for you.
Yeah, we paid him for that. Thanks to the fans, the good fans of Kreckman and Lindahl. No, I don't know. I like Chris DeMakes a lot. He's been very good to the show, but I'm kind of out of questions. You know what I mean? You've been on enough, and now you're back to touring. There's only so much that I've got to
it's going to
ask
turn
you,
into
know what I mean?
Between Two Ferns. is
Remember
what
the
it's gonna-
time?
Yeah, exactly.
I saw bloopers. I saw outtakes of Between Two Ferns.
Amazing. It's so good.
That is hilarious. All right, so he's Connor McGay. I'm Andy Lindahl. Mark Springer along as well. We've got Nick Kosmider coming up at 5 o'clock. Let's see here.
We got deep into the, favorite non-Hall of Fame.
And they just keep coming.
Yeah, which is really good. The other question, and first of all, Lindsay, thank you. Second of all, it was, great question, because we were talking about Sidney Crosby earlier.
Yes.
So the last NHL game of the season is the Penguins versus the Capitals. Could that be, now look, I don't think it's going to be Sid's last game. It's going to be Ovi's last game. But Sid versus Ovi, which is probably the, that's Bossy Gretzky of this generation. Gretzky. Crosby has 2 years left. So it's a bummer that I don't think he'd retire early. But it would be something to see. Can you imagine both of them ending their careers on the same night?
Really? You think so?
No, I'm saying I don't think it'll happen. It'll be Ovi's last one, but it's not going to be Sid's last one.
Oh, all right. You know what? I'm glad you brought that up. I kind of forgot about that story. So somebody didn't get the email in the Avs, the Avs, not the Avs, the Capitals ticket office.
Oh, yeah, hilarious.
And spilled the beans that it's Ovi's last year. Get your tickets now.
Yep.
And then they walked it back. Spring, do you know? I mean, I haven't seen. Did the Capitals ever address the situation? They just kind of undid the email and were like, whoops, sorry, that's not true.
I mean, when the cat's out of the bag, you just got to,
Well, but does he go full on Tom Brady, get bitter, and announce I'm not leaving? Full Wolf of Wall Street like Tom Brady did because Adam Schefter scooped him. So then he comes back and plays
People
another
keep asking
year.
if I'm back.
Just so he can actually, he can be the one to tell everybody. I'm trying to find, somebody had a great question too about Brent Burns. And as I look for it here, what would you like to see? What do you think the role for Burns is? And we already talked about the bottom six. What are your thoughts on the defense?
It says Brent Burns has $4 million of potential incentives built into his contract that can count against the cap if he earns them. Do you think the Avs are considering that with this final $4 million that they have? I know they can roll with the money into the 26th season, but would that be a smart choice to take a $4 million dead cap hit with Cale's impending contract extension? Now, Cale has this year and next year before he's due another contract, and he obviously will be a UFA. And the rule will be, hey, Cale, so what do you want?
Yeah.
Okay? And you got it. Especially because he took, I will say he took sort of a discount this time around, right?
Hopefully he does again, but he deserves not to.
He deserves not to. So, I mean, you can't extend him until, well, it's definitely not this year. So you can't worry about that yet. You have to focus on the present more than the future when it comes to Cale Makar, who's making just $9 million a year. Think about that. And, anyhow.
You were going to say, and Mikko's making 13.
Thank you.
Or 12 or whatever it is.
12.5. So I think that with Burns' more limited playing time, because that was part of the departure in Carolina where he was not going to get the minutes. But he says, if I'm not going to get the minutes, I might as well go somewhere that I maybe want to be. And that's I don't know that for a fact, but that's the feeling that I got when I was reading in between the lines. And that Burns came here. You can probably count on, I don't know exactly the incentives, but you can assume that it's not going to be just the $1 million cap hit that it is now. You build that space in there. I don't think it would be the full $4. I just don't. If it is, that means he's playing great hockey, and you deal with the consequences. But we were talking about depth at the forward position earlier. The depth on defense right now is Brent Burns. So if he makes $4 million in incentives, that's great for the Avs.
Because it means he's been a bigger part than you expected.
Yeah.
Another question from the 970, Connor. Is there anyone that you could see coming up from the Eagles this year?
It's interesting. Why? I mean, how many debuts did we have from the Eagles last year?
A lot.
A lot of NHL debuts last year.
Which means you're going to run out of debuts to have at some
I
point.
really liked Wyatt Amat last year. Ammo has a chance to be, if you trade someone or somebody gets hurt, he has a chance to be a 5-6 defenseman, I think. In the forward group, I'm not quite sure yet, to be honest. But that's why I look at the Eagles, who are obviously very, very good. Didn't quite advance to the Calder Cup finals. They lose to the Abbotsford Canucks. But they're a great, great AHL team. But as we've seen with call-ups like TJ Tynan, there is a huge chasm in between the AHL and the NHL. It usually does not translate. So that's why I think that the Avs still have to go and look for NHL talent that's ready for their bottom six and maybe for 5 and 6D coming up this season.
Well, and look, to this point, and we all love the Eagles.
And maybe you could look. The one pleasant surprise from last year was Ivan Prishapov for a second. So if I had to say two names, those would be the two.
But I also think, you know what rings in my head? Something that Nate McKinnon said at the trade deadline after you acquired those guys. And he said, look, it's tough to win with young guys. And I don't think he's wrong. Now,
he's not wrong.
To your point from earlier in the show, you can try to survive the first couple months of the season, maybe pre-Christmas or pre-New Year's or whatever you want to put it on.
But spring's not wrong either. Is that, did that cost you home ice advantage, which clearly you needed in the Stanley Cup playoffs?
Yes, because again, what I try to remind folks is when they made those moves, let's not forget the incredible run they went on after the deadline. Now, the goaltending got better. You got a little bit healthier, but you also, they were kind of charging before, but they were still hanging out in the wild card. They make all these trades, which is why I wish they could have kept the team together. Next thing you know, you're firmly in that third seed. You got nowhere to go, and you're not doing anything the last week of the season because there's nothing to gain.
Yeah. And
you'd like to be in that point prior to March or whatever it was that we got there. I just know this. I just think you still need to add a little bit of size because I feel like every year, what is weird to me about the last 2 years, and look, you got to have, it takes two to tango. The guy has to want to be here too, and you've got to want to keep him. I was, from the things that I've read and heard, they wanted Lindgren. Lindgren, for whatever reason, wanted to go play in Seattle and be a mythical creature.
Hey, you know what? The Avs are not paying
$5 million
for Ryan Lindgren.
Well, neither with the Kraken, frankly.
Right.
But my point
is
that every year they're trying to be, every year they try to acquire some size. So I would like to still see some size in whatever you bring in for the bottom six. I still need. Still want to see.
We're not paying Lindgren $4.5 million for 4 years. Sorry, that's not happening. What was that, old man Lindahl?
I don't mind. I liked Ryan Lindgren better than others, but I do think he just brought a minutes eating. Now look, you got to be careful with the money.
I don't disagree with you.
It's,
now, if this is 2 years down the road and you get a cap that's over $100 million, then absolutely, you can do something like that.
Listen,
and also that's going to make Cale Makar's new contract very stomachable as well.
Here's the thing,
is over $100 million.
I don't like. I hate the NHL rules. I hate how hard the cap is. I hate that this league punishes you for drafting well. If you want to put restrictions in on signing free agents to keep the parity, I'm fine with that. I think sucks is the Avs all of a sudden are in a bind because they've drafted well, because they drafted a Mikko Rantanen and they drafted a Nathan McKinnon and they drafted a Cale Makar. I mean, these are dudes. These are their guys.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't you make an exception if you drafted the guy? You know what I mean?
The reason would be the reason that there's a cap is obviously you have
the
owners versus the Players Association. So you have the Players Association saying, "Hey, our guys are not going to take a discount just because the team drafted them. If that player is worth $14 million a year, then it doesn't matter if that team drafted them or not. They should get paid $14 million a year, and every player is going to get on board with that.
That's why I would say, though, then cap the free agent spending. Some exception, something of some kind. The Larry Bird rule, the whatever it is. Because remember, if you had drafted a player, he was your player in the NBA, and I think it still exists, although the cap stuff has been so crazy, I can't even keep straight what's what anymore.
Dude, the NBA rules are
forget about it.
I mean, I might as well be doing
the H&R
calculus.
Block people, I think when they quit doing taxes at the end of the year, go and run NBA accounts.
Well, there's the apron, the big apron, and then the small apron.
There's 12 different aprons and 15 different side shoots of that.
So
but
you don't want that.
No, you don't want that, but I would like to see where you could pay Amico Rantanen $1 or $2 million more without it punishing you because you drafted the player.
What if he got paid, but it doesn't count against the cap?
Fair enough.
How about that? Is that a good
Whatever
compromise?
it is.
That would be a good compromise for everybody.
Yeah.
That if you,
because I don't think you should punish teams for drafting well. That's my problem. You don't make the Avs have got this great lineup because they knew what they were doing. And now you're going to make the cap so restrictive and so hard you can't keep everybody. That sucks.
I mean, as I'm going through solutions, that might be the only one. Is
Okay,
that, look,
I'll sign up for it.
They're a drafted player, a hometown player, as it were, is only charged on their first UFA deal, right? So 26 years old or older, their first UFA deal is only a certain percentage is counted against the cap. Maybe it's 50%. Who cares? So if you have a Kale McCarr that makes $14 million, then only, look, you can't have $7 million count against that. That would be a little bit unfair. So maybe it's not 50%. Maybe it's 30% or something. But that's something that they may think of. Now, we just signed a new CBA this year, which kicks in the start of next season. So you're going to have to go into the 2030s before you start thinking about this again. But by that point, hopefully, the league continues the health uptick that it's been on because it's as healthy as it's ever been, the NHL, which is why you're getting over $100 million in cap space because, look, back in the Pierre Lacroix days where you didn't have a salary cap, it was good for all of us around here because you could just you could throw money wherever you wanted. But it was not a sustainable model for sport number 4 of the top 4, right? It wasn't sustainable, which is why you had 2 work stoppages. And pretty much 3 since then.
Well,
they're trying to avoid that ever happening ever
No,
again.
I agree. And look, to your point, I think all the leagues have learned the NFL model is this. When every team feels like the trophy has a chance to change hands, it's good for everyone. It's why basketball is now seeking parity and going a little bit harder with their cap rules and building the 5 aprons in and all that kind of stuff. Because they don't seem to have a problem that
it's like an acapella group from the 50s, the 5 aprons.
The 5 aprons, they were not as... They tried to be better than the 4 tops, but it didn't work out. All right, it is Altitude Sports Radio. He's Connor McGahey. I'm Andy Lindahl. Mark Springer along. We got some Broncos stuff to discuss from camp today, as we're not only joined by the voice of the Avalanche, but he's also the PA voice of Empower Field. You want to give it to me?
Give what?
What would be your signature call out there? And his pass on third down is...
See, you got it. You already said it. I don't actually say incomplete. The fans say it.
Oh, I guess that's true. I screwed it up.
I don't say incomplete.
What a shock. Andy screwed some up. It's Altitude Sports Radio. 421. What is it? Wednesday?
What day is it?
Where you
October?
start to lose it, right? You don't. Well, not you yet, but for me, the minute football starts, you don't even know. It's all one big Groundhog Day, right? Connor McGahee, Andy Lindahl here with you. Nate Kreckman's going to be back starting on Monday, and again,
Is he at Mountain West Media Days? Is that
no,
where
no.
he's at?
That was last week.
Oh, okay.
And today, I think he's just finally taking his turn.
Good for him.
July has been the let's all take our turns.
Good
as
for
well
you.
know.
Good
so
for you.
Good for you, bud. Good for you. John Elway was good for you, bud. So, all right.
Good.
There it is.
for you.
There it is.
That's one of my favorite drops that we have.
You've covered. Covered's kind of a different word. You covered. You're at sporting events. You're there to do PA, right?
You're at.
Well, but
actually, it's accurate.
You
100%.
do the play-by-play. You do the interviewing with the Avs, but
Yeah.
you're at a lot of CU games. You've done a lot of Bronco games. You do all the Bronco games now. You took over for Roach for PA, so you're there. You're aware of what's going on with the Denver Broncos. It's been interesting because, again, this is the time of year as we ramp up and it's prediction season and so on and so forth. What do you think about the national hype? Connor, I don't think I've ever seen a team in Denver where we went from everybody was down on him. Last year, the ESPN poll
Do you remember,
was 30
do you remember
worst.
this time last year?
Oh, yeah. Well, listen, I didn't feel too great about anything. I'm not going
That's the
to
thing.
rewrite history.
Nobody
I didn't feel
did.
good about it.
Nobody did.
The roster, I was like, I don't think they made enough changes on the roster. Now, all of a sudden, most of the roster's back and they went from the 31st ranked roster, according to ESPN, to the 6th this year. 6th. The ESPN analysts put them 6th. And it's 85%, it's like 83 or 87% of the roster is returning from a year ago that everybody hated. And I'm trying to figure out what look, I'm fine with it. I'm excited about the excitement. I'm excited to watch this team. I'm very curious. I'm optimistic. I think it's the best we've been able to feel going into a season since you had Peyton Manning roaming these parts, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, though, is the fair expectation? You called the Avs games as the Avs made their come up.
Yeah.
Now, again, it was kind of the buzz. A few of us were talking about it today. It is kind of crazy to watch a team go from the team that Vegas had at 5.5 wins for the over-under a year ago to some starting to whisper possible Super Bowl. Spring did his predictions, as you heard yesterday. He's got him winning the division. What do you think's the realistic expectation, though, for a team in year 2 on the come-up, if you will?
Well, I mean, it's not like they didn't do anything and said, hey, we're not ready to progress yet, right? I mean, the moves that they made, and not necessarily on offense, but defensively. I mean, how many rankings have you seen that have the Broncos with the number 1 defense going into the 2025 season? For me, it's most of them.
A lot of them. And
at least, at very minimum, a
why.
top 3.
If
not
one or
the
two,
best.
as I've seen.
Yeah, 1 or 2, right? So, you draft defense, which a lot of people were almost anticipating you'd go offense instead of Jade Barron, for example. But you go defense, and that's fine with me. I mean, that's totally fine. And then you go, you basically take half of San Francisco and put it on your team. But I just think that because of the direction that they put the defense in particular, and it's hard to predict what a quarterback's going to do in year number 2. But,
Sure.
But from everything that we've seen and heard from Bo Nix, report came out that he spent a bunch of time with Drew Brees, 4 or 5 days with Drew Brees in the offseason. And for me, Drew Brees is one of my favorite non-Bronco quarterbacks of the past 25 years.
Okay.
Love Drew Brees as a quarterback, as a human being. So I just think that Bo Nix will grow just like the Broncos. But you bring in a guy like Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw. This is what I'm talking about, to make your defense number 1. And I feel like, you remember that initial Progressive commercial where it's the support group with all they're turning into their parents? Like,
yes,
next
yes.
thing I know, I'm telling complete strangers the defense wins championships. Well, it does. I know, right? But that's exactly right. It's exactly right. And I just think that the Broncos are in a good. You compare the Broncos now to, say, year 1 of Hackett. Attitude-wise, it's completely different. It's not just optimistic. I think it's optimistic It's optimism skews me with a reason. So I just think that there's no reason that the Broncos shouldn't be a 10-win football team in the NFL this year.
Oh, easily. But see, people are going to want to see 12. They're going to want to see possibly 13. I said to a friend of mine out at camp today, I could see them winning 10 games, being a better team, and frankly, it being a better 10 wins. Got to remember, there's still
a better 10 wins is actually a good way to put it.
Well, because again, they lost the 7 games against good teams, upper playoff teams.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we can't just brush that aside. Your best win, technically, when you line up the wins by record or playoff team, Tampa Bay was your best win last year. Okay, that's why I'm saying I could see them beating some actual playoff teams this year, and the 10 wins being more impressive than the 10 they notched a year ago.
Do you think it's a harder schedule this year or last year?
Right now, yes. And you and I've done this a long time. It looks like these schedules look like one thing at the beginning of the year. Let's take Tennessee, for example.
Yeah.
We thought we might be seeing Will Levis, depending on what they wanted to do with their rookie quarterback, Cam Ward. He's already got a shoulder injury. He's out. So it's going to be Cam Ward because the other two are Brandon Allen, which God bless him, the former Bronco, and Tim Boyle. We ain't starting either one of those unless Cam Ward gets hurt. And then Indy, I don't know what to expect out of Indy.
I don't know
That looks
either.
to me like a game you probably should win. But if Daniel Jones is the quarterback there, Daniel Jones has won a few games in his time.
Yep.
So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. The
Daniel
Chargers
Jones
are tough.
not in New York is fascinating to me.
It is, because you do wonder. That's the funny thing, is that Daniel Jones looked like he was fixed for a year by Dable, and that was
And then
it.
he was
1
unfixed.
year. To the point, unfortunately for the Giants, if you're a Giants fan, he fixed him the 1 year you had to pay him. He Joe Flacco'd him. When Joe Flacco got
We've
that
turned
huge
Joe
contract
Flacco into
after,
a verb.
Yeah. So
Hey, the demon you have to exercise this year is at the LA Chargers.
Okay.
In week 3.
at the LA Chargers or just beating the LA?
I mean,
the problem is the end of the year, you don't know if anyone's playing for anything, right?
Because of the positioning of the home game versus the Chargers, because that's week 18, isn't it?
It is.
Okay. You don't know where everybody's at that point, but you're pretty darn certain where everyone's going to be in week number 3, where you have to go to LA and beat Los Angeles. And that's been something I know we talk about the Chiefs all the time, but I think we haven't talked about the fact you haven't beaten the Chargers as much as you should. And if you're going to be division champions like Spring says they're going to be, you have to beat the Chargers in Los Angeles on September 21st.
Well, I agree. And look, there's to your point about it being a tougher schedule this year. Jets, Giants, I don't know what to expect. I think you should win both those games, but one of those games is in London. And you and I have done a lot of experience in football. The one thing that does concern me about this Broncos schedule is you've got a lot of back-to-back road trips early on. You start at Tennessee, then 2 road games in Indy and the Chargers. You come home from 1 week with Cincinnati, then you play Philly, and you fly out to London and play the Jets, and then you come home
with not a week off,
without a bye week, you face the Giants.
I didn't think that was allowable from the NFL.
Well, they found a way to change things. So it is allowable. They've decided it's allowable. The Players Union must have allowed it.
Hey, but you're right. You go through a stretch where you play 4 or 5 games on the road with the Bengals on Monday Night Football sandwiched right in between them.
Yeah.
Then that's tough. Look, if you get to week 6 and you're 4-2, you feel good about that.
You should feel good about that. And
especially
look,
when you have the Chargers and Eagles on the road.
This is why you talked about the defense. We're all going to hyper-focus on Bo. What we really need to hope is that this defense does have another level in it, okay? Because Bo is still going to be a second-year player working with some new parts. Evan Ingram's not been in this offense to this point. Now, Bo's got his thing going on with Cortland Sutton. I don't know how R.J. Harvey, how quickly sometimes rookies, and I've seen it with Clinton Portis. He's the one I kind of think of, and hopefully R.J. Harvey can be as good as Clinton Portis. But Clinton Portis, in his first few games, he was close. He was right there, but he still kind of didn't break one. And I remember talking to him about it, and I've talked to other backs about it. I remember Orlandis Gary talking about this too, where you kind of get a feel for things as you start, but at some point you hope your mental wall breaks down and you're reacting. You're not robot running, going where the play told me to. You're going where your eyes told you to see it. You know what I mean? And so if they can get that out of R.J. Harvey sooner rather than later, then it's going to be. But my point being, there are still some things to come together for the offense. We're all excited about Bo, I believe. I guess. Who was our guy yesterday on Mina Kimes that wasn't spring? I'm forgetting his name.
Jones.
Bomani Jones.
Oh, you
let
don't
everybody know. But For the most part, the league, the media, the fans, they all seem excited to see what year 2 holds for Bo Nix. But again, there's still probably going to be some growing pains. The defense is the side of the ball that has had the most consistency as far as personnel and scheme, and they're adding layers of icing to the cake.
Yep.
So I'm hoping with Jahdae Barron and Dre Greenlaw and Hufanga, it's some more icing that you're adding to the cake. Maybe a couple decorations on there. But they can get through the tough first part of this schedule if the defense is ready to go out the gates.
You talked about health from training camp earlier.
Yes, and that's always the asterisk.
Offensive line health
have to have
is absolutely key, more than it was last year, I think. Right? If the power rankings are coming out now that rosters are, in the ballpark, I never thought again that I'd see the Broncos with a number 1 ranked offensive line in the National Football League. But again, that's been the case. And so if they can do that, and Bo has time to beat Bo, it doesn't matter if it's going to Cortland Sutton or Evan Ingram or anybody else. I just think that's a huge key for Denver this season. Huge key.
It's funny you bring up power rankings. The Athletic already put one out. They put Denver at 14. How does that one grab you?
14,
overall 14. Pretty
14th
good.
14th best team in the NFL.
They had to work their way to 14 last year. In the Athletics' first power rankings of the year, which they put out a couple days ago, I was going to talk to Spring about it, 14 is where they've got the Broncos sitting. That sound about right?
Yeah, no, to start at 14.
Listen, it's still in the playoff group. That's 7 teams each conference, but 14 is still a playoff team. So,
again, I think people would have killed for a start at 14th in going into training camp last year.
Any of the last 8 years.
Yeah, seriously. It's been quite the desert. So I feel good about being at 14.
If there's a team, I was asking Spring yesterday, if there's a team you're concerned about taking your playoff spot, who would it be? Now, again, the Broncos could win 11 games. They could win 12 games, There is a part of me, boy, the Chiefs thing, dude. The Chiefs thing is...
It's great, but who are the chefs? Great googly moogly.
I want to count the Chiefs out, but I get worried about doing it. Every day I see this crap from camp, and I don't know, maybe it's just the media hype because they love Patrick Mahomes, but Patrick Mahomes is the guy like John Elway and Peyton Manning and Tom Brady that you just don't count out. Okay, no matter how many bad blows, everybody was counting John Elway out after the 13-3 season with the loss to Jacksonville, and what happened the next year? They came back and won their first Super Bowl, right?
Yep.
So I'm not ready to count them out, obviously, but see, it's a team like I was
the
asking.
Raiders.
Well, the Raiders.
They don't scare you.
You're going to have to play a professional football game against the Raiders, right? You're going to have to actually.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to professional football.
Well, but. You
the
can't
Raiders
count
of
on
Las
Gardner
Vegas.
Minshew deciding he's going to target PS2 on his first pass of the game.
Geno Smith
to go the other
way
way.
For them.
Well, he does, and so does Ashton Jenney.
Yeah.
Look, man, I know Geno Smith. I'm not going to sit here and try to sell the Geno Smith hype train to anybody.
No, but you needed that stability.
But
at that
what
position.
if Ashton Jenney is the Saquon Barkley for them?
Which he could be.
That's what concerns me. Now, I don't know that roster is fully ready to. But my point again being, you just can't throw up 2 easy W's against the Raiders. You're probably going to have to earn those. The team that I wonder about is Cincinnati. Cincinnati, they screw around the first part of the year all the time. Maybe that's why it's good you're getting them in week 4. But they're doing every day that Spring does the high five. There's some new ridiculousness with them not wanting to pay their players and seemingly insulting their best pass rusher and one of the NFL's top 5 pass rushers.
Back to Jenney for a moment.
Yes.
Broncos had the 3rd best rush defense in the NFL last year. Vikings number 2, Baltimore, shock to nobody, number 1. So only allowed 96 rush yards per game on average. I think and look, I feel like we've gotten toasted by more tight ends over the years than running backs, right? How many tight ends have had a big game versus the Broncos
we talked
defense?
About it yesterday. Gesicki was the guy you couldn't stop against the Bengals on Christmas last year.
So, I don't know. I just feel like the Broncos are built to stop the run.
No, you're right. You have to have an O-line that will block for Ashton Jenney. But if he's the player some think he is, including one Mike Sanford, he's a guy that may make your O-line look better than it actually is. He could be a raise all boats guy. I'm not telling you they're going to lose a game to the Raiders this year, but I am telling you with Pete Carroll there, remember, John Fox did a good job of making sure the Broncos at least didn't get their rear ends kicked when he showed up.
That's true.
Here. And I do think that's what Pete Carroll does for the Raiders.
You asked the question, is there a team that can sneak in and maybe steal a playoff spot away from you? Is that the Bengals?
Well, yeah, I think the Bengals you have to worry about if they don't go on and win their division.
I mean, if you lose to the Bengals in week 4,
that's tough.
Is that dirt off your shoulder? Don't shrug it off, or is that okay? This could come back to bite us in week 17. I don't want to be hyperbolic in a first 4 games of the season situation, but if that's going to be the team that didn't miss by much last year.
But see, this is the fun part of what we're doing now, Connor. You and I remember this from back in the Manning days. Now we get to have conversations about you better win week 4 because that could cost you a home playoff game.
Because
we're worried about that.
You have the horses.
You have the horses to get it done. The team that I wonder about, honestly, like I would put Houston in there for this reason. What if Jacksonville gets their crap together under their new coach and as Spring has been talking so much about, you get Travis Hunter doing Travis Hunter Rookie of the Year type things, and all of a sudden they're the fun new hot team, and they win what's a weak division in the AFC South, and all of a sudden Houston's the team taking the wild card and not the division. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but Jacksonville could be a problem for you in 2 ways. If Jacksonville and Houston all of a sudden are competitive enough, because the AFC West, I know this, there is not an easy game in the AFC West in my mind this year.
Nope.
For any of the teams.
Nope.
None of the teams. The South is not
Kansas
that
City
way.
included. Yeah.
Yeah, the South is not that way. So all of a sudden you could have Jacksonville and Houston piling up wins, and the win total becomes a problem for you. And that's where you have to be concerned. Not saying they're better teams that you are, but they've got a better shot than you do. You've got to play the Commanders. You've got to play the Eagles. I don't know what to make of the Cowboys. The Cowboys could be one of 2 things, but they could be terrible. They could be great. By the way, Micah Parsons isn't practicing because he's mad at the owner. What do you think about the Giants? Daboll made it clear Russ is their
your
guy.
Opening day starter. Yeah.
Is he still we're all wondering. Now, I don't think Jackson Dart makes his first start against a Denver defense at Denver. But could Jameis Winston be the dude by the time? You don't think so? You think Russ keeps the job all the way until it's time to come to Denver?
How patient are NFL coaches now? Because
Daboll could be fired way before Denver.
Right. Maybe not how
That's
patient
week
are coaches.
7 for the Giants.
How patient, the real new question, how patient are NFL owners now? So if the Giants are 1-5 by the time they come to Denver in week 7, October 19th on CBS, Daboll may not be there, and ownership may say, okay, it's time. We drafted Jackson Dart for a reason. Now it's time. And it doesn't matter if it's against a top 3 defense in the National Football League. I believe that Russ will be there by week 7. I think the Giants will be a little bit more improved. So you didn't get it with Pittsburgh last year. You didn't get the reunion for whatever reason.
He was hurt.
But I think you're going to get it this year.
All right.
I think Russell Wilson will be the quarterback of the Giants in week 7.
DMac was reading their schedule earlier.
The Giants' schedule?
Yeah, it's pretty grueling. They don't have a good start to the year.
Really?
Russ could get hurt again. I hate to say it, but Russ is at the age where
what? Because he never takes sacks.
Well, doesn't like to take hits, and then he does. So look at that start. The start that they've got. It's the Giants. See, I'm saying Daboll could be gone by week 4.
Just terrible. Okay. Yeah, this is not good. Team schedules.
Is it not pulling up for you?
Nope. Hold on. Go back to your live, citizens. Great stuff. All right, I got it. I got it now.
Yeah, here it is. So they start. That's the preseason. Let me get to
regular
the
season at
action.
Washington Commanders, at Cowboys, home versus the Chiefs. Goodness gracious.
That's 3 playoff teams right there.
Wow. And then home versus the Go Chargers, go.
Although I guess I probably shouldn't say that the Cowboys are a playoff. Wait, what would we say? Chiefs, Commanders.
At Washington, at Dallas, Chiefs, Chargers at home, at New Orleans, and then Philadelphia at home before they come to the Broncos.
Yeah, they got a lot going on.
They have the Eagles at home, at the Broncos, and then at the Eagles.
How about that? I'm just saying, look, do you not feel like Daboll's on the hot seat? I think Daboll's on the hot seat.
I'm surprised that he's back for this season.
I honestly, so am I. I could not believe the owner kept them both.
Me too.
Especially after Joe Shane, the GM, for all the world to see, talked you out of signing Saquon Barkley.
Right.
You know what I mean? And he
Exactly.
literally said, I don't want to see him go there and be a star. Not only was a star, he rushes for 2,000 yards and they win the Super Bowl.
Didn't he win like Player of the Year at the ESPYs?
He was
or something?
pretty darn good. Well, that Mark and I were joking about that. Do you ever put the ESPY on your resume? Like when you're announcing the Hall of Fame, and he won an ESPY back in 2025.
I'm not sure anyone knows what the ESPYs
No,
are
I don't
anymore.
think. Hopefully, pretty soon they won't. But anyway, yeah, I'm just saying there's a good chance after week 4 or 5 that Daboll doesn't even have a job. Now, I don't know if the Giants operate that way. I mean, you brought him back. I don't know how good you're going to improve things. But if you go 0-4, if they're looking at a 1-4 or 2-5, 2-4 by the time they get here, is Daboll the coach?
Probably not.
So
if Daboll's not, are you saying that Daboll and Russell Wilson are mutually exclusive? That Daboll has to be the coach in order for Russell Wilson to be the quarterback?
I just don't think when it comes to Jackson Dart, I don't think you throw your rookie quarterback in. If the Broncos defense is what we think it is, you're not starting Dart against Denver in Denver.
Well, when are you going to start him?
After Denver. Against Philly.
At Philly? Yeah, good luck with that.
Hey, listen, you got the Saints are before that. I guess if you really wanted to, you could try to give him the warm-up game against the Saints, but then he'd have to go through Eagles, Denver, Eagles.
Yeah.
And then the Niners, too. If the Niners are back, and look, the Bears are no slouch, man. They got a good D.
In
I'm
Chicago,
talking about
too.
defenses that a rookie quarterback's got to start. And Jackson Dart was kind of a weird pick. You got to remember, not a lot of people were high on Jackson Dart.
So you go 3 with the NFC North. I know it's maybe not great radio to be like, well, the Giants play that, but look, at Chicago, Green Bay, at Detroit, like there's not a bad defense we've mentioned yet.
No, they've got a killer schedule.
You don't really get a break, until week 13 in the month of December when you go to visit New England. That's really
I'm
your
not
first.
sure that'll be a break. They got Vrabel and Josh McDaniels there now. You don't think that Drake May's not going to be running a good offense?
I'm talking defense.
Okay. Well, but it's a Vrabel defense.
I understand. In his first year back.
You're the Giants.
He gone.
He's Connor McGay. I'm Andy Lindahl. We're going to talk a little more with Connor, and then we'll let him go. We got Nick Kosmider coming up, and we've got the high five with Mark Springer. Mark, are you going to pick your longest favorite Sean Payton answers today for the high five?
There's so many to choose from.
Yeah.
And we've got a new entry to drop. I don't know if it's drop of the year, but one of the favorite entries that Sean likes to give us has an update. That's all ahead. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. Connor McGahee filling in admirably here today. Capably.
Oh, thank you.
We're getting a lot of people who like to hear you on more. They really like your voice.
Shucks. People are sweet.
People
you know
really
that?
are into your voice.
Well, they're very nice. And
someone's really
the $100
nice.
bills that I handed out at Chipotle earlier today are really paying off.
With the text line.
Good
on
job,
it,
everybody.
Text this right now. All right.
Yeah, at 4:42.
So
text this.
All right. I've got a question.
I got a fever.
I got
And
a
the only
fever.
prescription
Yes.
is more cowbell. Guys,
I want to tread carefully.
Uh-oh.
So the guys are having a debate on the midday show.
You gonna go full Teddy Roosevelt?
No.
Walk softly and carry a big stick.
No. You want to play the new? Can we play everybody the new clip there, since it happened there? Mark, give me the original Sean Payton of this clip.
No.
No. Come on. No.
Now, they had a really long press conference today, and I'm not going to lie. After about 20 minutes, I started to zone out. I didn't lock in on every answer. But you know what did
She
catch...
said I didn't listen or something. I don't know.
Again,
I wasn't really paying attention.
But you know what did catch my ears, Mark? Guess what?
Just to clarify, Bo Nix, did he just go to New Orleans for 4 or 5 days in between?
No.
Did he do it again?
Yeah, that was today.
Wait. That wasn't a spring mashup?
Hold up. Spring, get the first one. This is from a Thomason question last year.
No. Come on. No.
And this is Thomason asking a question today.
No.
No way. It's like from The Office. It's the same picture.
Yes. It's funny. And the same guy got the same reaction.
That's hilarious.
That's what I think is because he had mentioned that Bo Nix went and worked out with Drew Brees and Tom House, which my ears perked up because I knew of Tom House because Slayer's kid worked with him, right? Daniel.
Yeah.
He's known to baseball players. And then Sean would go on later to explain that he loves talking to Tom House. He just knows a lot about throwing and so on and so forth. So a great resource. I know Tebow had worked with him once upon a time. Not unheard of for quarterbacks to go and work out with Tom House, but it still kind of caught me off guard that those were the two, the combo. The Drew Brees makes a ton of sense, but
ton of sense.
Because listen, I'm not Mr. Expert on quarterback releases. I think Bo's got a real clean one, so I'll be real curious to see what Tom House maybe help Bo unlock, because he is a guy again that some guys go and work motion with. Anyway, it was funny that's what they brought up. Okay,
I love it. It's the same guy.
Back to what I'm trying to tread lightly on. Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, was at Browns camp today for the opening day of camp with Shedeur. And I don't know how I feel about that because in some ways I'm like, it is your kid and it's good to go support your kid. And I applaud him for that. But then there's another part of me, and I do think Scott made a good point when DMac had brought it up. But Scott had said, or maybe it was Brian Howell had said, they had Brian Howell on, and Brian Howell had said, look, I think a lot of dads are at the first day of camp. We don't know about it because they're not as famous as Coach Prime. I know for a fact that's true. I was told a number of times that quite often Jay Cutler's dad was at a lot of these camps, and we didn't know it because they'd be on the rooftop,
unheard
right?
of happenstance.
No, it's not unheard of, but then, again, I'm torn because I do think Deion's been a good father to his kids. And I do think there's something about probably Coach wants to be out there because, look, man, Shedeur's had a lot coming at him. So I'm sure he's there to just kind of show up.
But has he had a lot coming at him because of Deion?
There was a small part of me that just said, knowing the situation, maybe you wait on that for a couple days and let him get in there and let him do his thing. And then maybe this weekend you show up.
You have to let the bird leave the nest.
Well, you
at
do.
some point.
But now, see, again, I think Coach Prime does this for a lot of his players from what I've seen. I think he says, hey, come at me. He'll make the statements. He'll do whatever. Send all your stuff my way. I've been dealing with my whole life anyway. It takes pressure off my team. So maybe he tried to show up again and, take some of the pressure off. Just, again, I think all of it's out of love, obviously, but part of me was like,
I will never doubt that ever.
Right. But even out of love, do you need to read it? And because of the situation, let him have a couple days to do it without you.
Or you show up first and be like, well, it's like moving your kid into college. Okay, we got you in the dorm. Mess hall's that way. Library's that way. I know you're not going to see either of those places in the next 4 years, but I just wanted to drop you off. Your mom and I love you, and see you in the summertime, and stay in school. Is it he gets it out of the way first and then leaves him alone as we get closer to real camp and preseason?
Well, eventually the Buffs will be in camp, and hopefully
he's not going to have the time to do that. So maybe
Well,
he's
I
doing it
hope.
now.
He's got
because,
the health thing going on, and I'm not still quite sure what it is.
But again, is he doing it now because he has the time and opportunity to do it?
Sure, and it's a fair question. But there is a part of
maybe
me that,
maybe it has more to do with Dion.
Yeah,
because
I don't know.
Then it has to do with. It's not like Shadur's inability. By the way, I have to answer a question from Grant. Because, and you heard it to reintroduce a segment earlier, said greetings programs, and that's how we start every Avs broadcast. It's from Tron, the first one with Jeff Bridges.
Oh, really? The original?
Yeah.
When we do a second one?
Yeah, and there's a third one coming out, which I'm not sure I'm into because I didn't like. The first one's unbelievable. Second one is not great. Was there an original
sequel?
Yeah, it was called Tron Legacy, and it came out like 2000.
But it wasn't really. See, to me, that's not an original.
I didn't love it.
Sequel.
I didn't love it because the first one was so. It had two different feels to it. Anyhow, greetings programs was Jeff Bridges' line to his friends in Tron. I don't know. It's just
You're a movie guy.
I'm a movie quote guy.
You like movies.
Yeah.
You like it, the movies.
You like it, the movies.
You and Scott are the same. Do you guys go to a lot of the same movies?
Probably. I mean, I've gone to less movies. I have less time.
Are you a movie guy on the road?
Like going to a movie on the road?
Is that how you
Once
spend
in a while.
some time? Because I hate being in the hotel room, dude. I used to just walk cities, and there are a couple cities where I was like, I don't think this is era time for me to
this last
walk
year, like road days off was the time to catch up on rest. Not gonna lie, I slept a lot this last year.
Yeah, I've just never been a big movie
You?
guy. I know, shocking. Still haven't seen. I'm not seeing Caddyshack now just to be obstinate.
Wait,
to Nate.
what? I had a great Caddyshack line 2 seconds ago, and you haven't seen it?
No, everybody gets mad about it.
So tell the story about the bear pelt with golf, right?
Yeah.
Just a quick recap.
Well, people,
tell people what you told me.
I was out at I think it was Indian Tree in Westminster. I was hanging out with my buddy Ken Hofbrau and a couple other guys. Jeb Putzer was there. And I told you I don't play golf, especially with clients, because I will mess up your golf course. So I took a swing, and the chunk of grass I took out was so big, we nicknamed it the bearskin rug. That's how large this piece of grass was. And then you said...
Yeah. I said, Divot went further than the ball, which is from Happy Gilmore. But it's also in, when Ronnie Dangerfield, he puts the big beaver pelt over there and...
Didn't land. I'm sorry. You're so
not good.
disappointed. You're so mad.
Okay.
This is what Nate goes through.
You have homework. You have to watch Caddyshack and The Big Lebowski.
I will watch The Big Lebowski.
Recorded.
Matter of fact, I don't know what was going on. HBO had a bunch of 80s movies on the other day, and I recorded The Big Lebowski.
Caddyshack's been on for like 3 weeks now, just on rotation.
Caddyshack used to be on Channel 2 when I was growing up, like every Saturday. So I've had ample opportunity to watch. I just wasn't interested. And now I find it funny that so many people are so angry I haven't watched it. Like it somehow keeps you from watching it that I just don't watch it.
Well, then my quote about that little sporty yacht that ran into the USS Midway in San Diego.
I did see that.
You see that?
I did.
You scratched my ankle.
I did. What the hell happened with that boat? I love how it did nothing to the warship, by the way.
Well, of course it didn't. I mean, it still cost $100,000 worth of damage.
Oh, I don't doubt that. Yeah,
it ain't
looked pretty
cheap
nice.
to get down
I know
there
those
and
little dangling things on the boat.
Paint it Battleship Gray. But do not boat and do not drink and boat, people.
No.
Treat a boat like a vehicle.
All right.
So the captain was guilty of boating under the influence.
Well, he's going to also be guilty of breaking his bank because there's a lot of damage
That's
to
a
both
very
boats.
expensive mistake.
Both of them, not good.
You scratched my ankle.
We appreciate you. Did you rub my lamp? Did you bring me here? Have seen that one. All right, we appreciate you stopping by. Thank you, Connor. Nick Kosmider next. It is the 5 o'clock hour here on Kreckman and Lindahl. Mark Springer, Andy Lindahl, pleased to be with you. We're joined now by the writer from The Athletic that always gets us big and excited. And if you get excited about Broncos coverage, you got to listen to Not Another Bucking podcast, because that's what Nick Kosmider hosts. He's also, again, writing for The Athletic. A lot of stuff going on with The Athletic this week, Nick. Before we get to the walkthrough that we basically saw today to warm things up, let's talk about the power rankings. The Athletic was the first publication/national media outlet that I saw put out power rankings. Your fine group has the Broncos listed at 14. How does that hit you there?
Yeah, I mean, I think that probably makes sense just in terms of looking at the playoff field from last year. That's a lot of times that's how those things go is, hey, you were the 7th seed in the AFC, and that's a 14. It about adds up, I think. Again, I think this is a team that nationally certainly is getting more respect than it did a year ago, when there was just a lot of huge question marks, beginning with, whether the quarterback that they drafted as the 6th quarterback taken in the draft and Bo Nix was going to be, able to run Sean Payton's offense in a way that made the offense better than it was in 2023. And obviously that happened. And then the defense was, of course, much better than I think anticipated, with a lot of breakout performances that people didn't necessarily see coming. So again, I think where they're being viewed a little bit is about what you would expect. And now the question, of course, is who are they leapfrogging? Can they be a team in order to, now you're in the territory of, if you're actually going to be a team that's, viewed as a top 5, top 7 team, now you're starting to beat some of the teams that you just didn't last year. And so again, I think that's kind of the expectation or sort of the outside view of the Broncos that is gonna exist until they actually do start knocking off some teams and winning some of those games that you quote unquote aren't supposed to win.
Nick, I am curious because I'm going back and forth on this right now. There's a part of me that feels like at some point a little of all the extra football and, whatever it is that you play has got to hit the Kansas City Chiefs. Again, just being here in Denver, I think we all hope that they finally get a little bit of a hangover that they seem to have avoided for the last 5 or 6 years since Mahomes took over as starter. And I do wonder if blowing a chance to finally be the first team to three-peat will be the one that actually causes that hangover, the heavy bourbon that causes them to have the hangover. But then I listen to, Mahomes up there like a freaking psycho in already mid-season mode in their first day of camp, and I just wonder, are we overvaluing the hangover? What would you make of the Chiefs this year? Do you expect them to slip back, or do you think we can't question it till they show it to us?
Well, yeah, I think the last point there is an important one. I think we've all been at various times over the last 9 years trying to find spots where you kind of say that this might be the reason that they come back to the pack a little bit. This year, the biggest reason is not so much just them. It's the fact that the AFC West, at least on paper and based on their recent performances from last year, where you had 3 teams from that division in the playoffs, and then you get the one team that was, at the bottom in the Raiders, who have become a much more professional outfit just based on the coach and quarterback that they now have. It's a better division that I think is more equipped to kind of beat itself up, and by virtue of that, beat the Chiefs up a little bit more. So that would probably be number one. Number two, they're older now. And Mahomes, I think that is the reason that you don't just certainly don't count them out offhand and really have a hard time coming up with an argument to say they're going to dramatically drop off, because he's one of those guys that just always finds a way on Sunday or Thursday or Monday or whenever they're playing. He's kind of that ingredient that helps them stave off some of the fall off because of, like what you said, just his overall kind of energy and leadership, but also just his ability to kind of always do just enough to get them where they need to be. But around him, Travis Kelce's older, even some of their standouts defensively, like Chris Jones, getting another year older. So all those things are reasons to believe that they could be in for, probably the biggest challenge that they've had since they started ripping off these division titles in 2016.
All right, Nick, not a lot to take away from today, but there were a couple small things I noticed, so I'll ask you about them. And maybe you didn't see one of these the way that I did, but if you remember, they were in team period for, I feel like we didn't see a very long team period today, right? But it wasn't a very long viewing period. There was a point where Bo Nix, and I think it was a good thing even though it was a bad play, Bo Nix goes to run a play, goes to a play action, and as he comes out of the roll, he immediately realizes whatever the play was is screwed up. He didn't like the look, and he threw the ball into the ground. And I thought it was a little bit impressive that he knew right away it wasn't the play he wanted. And B, he kind of gave a little of that Peyton Manning body language, like, come on, let's get this right. What did you make of anything of what you saw out of team period today?
Yeah, it's funny you said Peyton Manning at the end. That it kind of did remind me of sort of the way that he operated, because it was like, hey, this just didn't work. Let's just go ahead and regroup. Let's get back on the line. Let's get this figured out the right way. Let's, Bo likes to say one of his things is anything worth doing is worth doing right. Or how you do anything is how you do everything is kind of the way that he, sort of his personal motto that he introduced us to a little bit last year. And so that's part of his competitive fabric that Mike McGlinchey yesterday was talking about, really appreciating with his young quarterback. And I just thought generally overall, I mean, there was a time he and Lucas Krull didn't connect, and it was a drop pass by Krull. But then in between the reps, he's kind of coming over and saying, hey, kind of pointing out the depth of the route where he needed him to be. I saw him talking to, some of the young receivers. And I think what's obviously different this year is that he just has total ownership to do that, right? Last year, he's in ostensibly a three-way quarterback competition, A, but then B, he's just kind of trying to figure out what it is that he's supposed to be doing in his role. So I think along with having a better grasp of his role, he's more understanding kind of his leadership rating that he has, which is, again, for a guy going into his second year, pretty total and complete in terms of how much this team has kind of handed it over to him. And I just think you saw illustrations of that, even though it was, like you said, Andy, a pretty brief period today.
I am curious, do you feel like, because this is the other thing I wondered, and Nick, remind me, were you on the beat in 2015? Did you get to watch that Denver defense? It turned out to be one of the best all time go against the offense in camp.
Yeah, so I was working at the Post then. I wasn't yet on the beat. I think that season was kind of fun because it was something of an all hands on deck kind of thing, right? You had to be connected to it to contribute in whatever way you were asked to. And so, yeah, I definitely was aware of, and even if I wasn't out there every day, kind of a part of it. But I was talking to somebody today who was, covering that group, and it was like, you could see it from very early on that off season, and particularly in training camp, just the sort of vibe that group had, that it knew what it could be, and just the general competitiveness, which of course helped when you were going against a Peyton Manning offense, a guy who was as competitive as it gets in a practice setting. I think you again, I'm not going to sit here and say they're going to be the 2015 defense. They're going to leave this mark, but man, you just watch out there from the very jump, and I'm sure you saw this, Andy, but early on, just the way that the defensive front, the energy for that kind of early team period type showing, flying around, being really vocal. I thought even Vance Joseph today was really into it in a way that you don't necessarily think of seeing in the first so-called acclimation practice. I think this group knows kind of what its ceiling could potentially be. And so again, I think you're just going to kind of see that energy going into the year.
Yeah, so here's my question, because Gary Kubiak, I think, loved the challenge his defense gave the offense. I think deep down Sean Payton will like it too. But look, they've got Evan Ingram to work into this. They're working in RJ Harvey. They clearly have a bit of a vision for Pat Bryant. There's more new pieces on that offense. And you and I both know Sean's a little saucy. I think anybody that watches this team realizes how saucy Sean can be. Do you think Sean might get frustrated when he goes ones-on-ones?
Well, yeah, that's going to be something you're to watch, because you look at it and you say, for all those reasons you talked about, the defense, really should be ahead of the offense as they start camp. And part of that is the continuity that group has, because even the guys that they have added in Hufanga and Greenlaw are veteran players who are familiar kind of with this scheme in a lot of ways. And, who obviously already have the respect of this group. So I just think there's going to be a little bit more of a seamless transition versus the offense. I think Bo Nix is in a really good place that you would want from a second-year quarterback, going into his second season as a starter. But they are incorporating, a lot of new pieces, really, when you think about it. Pat Bryant, to your point, and even guys who played last year, like Troy Franklin, getting them more involved. Obviously, you have two new running backs that you're mixing into that group. So, they're going to have their hands cut out. They're going to have their work cut out for them. And, you sort of just think to the times where Von Miller would be wrecking practice to such a degree that, they kind of had to limit him in order just to be able to get things done. It's going to be interesting to see whether that materializes in any way where you say, hey, like, you can't have all 11 of these studs out here at the same time all the time. Let's mix it up a little bit. Let's kind of try to keep it fresh because, if Bo Nix can get through this training camp and I think look really sharp against this defense, then you're going to feel really good about where he's at, because I really do think there's going to be some difficult days just based on what he's facing personnel wise.
Were you surprised by Sean's answer? Because, Zach, our buddy Zach, works across the street. He asked a question I thought about asking, but I thought I'd wait for a couple days, maybe hit him with it Friday. But, of course, we all know, as we talked about earlier, there's bigger national expectation, a complete 180 from a year ago. And I thought Sean might give us the answer of, well, I don't listen to the pundits or not. And instead he said, no, I embrace it. And he talked about how different it is. Were you surprised? Did you like his attitude about coaching his team under different expectations?
Yeah, and I wasn't surprised, because I think we've already seen it from him since kind of the off season started, right? Like, he was kind of the first one to really put some big expectations on it when he sat down at the Super Bowl with Kay Adams and said, we're going to be a problem. That's not like tiptoeing around. That's saying, like, we are going to be a really good team that teams in this league have to watch out for. And that was, of course, before they went out and had what they believe, obviously, was a really successful offseason in terms of the additions they made. And I think the confidence now in that group is just as high, even higher internally. But that being said, it's like, well, now's the time you have to have that slow march to it. And I think now he's in the role of like, okay, well, now I have to be the one to pull back. We would see this with when I was covering the Nuggets, Andy, with Michael Malone. It seemed like when the team was on a real run, when they had ripped off 8 wins in a row, that was oftentimes when he was at his like surliest, when he was, seemingly the most ticked off. And I think there's some of that with Sean Payton that we've already seen in the spring. Last year he occasionally had what he called a stone in the shoe day, where he got on his staff to get on players about various things. I think you're going to see more stone in the shoe days. But you have to balance that with the trust that you have in what is an increasingly veteran unit, right? Like 2 years ago, they had a group that was pretty young. You now have guys on both sides of the ball who have some experience, who have now been to the playoffs. You've brought in guys who have played in championship type environments. So you have to balance like being the guy, the taskmaster, the guy that's pushing everybody and having those stone in the shoe days, with also understanding like, hey, this is a marathon, man. And as excited as you are, July 23rd is not the same as February 9th or whatever it is. So it's going to be interesting as training camp goes along, Andy, to see kind of how the kind of job he does balancing those two things.
Talking with Nick Kosminer on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Nick Kosminer, The Athletic. Read and subscribe and listen to his Not Another Bucking podcast there. Last one for you before we get you out of here, but I always like to do this every year because let's be honest, Nick, especially this year, this may be even a tougher question for you to answer, but this roster's fairly locked up. And I used to, when I got to be out there even more than I am now, and I'm out there quite a bit now, I used to like to try to pick a guy to watch during camp that maybe the fans hadn't heard of, right? Because I was talking to Steve Atwater about some stuff today, and I told him, I go, Ben, this could be a boring camp. It's all locked up. And he said, there's always a surprise, Andy. And so then we started going through the list of surprises. Who's Nick Kosminer's early guy that could surprise?
Yeah, well, I think one of the things that I'm really interested to just sort of see is the two rookie defensive front seven players that they drafted in Savion Jones and Q Robinson. With Jones in particular, you look at the depth on that defensive line, and obviously Zach Allen, John Franklin Myers, one of the best defensive end duos in the league. Malcolm Roach, DJ Jones on the interior, a really good rotation. But how much can Savion Jones be an upgrade over, say, Jordan Jackson or Ine Uwazurike, who sort of filled in those rotational roles for them last year? Jones is huge. That stands out. He's really big for a rookie who's only going to get stronger and is only 21 years old and has already kind of had some flashes where you say, man, he could be just another good find for this defensive line. And then Q Robinson, ever since he got here, the way that he's gotten off the ball, the consistency, I'm really eager to see with pads on, with him going against, the top offensive line at times. Is he a guy that can, work his way into being that fifth outside linebacker in that rotation, or even push a guy like Jonah Ellis or Dondre Tillman for some more of those snaps? Those are two guys that I'm really intrigued by as camp goes on.
Nick, we appreciate it as always. We'll be seeing a lot of you over the next few weeks. So rest up and get ready. Yeah, bring your sunscreen. I don't think this week's going to be too bad, but of course the 90s seem to always show up when it's time to start camp, and that's what the next week will be. Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. Take care. We'll talk to you soon.
It's Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. Again, subscribe, read, great stuff there, and listen to Not Another Bucking podcast. All right, we've got NFL stories. Boy, do we have NFL stories. And if you don't want to miss one of those NFL stories, then turn on the app. Take us with you wherever. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. Mark Springer, Andy Lindahl rolling with you. Nick Kreckman's back next week. The real football stuff probably gets going on Monday. And again, if you don't have tickets already, the Broncos, it's 800 people are going to be out there. Great grandstands, but you had to get the tickets a little bit while back. So don't make any plans to go out there and just show up unless you have those tickets already. That's the one thing I'll warn you about. It's going to be a little bit different this year, but it was important to the Broncos to get some fans out there. So they put up some grandstands in the parking lot to make sure that the fans can see the action. And you know what? That building they're building is going to be pretty darn impressive. Anyway, a lot of stuff to get to. Sean Payton, so Mike Shanahan, Spring, I don't remember who I was talking to. Maybe it was Grismer. Grismer and I think Tanner were telling me, I've never heard Sean Payton go this long, and they're not wrong. But Mike Shanahan, the first practice of the year, we'd have the barbecue, and he would sit down literally in a chair, which is how you knew you were in for a long one, and he would go 45 minutes to an hour sometimes. We didn't get 45 minutes, but Sean went a solid 29, and you've got the highlights of it today in the high five.
You wanted long Sean Payton answers. We're going to start with one, Andy. He's gone long a lot. He's toned it down maybe a little bit of late, but certainly when he started here. Here we go. Here we go. Sean Payton was asked today on what the marriage between he and Bo Nix looks like behind the scenes.
Look, I think that can vary depending on. It's easier to say that when you're talking to a head coach that works primarily with the offensive side of the ball and is involved in the play calling. But I think oftentimes it's used in a way, and sometimes I said this, I think, in the offseason, like this was the perfect fit. Who's not interested in that player? It almost discredits the athlete, but it fits the narrative for those that had him ranked where they had. So we're never going to get away from our narratives, are we? We're going to hold on to we were right with that narrative. And so, that was the right fit. That's a great marriage, and that explains any success and all success. And so, but I think maybe it applies more to a head coach that's maybe more involved in one side of the ball or the other. And look, he's someone that works his tail off, wants to improve. The whole off season is planned out. He's gone and visited Breeze for 4 or 5 days, and that's Tom House in here. And there's a lot that he wants to absorb in a fast period of time, and that's a great thing for a young player like that. We're never just going to pick up from where we left off, but there's a lot of building to do when we look at last year, and a lot of positive things to look at. That's what I would think of.
So there you go.
Hell
So
yeah.
again, to explain the first part of the answer,
Mm-hmm.
when you say that kind of thing, basically he's standing up for Bo Nix, trying to say that he thinks that Bo Nix would be successful with any other coach. It's not just him, which is him standing up for his guys. So it's a good thing for a coach to do. I disagree with the answer though this way. I'm not saying Bo Nix couldn't succeed for any other coach, but there are a lot. We've seen it in Denver. The wrong coach with a young quarterback can send a lot of things awry. Now, Drew Lock is a guy that a lot of people, I think, around here, if we were to pick a young guy from the last few years that I think people wonder what could have been, Drew Lock's probably the guy. I don't wonder quite as much. There's something about Bo Nix that's way different than Drew Lock, and it's basically maturity, which I guess I shouldn't be shocked. He played more college ball than Drew Lock did, more starts and all that stuff. Yeah. But I
Put
also
on. It was
do
young
think,
Jeezy. Put on. I put on.
Let me ask you this, though. If Drew Lock would have had Sean Payton, how much different does Drew Lock's career look? And I'll give you another example. What about a Brock Osweiler? I've said it on this show. I've said it before. I think if Brock Osweiler stays with Gary Kubiak, his career is much different. I don't think it's a slight at Bo Nix. I think it's a fact in the NFL that if you get the wrong quarterback with the wrong coach, things go sideways. Things go awry. It's why teams screw up quarterbacks so often.
We talked about it this week. I talked about this a lot, that I don't think Bo Nix gets his polish this quickly if he's not married to Sean Payton. I've used the term symbiotic relationship. That's what this is. And I get it. Like you said, he's going to stand up for his guy. He's going to say, what's he going to say, Andy? He's going to say,
No. Come on. No.
Bo would be great anywhere. Bo would have thrived anywhere because he's a great player, and I'm just a genius who saw that. But it has nothing to do with me. Bo would have been great anywhere. No, I'll go right back at you. No. If Bo Nix was drafted, you brought up Nathaniel Hackett. If Hackett was coaching Bo Nix, if Bo was drafted by some goofball coach, dude, it would have looked like the QB6, the guy we questioned coming out of college. But Sean saw traits he liked, and Bo to the back half of that answer. Bo is a buy-in guy. Bo gives it his all. He buries himself in the homework. He's regimented, and he met with Drew Brees, Andy, which good. I'm glad he did.
Don't you think his meeting with Drew Brees probably was a little more effective than the one with Russ? Like Drew telling him, here's the decisions I'd like to see you make, and Bo actually will make those decisions versus Russ, which is he's not interested in those decisions, especially if it's over in the middle of the field.
Well, Russ and Drew are very different. And Russ was a veteran who was, his game was established. It's like an old man. You're stuck in your ways, right? You are who you are. Russ was who he was. Bo is young. He's impressionable. He's moldable. I mean, I've said, Bo has more mobility, and Russ Young earlier in his career had good mobility. That's very different from Drew Brees. Bo can move. Drew Brees could not move, but I think Bo will really hone in and try to fine-tune those pocket characteristics that Drew Brees had and how to execute them in Sean Payton's offense, what Sean is looking for.
Yeah, I think I'm excited to see what year 2 adds. I am. So I'm excited. I said this to the guys on when I gave them the report at noon. I'm excited to see what kind of chances Bo starts taking because I think Bo has bought himself political capital to maybe take some chances and make some throws that I'm sure he thought Sean probably didn't want him to try all the time, and I'm sure Drew Brees made some throws that Sean didn't want him to try all the time.
At some point, you have to do that.
Yeah, you have to not take the safest, and he did it. I pointed out, let's go back to the bomb to Mims against Cleveland. That thing's on the goal line, and who knows, maybe it was called, but you still have to decide you're going to take the chance and make the throw, and he did.
Mm-hmm.
So does he do a little bit more of that this year? I wouldn't be surprised if he does based on what I saw of spring practice.
High five.
Okay, let's get some clarification on Bo Nix meeting with Drew Brees. What exactly went down?
Just to clarify, Bo Nix, did he just go to New Orleans for 4 or 5 days in between?
No. Drew lives in San Diego, and he spent some time going there. Just with the schedule and wanting to know more about the offense and so I'm sure, I don't even know when he went, but I just know he went. And, it was him doing more research at the position.
There's some long pauses today, man.
You can hear, some sort of truck backing up.
Yeah, we got
you can hear
lawnmowers,
birds chirping.
Dude, he talked so long, all the players were done greeting their families by the time we wrapped that presser up. Hey, I was in San Diego last week. I should have went and met with Drew. You think he would have talked to me?
Yeah,
no?
Dude, of course. Dude,
No. That was the one that caught my ears of all the things we were going through today. So
I love how combative Sean is. He wasn't in New Orleans. He was in San Diego.
Yeah.
Get your facts straight.
You've
lost all credibility.
He and Thomason, they got a thing. So that's who asked the question.
More Sean Payton. Let's see, what do we have next? So this is a longer one as well. The idea, you brought this up, Andy, that defenses will adjust to Bo Nix. They got a full offseason to watch that Bo Nix tape. And also, Sean, some follow-up questions here, was asked about the sophomore slump that second-year quarterbacks can go through. C.J. Stroud's name was brought up. CJ had a good second year, but they made the playoffs, but he didn't really take that next step.
See, I would have gone with a Mac Jones. I don't know. And I understand the person asking the question. I'm not knocking him. CJ's the one you think of most recently.
Yeah.
But I think some other people had some more severe sophomore slumps than CJ Stroud did for sure.
Well, let's hear this exchange, starting with Sean talking about the idea that defenses will watch that tape and they'll hone in on Bo Nix's weaknesses.
I hear that a lot.
Is that overblown, that idea?
I think so. Look, they're watching we're all watching the film throughout the year, so there's not this one off season where there's a group of defensive coaches sitting in a room for 2 weeks looking at Bo Nix film. I mean, the study and looking at the system, the players in the system. Yeah, I've heard that, and I kind of cringe when I hear it.
The idea of not with Bo particularly, but you hear about sophomore slumps from quarterbacks. Like,
I do.
What is that? Also, you don't put much stock in that.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think of them. I'm trying to think.
He couldn't come up with a one-hit wonder. I wanted to scream out, "Come on,
Eileen!" There's not a lot of them that come to mind. I mean, I think it's a term we use, but I can't think of examples that match that term of rookie quarterbacks that excelled, and then all of a sudden, what happened their second year?
I feel like C.J. Stroud was unbelievable his rookie year, and then maybe they struggled more overall as an offense. But there could be a lot of reasons why.
Yeah, but I didn't look at his season. I mean, I think they went to the postseason, and now I that's a good question. But I think there's bigger picture items relative to this team.
All right, who's your top one-hit wonder?
Oh man, I guess I will always go Lou Bega. Is it
Mambo number 5. Yeah.
That's my favorite. A little bit of Monica in my life.
What about Who Let the Dogs Out? I'm trying to come up with some bigger ones.
Baja Men.
Baja, yeah. Hoop, there it is.
Tag team, I believe.
Tag team was fun though, right? They were fun. I like there's another one from yesterday. I like their commercial better than the song itself.
So. All right, well, 303-504-0925.
There it is.
Sean Mazda text line, one-hit wonder. Sean couldn't think of one. In his mind, no quarterback has ever had a sophomore slump, although you gave me Mac Jones. I didn't even think about Mac Jones.
Well, I mean, look, there's a lot of guys that have been all right in their rookie year and then just didn't get it done. Mitch Trubisky was much better as a rookie than what happened the second year. Now, again, I think Sean has got a better system in place. I think Sean's a veteran enough coach to know that he's going to switch it up. He's going to switch up there. I will tell you, Chumbawamba, tub.
Oh, yeah. I get knocked down, but I get up again.
I will tell you this. I saw things in the spring that tell me I think Sean has an idea what they're going to do to him, and he's already preparing what he's going to do to throw them a new pitch, which is, again, why Bo is lucky to have an offensive veteran coach as his coach.
Yeah, I don't.
Give me a quarterback that would have worked under Hackett, frankly. Give me any of them.
No, there's none.
Jaden Daniels,
there's none.
Caleb Williams, come on.
No, and to his point, in the first part of that answer, D coordinators, you can watch all the film you want, and like you said, Andy, the Broncos will have adjustments to the adjustments.
Yep,
it's a constant adjustment battle. But you can watch all the film you want. You're watching it. They were watching it all last season. If Bo's legit, if the offense is legit, the good quarterbacks, the good coaches, they overcome it every single time. And I don't expect a sophomore slump. I don't. Do I think he's going to be all pro or anything like that? Not necessarily, but I don't anticipate a sophomore slump. I think the system will be too nuanced and Bo will understand how to execute it.
Well, and on top of it, they've got new weapons for him to play with. They've got Evan Ingram. They've got RJ Harvey. Boy, the one-hit wonders are great. The Macarena built this city on rock and roll. Bust a move. I would walk 500 miles. Take on me. Gangnam Style. Never going to give you up. Summertime. Ooh, I hate that Summertime song so bad. That was one of those Bet Against Tape ones that just constantly tortured me.
I think Aha had another song beyond
probably had
Take
more than
on
one,
Me.
but Take on Me is clearly their biggest hit.
Yeah.
You know what?
No, I think
Any
is,
band
actually.
that you throw out there, someone that likes them will come back and tell you they had a second hit.
Sure. Hey, look, Michelle Branch, not a one-hit wonder.
Not a one-hit wonder.
She's got like 4.
I think literally
in the
Come
barrel.
On Eileen, though I think most agree Come On Eileen was like the number one-hit wonder ever on one of those VH1 shows.
Gangnam Style. That's a good man. I forgot about Whoop 'em Gangnam Style. That was huge.
What
for a
about
second.
Cotton Eye Joe? We don't hear much from whoever those. I don't even know who those people are. I just know the song.
All right.
High five.
Hey, Cortland Sutton is in the last year of his contract. So is Nick Benito. Broncos have a lot of contract questions, but Sean was asked specifically about Cortland Sutton's contract situation.
Look, there's a number of guys. You're going to ask me about a few contracts. They're all, being worked on. Something we really would never discuss with you. And those guys are getting work done. So, there's been good communication, and I'm just going to leave it at that relative to the specific players.
Yeah, I think he answered it the way he's going to answer it. We've got a lot of people we got to look at because it's so funny. Sean Payton obviously mentions Cortland Sutton there, or was asked about Cortland Sutton. You got Nick Benito, although he's not said too much about it. Zach Allen has expressed a desire to get extended. And it's funny because John Franklin Myers, that was kind of a thing during the spring. I haven't heard too much about it since. So, I don't know, man.
With Sutton, though, he's going to turn 30 on October 10th. And, was it just last year that he did the mini holdout thing? That that lasted like a week.
Guaranteed some more money, and that was that.
And he it didn't quite work out the way he wanted, at least, upside-wise. Will they extend Cortland Sutton as he turns 30? Do you think they want to? I've always said I think Cortland Sutton is underrated. He's a damn good receiver, but it's kind of like Terry McLaurin with the Commanders. He's like approaching 30 years old, if not already 30 years old.
No, I'm with you, but let me ask you. See, I think they're willing to extend him. I think the bigger question is how long, though. Like, could it just be 2 years? Could it be 2 years with a third option or something?
But
I don't think it's going to be a long
would another
one.
team on the open market maybe offer him a little more? Do you think the Broncos view? Do you think they can go 2 for 2 between Devon Vele and Pat Bryant, and now those are your outside receivers starting next year? Hell, who knows who they could draft next year? Who knows who they could get for maybe a little cheaper on the open market? I'm just saying I don't think it's a done deal that they extend Cortland Sutton.
I think it's a fair point. I always struggle with what's his market value outside of Denver. I think he's a really, really good receiver. I think he's one of the top number 2 receivers going. I don't know that I'm ready, but see, when I say number one receiver for me, I don't think every team has one. They have one, but they don't really have one. I feel like we throw around number 1 receiver and franchise quarterbacks way too loosely when we talk about these guys. To me, in my definition of things, there's 5 franchise, 6 franchise, truly altering, lift all boats, winning with whoever you got him kind of guys in the league at one time. Not everybody gets to have a franchise quarterback, And when it comes to number 1 receivers, just because you're a number 1 doesn't mean you're a true number 1. And I think Cortland's probably the top of the number 2s if he had a little more speed. If he had a little, like when Cortland first got here, I saw plenty of number 1. I feel like a little of the speed has left him since the knee injury. Now, I saw some of it during camp, and if it shows up again, I'll eat these words and change my mind come mid-season. But to your point then, what does that do as far as extending him? I don't know. I think they're willing to extend him. I don't know if it'll be at the length that he wants. So it is something to kind of watch.
Well, and to what I said, you wait to see how the season unfolds. If both Vele and Bryant look good, that's not good news for Cortland Sutton, even if he plays well himself.
Well, yes. I don't know. It's interesting, Spring, because I do think Bo loves him. I think there's a chemistry there, and I don't think you underrate that. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, the Gorillaz song is there. We built this city, according to
Matty B. We built the city on rock and roll.
Yeah, I don't think.
I don't even know who sings
that.
See,
Jefferson Starship sang it, but I believe they were Jefferson Airplane before, so I'm not sure if we're being fair about that. Let's see. Ice Ice Baby, Video Killed the Radio Star, My Sharona, Come On Feel the Noise, Ice Ice Baby again. Plenty of them. All right, we're going to come back. Sean Payton said something else that was very important, I think, about how he's approaching this season now that his team isn't one of the kind of the the guys, one of the teams that everybody else is disrespecting nationally and how he's going to approach it. We'll talk about that next. All right, we're wrapping it up. Spring had sent me a couple of things. I'm going to let you go ahead and pull these out here in a second. But real quickly, before we get to a couple of other NFL notes, this was one of the things Sean said towards the end. We'd mentioned it with Kosmider, but I want you all to hear the quote from Sean about how they're dealing with expectation this year now that they're more of the hunted and less the hunter.
Well, it does a little, and in a good way. I mean, look, it's what you want. You know, in other words, there are so many different ways it's met. You know, you're playing on a national stage more, and there might be unique travel more, but that's what we're wanting. And, you know, we're not a finished product by any means. We're still, you know, there's a lot of parallels to that building across the way here. You know, we're still work in progress, and yet it's not the national expectations. It's just there was a belief a year ago, I think, by many of us internally that we had a team that could compete, certainly for an opportunity in the division and for an opportunity to get in the playoffs. And those standards and they can't be just high for the coaches or just the whole group needs to see the opportunity and where we can go, and so look, that's what, when the whole thing started 2 years ago, this is kind of where we were hoping to be going into year 3, and it's exciting.
It is exciting. And you know what? I love the answer by Sean, because really when the question was getting asked, and I mentioned earlier, I thought about asking it too. Zach asked it, but I wondered, would he be gruff with us? I wondered, would he be, you know, like old football coach going, I don't listen to outside expectation. I don't care what you guys say. And instead, he gave us that answer. And I'm glad that, you know, there is an awareness there that you maybe have to keep the young guys from reading their press clippings, right, Spring? I do think that's important because, again, all of a sudden you're the hot topic on ESPN, not the made fun of topic.
He did temper things a little bit. Temper. By saying, like, hey, we're a work in progress, just like that building over there, the construction that's going on, renovating the facility. So a little bit of tempering expectations. But I bet in the room there is a sense of, and he says in that answer, he says he thought they could have competed for the division last year. For a team that had a 5.5 win total. And I know he doesn't really care about that, but come on, you can't tell me you looked at that roster and thought, we're going to win like, if you were honest with yourself. And I know things changed a little bit as the season went along. So if he thought they could win the division last year, he thinks they can win the Super Bowl this year. He won't say it out loud, but he thinks they can. Not saying they will, but I bet he thinks they can.
You know it brings us to the question. Do you have the question yesterday? Because you brought up an interesting point on our Twitter conversation, and we refer to that, guys, because that's sometimes what we do to prepare for the show. But we don't need to play it. But basically, the brass of the Titans were asked point blank by a reporter, short and sweet, do you think you can compete for a Super Bowl this year? And they flat out, now it was the GM, right? I don't know. It wasn't the coach. Callahan wasn't there.
It was Chad Brinker and Mike Borgonzi, the two executives.
Basically, they wouldn't even say it.
Well, they said, and here I can actually pull it up real quick.
They admitted they know their roster's a bit away.
I mean, you're asking the brass of the Tennessee Titans, who had the first
team who had the number one pick.
Do you think you can win the Super Bowl this year? Here's what they said.
Listen, that's always the goal every year. Yeah. We also realize we have a lot of work to do on this roster.
You could hear them laugh. They're like, that's honesty, because they know you're not winning the Super Bowl this year.
But I feel like Sean's probably been honest with himself about that, being in this thing a long enough time. So if you believe that Sean does think they are in Super Bowl at least possibility, should we buy it?
Look, man, I think the league's fairly open. I think they can make. I've said when the Bengals made the Super Bowl, this was at about the same timeline as where the Broncos are now. The Bengals did not win that game. There was a second where it looked like they might have, and then Stafford had that awesome no-look pass to Cooper Kupp, and the more veteran team did get it done, but the Bengals made the Super Bowl. It's not out of the realm of possibility that the Broncos could do that as well.
I think the league, here's where I always struggle with this, and it's not just a Bronco thing, to be clear. The league does feel wide open a lot of years, and then yet it feels like in the championship weekend, you get a lot of the same teams because you have to have the dude. And I'm not saying the Broncos don't have the dude. Maybe they're going to show us this year that they're in, but we're talking about them taking the place of, because when I say championship weekend, there's 2 AFC and 2 NFC teams.
But it could be.
So the Broncos have to make sure they're ready to unseat the likes of Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and chief among them, Patrick Mahomes.
And, to your point, Joe Burrow is a dude.
He is a dude.
Chase is a dude. They had dudes.
But Lamar Jackson's a dude. Josh Allen's a dude.
But, in the NFC...
Is there a possibility Aaron Rodgers decides for one more year to be a dude?
And the NFC is a little different than the AFC. It's just been deeper in the AFC. And I've equated Bo Nix to Jalen Hurts in terms of guys I didn't love in college but can execute the system that they're put in. When the Eagles made their first Super Bowl, and they lost to the Chiefs, and there was that questionable penalty or non-call, whatever it was at the end of the game. Look, that's about the point. Jalen Hurts was at about that point in his career where Bo Nix is, or in that Eagles era. Now they lost the game, but they got there. Hey, man, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't put it out of the realm of possibility.
Here's your NFL notes. Noah Fant to visit with the Bengals tomorrow.
Do you want him to come back to the Broncos?
No.
Okay.
But
I'm not saying I do either, but I also think he could easily be their second best tight end behind Ingram. And I don't love Noah Fant. I just think that's the condition of the position right now.
That would just be interesting if somehow Fant did find his way on the Bengals, and we talked about that's the Week 4 matchup, Broncos-Bengals. And then, so I saw this video, mentioned how I still don't trust Chargers wide receiver Quentin Johnston's hands. Good video going around at Chargers practice today. Justin Herbert trying to hit Quentin Johnston on like a 20-yard dig in route. I mean, it's right there in the breadbasket. There's no defender around Quentin Johnston, and it's like butter on the hands. That thing just hits the turf.
It is amazing to me how many guys that are incredible athletes and so skilled don't catch the football well. I'm being honest with you, man. At times, Jerry Jeudy was that exact guy.
Well, that's the name. When you were saying that, Judy's name popped into my head.
Dude, he would turn his hands funky just to catch the foot. There was one time he had the outside of his hand trying to grab I was like, what are you doing? How are you doing? Why are you doing that? The other thing that we got to do, Rob Trujillo sent me this. We may have to play the video tomorrow. It's going to make its way around. Did you see the Browns decided to take to the river today? Had a big float. They pulled this big, a big cover off of their new helmet, and one of the guys on the boat fell in the river. I think
it was like a photographer.
It's like, what are you doing? The Browns, only the Browns can't even execute their own waterway reveal. Come on, man.
Yeah, this photographer's on the edge of I'll call it a large wooden raft.
Yeah.
And they're revealing the helmet. The photographer he's not impacted by this tarp coming off at all. He just falls.
I know.
He just falls.
He just falls in the river. It's just so Browns. By the way, before we let you go, a lot of you listen today on our Twitch stream, and it's brought to you by Safeway. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. We're local again tomorrow. We'll talk to you then. A little more Bronco camp playing to break down. Everyone have a great night. Thank you, Mark Springer. Good night, all.